Steph, you have thoughts?
Oh, the next question is why is this like Jesus committing suicide thing so popular right now? His next question is why did Jesus crucify himself for these sins? I think is what he meant to write.
He offered himself as a sacrifice. This is something that, your prophet, the one I guess you say you believe in, which if you don't believe the Bible, then you have no business believing any other prophet anyway, including false ones. But your own prophet would say something like, who can thwart the will of God? No one can thwart the will of God. So take a step back, approach your own religion, that God is sovereign, whatever view, if you're not Muslim, but regardless.
You know what's interesting though, Nate?
They would say, who can thwart the will of God? No one. So Jesus, if he's only a human, then you're really onto something. But if you're Muslim, you don't believe he crucified himself anyway. But if you believe he's God, like the Christians claim, you also can't use that as the polemic against Christians, because from your own standard, Muslim standard, you cannot thwart the will of God. If this is the will of God, you cannot stop it, and you may get zapped by lightning for questioning God. God is sovereign. God cannot die ultimately because you cannot kill a God. This is words from your own, book.
Yeah, but I could understand where someone could take that and run with it, because the Bible says, or Jesus says in the Bible, full disclosure to whoever Nate's talking to, I don't believe that I'm an atheist, but I'm just saying the words say, no one takes my life. I lay it. I have the power to lay it down, and I have the power to take it up again. So I could understand where someone could look at that, and if I find my had a charitability plus 2,000, I could understand where someone would say, oh, if he lays it down freely, it's not the same as committing. Like, I could see where someone could stretch it to that length, but I think you're on thin ice.
Well, I mean, that's like equivalent to like suicide by cop. Like, I mean, it is basically suicide.
I agree with you.
It's similar, not the same, because I think that is a more clear case. Technically, no. Technically, the cop shot you. But the spirit of it is you forced their hand, knowing what would happen. So many times, that's the whole reason they wanted to crucify him for it. So Jesus predicts the future. He always knew this was going to happen. This was always his plan, and is to redeem humanity. Like, no one's going to say, well, maybe there's a few, maybe this guy. But if someone like, a husband sacrificially throws himself in front of a car knowing he's going to die to shove the rest of his family out of the way, well, I don't think anyone is really going to say, he committed suicide. No, they're going to say he sacrificed himself to save the family which he loved. But then when it's Jesus, he committed suicide. He committed suicide. No, your godless religion is forcing you to say that, or you'll get killed by that religion, or whatever other reason you have. So that is a sacrifice to save untold billions of people if they will repent and believe the gospel and call on his name for salvation. That's the answer. So that's the one before I have to run.
Yes. I want to
also turn on a contrast film.
I just wanted to say thank you to Steph for trusting me, both on Friday and on the free Discord thing.
Aww, you're good people, Random. Now accept Jesus and repent.
I'm not going to thank Steph for modding me on Friday because she knew it was the right thing to do.
Wait a minute, then I don't get any credit? Come on.
Oh no, you get credit for trusting your instincts.
All right, I'll take it.
Hey Nate, you had really good arguments today. Good job.
Thanks. For the furries or?
No, across the board. You're really sharp today.
See you. Is it the mentally blue? My tongue is still bright blue.
Wait, could we close on that topic real quick? CEO, do you know anything about this and what it is? Because I'm puzzled. I am more puzzled by the blue dye brain thing than I am by the furries right now.
Apparently it's in blue.
What is blue dye? What is the blue dye?
It's methylene blue. It's like a supplement that's been marketed as something to help with like the mitochondria or something in your brain or body, and like I guess
really?
Improve connectivity between because I guess it's supposed to be like this.
You're using that?
Yeah,
I've heard enough people talk about it that my curiosity was piqued. Usually I ignore all things supplement because I just don't care. But this one, I'm like, you know what? It's not that expensive. Let's see what happens.
You know, Steph, if I see this for a week straight, I'm going to say the supplement works.
Apparently, it's been all the rage. Like, Chad knew exactly what it was when Nate said it. I've never heard of this, but
And keep in mind, Chad seems to have the same level of condemnation for this methylamine blue that he does for your newfound furry fruit. So consider that Chad is wrong.
Chad's never wrong. Right
I
there?
understand you have to say that, but if he needs some Christian brother correction, we will send him a bottle of this and some cat ears, and we'll set him right.
Nate, if you suddenly seem a lot more like quick on your feet and even more intelligent than you already are, and you have become some kind of genius,
Or become
then
an
I will
atheist.
take it. No, not an atheist.
I couldn't resist.
Well played, Mike.
Well, my family is in Toronto. They have landed. So did you feel a chill in the air, or like?
What are you talking about? I'm on Dixon Road across from the Toronto airport, ready to intercept them.
Nate, what's your family doing in Toronto?
I woke up this morning, I woke up 5 o'clock this morning, I saw something trending. Some black guy, I think in Ohio, was in a car. Police stopped him, told him he had the car because he had no lights on. He said, well, it's daylight and it's not raining. And they were saying, doesn't matter, you're supposed to, and he was like, call the supervisor. And I broke the window, punched him in his face, dragged him out. You guys see that?
No.
Okay.
Wait.
I'm taking my break walking.
Yeah, I saw that. Let me see if I can find the video on Instagram.
Yeah, maybe. Fine.
I might have shared it with people, but I saw it this morning. Are you talking about the
You
guy?
saw this one,
He just kind of remained like very calm. The guy was like very calm, and he just had his hand. They told him to put his hands up. He put his hand, like he followed all the directions, and they still snatched him out the car, broke his window.
And he was like something about, my window isn't working. I guess he must have locked the doors, but he was very calm.
This is a different one.
Yeah, they busted the window, reached in there, punched him, grabbed him out, punched him again. I think they slapped him when they reached in.
Wait, this is the same
Grabbed
one.
him out.
Let me find
The
it.
guy in dreads, it's a young.
That's because they feel protected under this administration.
But the sad thing about it, there was a brother in there too. There was a brother cop.
I can't find it. But there was a guy, that guy, I think he's on CNN, Hassan. Have you seen that? 20 people versus Hassan? And it's like 20 Trumpers. This is, there's some good clips out of there. Oh my God, so that was really good too. Let me see if I can find that. Like, I can't find that at the video. I'm sure it'll pop up. But this stuff is good too. The Hassan, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. If I go on music mode, hold on. I can probably play this.
You should just comply. Just do what they told you.
Yeah, let me switch to this, and I will look for that. But
No problem.
this is what I have now, and I'm like, I completely forgot about it, and I thought it was good. So let me see. Crap. Liberal said, liberals always capping for criminals.
Huh? Whatever. F out of here.
He's like on Friday. Okay, here it is.
So in regards to your claim, it just says.
This is Hassan versus conservative.
Your claim, I just want to start by asking this: do you care more about helping Americans or immigrants in this claim?
Immigrants are Americans. I'm an immigrant. I'm American.
Well, immigrants are not Americans. Americans are the people that were born here.
That's not true. What's the basis of your claim?
Are you talking about people that get naturalized in the process of becoming American?
14th Amendment. Have you read it?
Okay, yes, I have.
Any persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States.
I'm aware of that.
There's about 40 to 50 million naturalized.
That sounds like many.
Well, you seem aware of it because you said Americans versus immigrants.
But are you understanding that the process of getting all these immigrants that come in here even also the millions of immigrants, it's up to the millions, it's the last 20 years now, and it has dramatically affected Americans here in the country, which
Positively, I would argue.
people like me and everyone around here, we cannot find homes or even get jobs within our own fields that we go to college for, that we get into debt for. And because more blue-collar work, especially in construction, agriculture, and so forth, and the hospitality industry, we cannot get jobs in those fields, so it
Are you
requires
looking for a
us.
job in
I
construction?
am not. No, I went to college.
Okay.
Many people here are in college or went to college, but we can't even find.
Unemployment is at a record low right now, even under Donald Trump. And I'm not a Donald Trump fan, but I would say unemployment under both Biden and Trump has been at record low levels.
Okay, is this in regards for American citizens?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm unaware of that statistic, but from what I see, from what I
I'm
can
an
see
immigrant and an American, and I employ many American citizens. Immigrants.
Correct. I'm a child of immigrants. I was
But you don't accept that immigrants are Americans.
not at this moment.
So your parents are not Americans.
Not at this moment.
Tell
No,
them your parents
they're
are American.
citizens. They became
You
naturalized.
just said you can't be citizens by being naturalized.
No, I was born here, and I'm not
Yeah, you were
opposed to
born here, right?
naturalization. I never said I'm against naturalization.
Are you against naturalization?
No, I never said I was against naturalization.
Yeah, you're very. Everyone was here. They can play it back on YouTube. You said Americans or immigrants. Are your parents Americans or immigrants?
No, my parents are United States citizens.
But they're immigrants. You said.
No, they came here as immigrants. However, but
So
I
they are
want to make the
immigrants.
claim
You
that
said,
we
I
can't
came
even.
here as an immigrant. I'm an
But at
immigrant.
this point, when they came, the United States
I'm not happy with the way
economy,
this is going for you.
the United States economy was not at.
It's better now. The American economy is better than it's been.
So in regards to your claim, I just want to start by asking this: do you care more about helping Americans or immigrants in this claim?
Immigrants are Americans. I'm an immigrant. I'm American.
Well, immigrants are not Americans. Americans are the people that were born here.
That's not true. What's the basis of your claim?
Are you talking about people that get naturalized in the process of becoming American?
14th Amendment. Have you read it?
Okay, yes, I have.
Citizenship clause. It says any persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States.
Sir.
Oh wow.
Maddie ate her up. He chewed. Don't ever.
You know, have y'all seen this young kid? I think he's like
I know he's having
college-
one.
He's
blonde,
started off.
blondish.
Yes, he started off in high
Yes.
school doing these little debates with people, and they've been moving him around. He's in college now, and it's like
Very smart.
eats the shit out of these motherfuckers.
I know. He makes them look so stupid.
I was like, damn, like he be schooling me. Like I'd be like, damn.
I was watching him on TikTok during the election cycle. He's very good. Very good.
He needs to get into politics.
Yeah.
He's very-
It's you know who's also good too? Remember the guy who went viral at the Kamala she had a rally in Atlanta and he was like doing Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us.
Yes.
He's also good too. Yeah, they do TikTok together.
Did he work with her or something like that?
I think he's Young Democrats in Georgia or something.
Yeah,
the Young Democrats.
Part of the Young Democrats. Yes.
Yeah. But you guys remember Maddie got fired from, they won't admit it, but from MSC because he challenged their Israeli spokesperson about what they were doing, the lying and genocide in Gaza. And then like the next couple of days he was taken off and then told him that he stepped down. They basically fired him for that. But Maddie is awesome. Don't debate him. He's a very good debater. If he has the facts.
Yeah. Do you have the whole clip for that, Sin?
I don't.
It's probably on his channel, Ceteo,
It's
CETEO.
probably on YouTube because this is Jubilee.
Yeah.
I played a couple of clips from the Candace Owen one. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So it's just on Jubilee YouTube.
He has his
You know
own
who
platform.
started all this shit with these me debating 20? It was a high school teacher. This white liberal high school teacher. He started doing that. Like he would debate Republicans, young Republicans, right? And you know,
Ceteo.com. Z as in zebra, ETEO. It's probably on his platforms, Ceteo.com.
So it's definitely on YouTube Jubilee. Like if you go to YouTube and you put Jubilee, because this is Jubilee. Yeah, as soon as I put Jubilee in YouTube, it comes out. So it's an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah. But Maddie has his own platform, though, Ceteo.com. That's another point. They keep firing these legacy media folks when they don't comply or come forth. And then they go and start their own podcast, YouTube, their own platform. And over time, they're matching. You know, they're on credit. They can say whatever they want to say, have whatever guest they want to say, and over time, they're doing really well. Maddie has his own platform, Safeo.com. You see Joy start her own podcast. I think she's starting to do decent numbers. Don Lemon has Lemonation. Over time, he's starting to do decent numbers. So legacy media can, you know, be both sides, or, you know, lean one side or whatever. Don't give the facts or what have you, or try to obfuscate. And they're a dying breed.
Yeah, 49 minutes. Yeah, I want to hear it. I'm not going to play the whole thing off at once. Maybe like in 10 minutes, so that'll give us 14, 15 clips to play. Or at least through each person that he debates. Hopefully y'all don't get bored. If y'all get bored in the audience, somebody can come up here and tell us, like, chill out. This is just too much. Because, like, what I enjoy doesn't mean y'all enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Spirit. Scotty. Ghetto ass Scotty.
Scotty Plus.
He's no longer a plus. He's moved down.
That's right. I have one clip queued up. I can play it.
Oh.
He's in the hood now.
Scotty News.
Do you want me to do that? Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Okay. Let me see if this plays. Okay, let me know.
Okay, play it.
All right. 1 second. Did that work? 1 second.
If you're playing it, Spirit, it's not playing. You're going to have to go, you put it in music mode, right?
Let me see.
So those 3 dots?
Yeah.
Right. And you got it in music mode, and you're playing it from the phone? Or
Yeah.
from...
1 second. Let me try this again. So, I'm unmuted. Let's try this. Wait, did you hear any of that? No?
No.
Let me try again. Pardon me. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, let me do that. Okay, now let me know if this works.
I hear something.
Say that I was the greatest. I wouldn't want to hurt you or anything like that, but quite frankly, I don't debate fascists. Okay? So do you concede then? I mean, why do I concede you're a fascist? You won't condemn the Nazis? Yes, I concede. Okay, great. So I mean, what are we doing here? Because I mean, you just seem offended. You don't really care about being. Yeah, sure. I don't care about being called a Nazi is the whole thing. I never called you a Nazi. You called yourself a Nazi, a fascist, and a General Franco. Well, yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was super cool, quite frankly. Because the whole thing. You don't believe in democracy. I don't believe in democracy. What are you doing here to televise debate? This is democracy. Don't put a debate in because it is the means to support an end. The reason we have free speech now is because we want to be openly talking about our opinions so we can get the state that we want. But it doesn't mean a fully free speech after we win. Yeah, I mentioned the only good thing about this fascist moment the whole reason you guys are so open about it. The whole reason I mentioned Carl Schmitt earlier, you kind of blew past him, is the friend-enemy distinction. Even liberals, when they take power, they want to enact policies and they want to enact protections for their people and their ideas, and they're willing to punish their enemy. And so I'm the same way. I'm like, hey, if you're going to punish me, I'm going to get in power, and I'm going to frankly punish you when you try to leverage power against me. Just that simple. I'm not sure what I'm saying. Hey, it is what it is.
All right. Pause. You can vote it out.
Did you hear?
Totally did.
Yeah. That guy's crazy.
He's crazy.
Makes no sense. Who was that? Was that Nick Fuentes? Who was that?
That was Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking straight out racist. I can't stand him.
That's their hero. A lot of these MAGA, that's their hero.
Like, anytime, I can't stand that motherfucker. Like,
the only thing I like about Nick Fuentes was last week he went to Scorched Earth on Trump. He called him fat, stupid. He's done with him. Burn your MAGA hat. That's the only. I think he got mad because he did a podcast with Candace Owens. Can't stand her. I haven't listened to it, but I think he came out bad on the end of that spectrum. And then he called her a bitch and DEI hire. Yeah, when he doesn't get his way, he starts to call people names.
For each debate,
Yeah, might be stopped at
over 10
each.
minutes.
Yeah, stop at each.
It's over 10 minutes for each debate.
That's my section.
I'll stop it.
Yeah.
I know our ADHD in this room is swearing.
1500s. You know Native Americans. I am Native American. Whites are Native Americans. What are you talking about? You were a little bit more than far right Republicans. What can I say? I think you say I'm a fascist. Yeah, I am.
So this part is a preview of what you're going to
Get the hell out. I should get the hell out. Yes. Why? I'm Benny Hassan. I'm a journalist. I'm the editor of Zeteo. And today I'm surrounded by 20 far-right conservatives. My first claim is Donald Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal. Welcome. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I'm busy. I would just like to ask, what makes someone pro-crime versus, anti-crime? I think when you're soft on criminals, when you let criminals, I think 600 of them have been charged with assaulting a police officer or obstructing a police officer. 170 have pled guilty to assaulting a police officer. 70 have pled guilty to assault with a deadly weapon. J.D. Vance said, we're not going to pardon the violent criminals from January 6th. Donald Trump pardoned all of them. Are you okay with that? I would say January 6th is a very special case. I would say it's almost a climax point in history. I would just phrase the question this way. Right now in the LA protests, I'm so sorry. I'm
sorry, y'all.
Yes. Just for example, if they were to rush the capital of LA, I mean, they have to move over all the homeless people living in tents on the steps of the Capitol. But if they were managed to get into the Capitol and they were just protesting, peacefully, let's say police officers were rushing them in, they were letting them in and saying, hey, you guys can go in. Like we have many testimonies that say. And the officer's hands, the judge said his conduct was exceptionally egregious. He attacked police officers with flagpoles and pepper spray. Donald Trump pardoned him. There's a man named Daniel Rodriguez. He got 12 years in prison for taking a stun gun and tasing a police officer in the neck and giving him a heart attack. And the judge said he was a one-man army of hate. Donald Trump pardoned him. Somebody was 1,600 pardons. 600 of those were one example that you just gave me. I can give you more. Just keep going. Fine. I'll say the exact same thing every single time. Our argument will fall apart because it's not just one example. If I keep going. Go for it then. Okay, Shane Jenkins got 7 years in prison for 9 criminal offenses, attacking police with a deadly weapon. How markets that probably shouldn't have happened turn into pro-crime. So you agreed that they shouldn't have been pardoned? Sure, but that wasn't your claim. Was January 6th your claim was Trump is pro-crime? Yeah, because he pardons criminals. Okay, I would say that that's a let's talk about non-January 6 people. Okay, he pardoned people like Paul Walcher recently, who took millions of dollars from his own employees, was sentenced to tax crimes, had to pay back $4 million. Trump pardoned him. He bought himself a $2 million yacht. Why is he pardoning criminals like that? Well, I don't know. I don't think you should. I don't think really presidential pardon should be a thing at all. But I don't think that.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Mandy, you're from northern UK, I guess. I'm from London, North London. Okay, fair enough. What's your ethnic background, if you don't mind asking? My parents are from India. Okay, perfect. Just getting premise here. First of all, I want to say premise of Donald Trump being pro-crime. No. I want to concern myself with why you care about what's happening in the U.S. First and foremost. Secondly, I want to say this. With the U.S. Let's not interrupt each other. I have this thing. Why don't people know I have this thing? I have to stay calm. Okay, so here's the thing. I am happy that he released J6. In fact, so much so that I was prepared. I don't think it's no longer a relevant conversation anymore. You're right. No, it's not, because you know what? Okay, have you seen the U.S. in the last 4 or 5 years? Yes, BLM protests. Have you seen? I myself have been involved in these protests. I've seen egregious things that you couldn't even imagine. So conservatives, it's not about that. It's about tribal warfare. That's where we're in the U.S. I don't know where you're at in the UK. You're from India, so I don't know. I'm not from India. Oh, sorry, your parents are from India, so I'm an American. You have your own state. I'm an American. You're an American citizen? Okay, fair enough. I don't know how you got that, but fair enough. Here's the thing. Are you an American citizen? Absolutely. Okay. But here's the how you got that. Okay. Born here. Okay. Born here in my family lineage is settlers from the 1500s, so I have some stake
using the railing, dude. I'm trying to stay on track. I ask me where I'm from. I think you do. I'm still not offended by that, but I'm just wondering what has to do with Christ. Curious. If I ask for it, wow. So I don't think I'm just saying you made it around to the room. You sit in a room with 20 people who agree with you. Wow, amazing. Amazing. I was waiting to feel good. You know what? I was waiting to be outraged right wow, now. This is great. I love it. Do I have to say anything at this point, or you just keep going? Please, I do. Well, my claim is that I don't care if it's pro-crime. You want to go back to this conversation? We agree that it's pro-crime. I have a question for you, though. Do you care on the opposite side of the spectrum? Yes. Do you care about law being administered to the opposite side? Yes. I think anyone saying somebody shouldn't be pardoned. I think that Donald Trump shouldn't have pardoned 9 Republicans because your argument is from the position of like a U.S. that doesn't exist anymore. We're headed towards a nihilism. No laws, nothing matters. It's not about nihil. It's not about that. It's that conservatives for too long have been playing it safe. They've been playing by the law. They've been playing by the law. Yes, they have. Maybe it's just the Bush conservatives are talking about the Jewish stuff because you did it wrong, right? Let's be respectful to you. I'm not sure you did that mistake, but okay. I'm trying to bring it back, so let's both bring it back. Okay. I'm conservative. Okay. Brilliant. Let me tell you this. We do play it too safe. We've been playing by the book for too long. At this point, gloves are off, right? The left has made their point. They're willing to do these folks in Washington, the left. Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid. The stand down, the LAPD are a bunch of liberal Marxists. No, but I mean, they listen to liberal Marxists who tell them what to do. I mean, I think they listen to who signs up with their definition. What's the definition of crime? He doesn't talk on a police officer. It's not a crime. That's your definition of crime. That's the Native American. I am Native American, if you guys. So, going back to the topic at hand, we have different definitions of crime because you're talking about it. It's criminal code in this country. It's the U.S. criminal code. You know what? Let's focus on what we focus. I'm sure you and I actually agree on. Do we agree that people shouldn't stomp on police officers' heads? Can we agree on that? I don't agree on that, and I agree with this conversation. It's kind of funny because first of all, you're saying what? That the police have the authority, that they're given the authority. I don't accept the authority that's been given by our position. If you think that we're going to struggle with the English language for the next couple of hours, then you're roughing it right now. Okay? Newsflash, the conservatives are liberal to me, okay? Neocons, libertarians, all those mainstream people, they might as well be leftists to me, okay? That's how far to the right I am. Do you understand my position? So I'm trying to guess when you say, about obeying police, why would I give the authority to police? Do you know your area? Do you know?
Pause.
I think the people who clapped you voted you out.
All right. Head back to your seat. You've been voted off.
Okay. Anybody got any comments?
Man, first off, good morning, lovely mods.
How about your Quinn? Because you just your ass up here.
My brother Quinn, like we are kindred spirits. Y'all know I'm on mute a lot of times. The sheer, this last dude, Mehdi, the amount of restraint he showed is Olympic level in the presence of sheer bigotry, ignorance, racism. This asshat has the audacity to say that he is a Native American. But I'm sorry.
That's what some of these white folks think, that they're native to this land.
You ever seen the worst of it?
Oh, brother.
There is worse to come. It gets progressively worse.
What?
I watched this.
He said you watched it.
I'm telling you, like but here's the thing. It's exactly what you think it is. Nobody should really be surprised by it. It's just actually seeing it live and in person. Actually being able to watch people. And when you watch it, it actually makes sense. Like these are people you probably pass on the street. You probably see in the grocery store. I'm telling you, I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just saying it gets progressively worse. It is the most astonishing shit you've ever seen in your life. You haven't even played the worst one yet.
Seeing your friend J3 in here, the one that you said, I'm so glad he found her. I think it's is it J3? J3. The one from London.
I wanted to make sure not to say JB because, JB a mess. His name is really close to JB, but J3, yeah, thank you for being here. And we can look at each other in right now, which is trying to play cleanup of the Conservative Party's mess. So that's what I was saying, like, we need to learn from each other and listen to each other as much as possible, because the same way I'm sure you were shocked that Trump won, we were shocked that y'all voted for Brexit. I know maybe not you specifically, but the country voted for Brexit, right? Because we knew that it was going to be disastrous. No way, this is terrible, and this will equate to trillions of dollars coming out of the UK economy. Anyways, I just wanted to say that. But I don't know when this clip came out, but this stuff just started popping on my timeline, Quinn. So I didn't even know that this gem of an interview was out there.
Yeah, this is.
No, it's not an interview. What happens is, I'm sorry, Patty, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's not an interview. So it's a show. It's a show that they do. With actually the last one, the first one was done was with Candace Owens.
Yeah, we played that in here, but I didn't know that another one dropped.
Yeah. So Millie did his. I think it was yesterday.
So maybe we can do this on our Mondays. We can play these on our Mondays.
I don't know if they do them every week though.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out.
It's I don't know to this degree, but I watched this one because Joy posted and I saw what Joy had posted, so it took me there and watched it. I watched the whole thing early this morning. Like it's I'm telling you, like it's the craziest. I'm not even saying that. You just it's crazy.
Yo, the second guy just makes me think this is
Doing the whole thing.
We're gonna do the whole thing. We're just trying to go through. We said we can go through each person, but I think like maybe two, because two got us to 9 minutes. We'll just see how it goes. But I'm gonna try to keep it so that we.
So I'm going to be as respectful about this as possible, but the truth is your claim is completely bad faith. You do not care about being anti-crime. You yourself are pro-crime. Your side is pro-crime because you're a progressive. How am I pro-crime? So I'll give you an example, right? So your side, not Donald Trump, has passed a series of laws in California. Let's go California. It's where we are right now. It's where I'm from. Are you from California? Okay. So in California, for example, the state legislature, completely progressive, just passed a law that limits sex offender registration to 10 years. It was life before. That's pro-crime. The legislature in California. Which is progressive, has passed a law that says the voter-induced three-strike law is no longer absolute. If someone murders someone, stabs them on 3 separate occasions, a judge now does not have to give them life. That's a progressive law. That is pro-crime. You support that, don't you? I actually don't support sex offenders coming off those. I think they should be on the line. So you hold on. You and I both agree that sex offending is a bad thing, especially child sex offending, right? It seems like you and I agree on that. I agree. So I'm not here to debate the legislature. I'm here to debate Donald Trump being pro-crime. I'm saying that Donald Trump was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell. When Ghislaine Maxwell is the worst child sex trafficker of our lifetime, she's serving in 20 years. Do you know Ghislaine Maxwell? Yeah, she's actually not. Jeffrey Epstein's the worst sex offender. He's dead. I'm talking about people alive, right? It's interesting that you didn't use his name, right? When he's the one who did this. Oh, great. I'm glad you brought that up. Jeffrey Epstein, before he died, did an interview with Michael Wolff. On tape, but a few other things. He says my closest friend was Donald Trump. Yeah, I was his closest friend. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if you've heard of him, he tweeted recently that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files. And Ghislaine Maxwell, who was the right-hand woman of Jeffrey Epstein, when she was on trial for child sex offending, which you and I are opposed to, he was friends with Epstein. You haven't seen the videos. They danced together, partied together. He's not supported the pedophilia part. The only thing actually, Trump gave a speech about 20 years ago where he said Epstein's a great guy. He loves young women. A lot of them are very young. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, laugh, laugh. So yeah, I think he's pro-crime and pro-criminals. Do you have any friends who are criminals? Not that I know of. Certainly not child sex offenders. No, do you? No, of course not. Okay, so we're both in agreement again. So why do you have tomorrow? If it came out tomorrow that one of your friends is a child sex offender, you'd stop being friends with him. Yes. Yeah, I'm saying. And then I'd go on TV and I would say, oh, look, Mr. Hassan was friends with this guy 10 years ago. Therefore, he's pro-child. What if Mr. Hassan said, I wish them well when they're on trial. Would you ever go up before that? Wish you well on trial? Yeah, child sex trafficking. I wouldn't wish someone well, but that's your gotcha. That's your gotcha. It's a pretty gotcha. You with that friend, gotcha. Okay, you raised the which is really strange to you right now. You're trying to have to do something. First of all, Elon Musk says his name. What's his policy? Policies, yes. So when he left office in 2020, he left behind the highest murder rate for over 100 years. He left behind the highest murder. That is the most bad-faith claim. It's a fact from the CDC. You know what? Here's why it's bad-faith. I'm going to finish the sentence, and then you come back in. You're just lying to people. I'm not lying. Can I finish the sentence? Donald Trump does not cause the murder rate. Murder is a state law. That's hilarious. He's more responsible for the murder rate than Donald Trump is. That's hilarious. So Donald Trump's not responsible for murder rate, but other politicians who are Democrats. Yes, because it's a state law. Is that single biggest jump in the murder rate since 1905? He's pro-crime, murdering, pro-criminal. Who's doing the murdering? The murderers. So aren't they responsible? Why did it go up on his watch? What? Why did it go up on his watch? That's real bad at fighting crime. That's real hard to figure out, right? We shut down the whole economy during COVID. We told everyone they couldn't go out unless it was to violently protest. We told people that if a cop tries to arrest you, that cop's probably going to get charged with murder. I think the pandemic had a lot to do with it. The pandemic finished in 2020. What? The pandemic didn't finish in 2020. You had the murder rate. You guys claimed Joe Biden for great for years. But Joe Biden actively induces policies that are pro-crime. And so does Donald Trump. Name the policy that is pro-crime. I've asked you for like 10 minutes. I'll name it right now. No, you haven't actually talked about California legislatures. He pardoned violent crimes that went on to commit other crimes. You don't think releasing violent crimes into crime is one thing? What's his policy he has pushed? Name a law he has signed. Pardon is a one-time thing. Is that a policy is not one-time thing? That's Jimmy Carter pardon the draft guys. Let me want to dodge January 6th, the pardon. I'm not judging that. Jimmy Carter, do you agree with me? Jimmy Carter pardoned draft closures. This position. Reckless homicide. Here's one I see. Here's one I see. Pardon someone for sexually abusing a child. They will pardon someone for rebelling against the government that they believe could rigged elections. That's what he pardoned for. He didn't pardon them for pardoning sexual child abuse. But they were criminals who committed those crimes. He let them out. So that means the crime rate goes up. You say they're criminals because they did the crime, right? Yeah. Would you extend that to illegal immigrants that they're all criminals because they committed a crime? I have a feeling your position pretty told you. We're going to talk about immigration. So someone who's illegally entered the United States is not a criminal, but someone who illegally entered the capital is. The Supreme Court has said that anyone who enters the United States illegally is not a criminal. And we can jump to 20. You want to get the case? Change the case site, please. For you said the Supreme Court citation of the case. Yes, that enters the United States illegally is not a crime. It's called Arizona versus United States 2012. Go look it up.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
How's it going? Nice to meet you, man. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. I really just more want to get an understanding. When you say pro-criminal, what do you mean? I mean that when confronted with people who've committed criminal acts, Donald Trump has been either soft on them, friendly with them, pardoned them, and of course, let's not forget, I mean, we've got 5 minutes left, I'm surprised I haven't come up earlier. He's a convicted criminal himself, sitting in... Okay, I want to make sure I understand you correctly. Yes, I'm not strawing you. You're saying criminal activity. He has committed crimes. He's been indicted for 88 different criminal offenses in 4 different jurisdictions by 5 different grand juries. He was convicted himself on 34 different criminal offenses by majority of his peers. But let's park that for a moment. Separate to his own crimes, when confronted with the crimes of others, or the alleged crimes of others, for example, a Chinese crypto billionaire, Justin Sun, who was being investigated for market manipulation, Trump dropped the case, invited him to the golf course, and he to the White House. The guy had $70 million in Trump. So, is it possible, because remember the burden of proof's on you, or you have to prove, is it possible that all these things that he's done that supposedly make him pro-crime, is there's another reason for the doing it? There's other justification. For example, let me give you an example, and you can go your way. The J6, is it possible that he could have done this to unite the country, to move past, to go to a new chapter? If it's even possible, I think you would have to admit that there's another possibility, therefore he's not pro-crime. At least some possibility. So let me agree to disagree. Yeah, okay. So I agree with you that the intent could be different. I don't think Donald Trump was sitting there saying, how can I increase the level of murders? Let me release some murderers. Right. I'm not saying he did that, January 6th. I don't think he was trying to unite the country. That's where we disagree. That's bullshit. In fact, he divided the country further. But intent doesn't really matter to my claim. If he's releasing violent criminals, it doesn't matter. No, he's pro-crime and pro-criminal. No, but that's a big indictment to say pro-crime. Then he's violent confronted a crime. I'm confronted anything. Well, he is, because for example, no. It could be possible. Your friend earlier, your ally, said, where has he done stuff that's increased crime? But I'm telling you, people have been pardoned who've been convicted on multiple other crimes. These people people who we pardoned had previous criminal records. They were not just some folks chilling around and go, we're against to take over our country, we're opposed to rebellion. They were, a lot of these people were already hardened criminals, militia members. He looked at those people and said, you know what? They've been convicted in many cases by Republican judges. I'm going to let them out. Yeah, that makes sense. Is it possible? If Joe Biden had done it, you'd be attacking him. Sure. Is it possible that their conviction was part of a plea? It's like, oh shit, I can't get out of this, so I got to take a plea now. Some of them, maybe. Others we saw with our own lying eyes on tape. Did you watch live on January 6th? What happened? To be completely honest, I'm pretty novice on this. I'm more trying to target. You're saying he's pro-crime. In my head, I'm just thinking this live. I didn't even finish. If you're thinking this live, there's a possibility that he might have had other reasons. For example, unifying the country. Next chapter, right? That could be the reason. Therefore, it's not pro-crime. There was other reasons. I'm saying that's a possibility. I'm saying it's a possibility, but I'm saying it's irrelevant because if you're knowingly releasing violent criminals out into the community, pardoning, not just releasing, then yes, you are being pro-criminal. I've interviewed police officers. I know about that. I've interviewed police officers who have been assaulted, beaten, had to retire from the police office, broken bones. I'll finish very quickly. I've interviewed these police officers. They've been beaten by people who they've then seen walk off the streets and then carry on threatening them. Yes, when Donald Trump is responsible for that, you're definitely pro-crime. Okay, I doubt pause. You doubt police officers?
Any comments?
I mean, how do you comment on lunacy? Like, it's just amazing to listen to.
Some of these people are allowed around electrical outlets, and which is scary.
I think they're a college student. I don't know what's going on.
And the thing of it is, they are only the same as the worst of the morons, MAGAs that come in here.
Yeah.
At least they can form a sentence. However, the net result is that it's the same absolute dribble and nonsense that the people who come in here to defend MAGA say.
Well, the second guy, I swear, he's a character from Healthy Debates. The one that said he's indigenous.
Stop. I'm Native American.
I love my Healthy Debate family.
And I guarantee you that the MAGA that come in here, they are studying this. Well, studying too intense a word for them. They don't study. They don't want to learn anything. But I would imagine that they will pick up some key phrases from these debates, and they will start using them in here. You watch.
Oh, there's no question about that. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these people actually come on this app, Scotty.
Oh, it would be as straight as all.
Yeah, they sound like they're on this app. They sound like the ones that are articulate. They come up with some bullshit, and these fucking MAGAs be like, preach. You know what he's talking about. No, motherfucker. He learned a couple words. That's it.
Well, because they're all of a hive mind. So, I mean, they all say the same things because they get all of their garbage from the same can.
That's a good one, man.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Just use this with MAGA. They need to be deprogrammed before you can argue with them.
Baroque, I let you up, babe. You raised your hand.
Good morning. Political correct and moderators and stage. I just wanted to add to that something I don't hear in these conversations often is that with Donald Trump's first term and this term, I read something several times. You can't find an article where he's literally brought the most criminals and felons into his actual cabinet. If you guys do a deep dive, numerous from his campaign manager to one of his generals, his whole cabinet is full of felon or ex-criminals, and nobody ever brings that point up.
Yeah, General Flynn. The other generals that he had, though, amazing. But Flynn was a retired general. They're already, I'm going to be honest with y'all. His brother, Charles, is just as bad. He's just as fucking bad. And I'm not talking about, criminal activity. I think something's going on in their brain. So, if y'all remember, General Flynn's son used to do all these crazy-ass conspiracy theories on Twitter, when it was Twitter. Him give speeches, I know this guy, right? Because he was in Indo-Pac. He was in USAPAC in Hawaii. This dude had, I think it was a warrant officer celebration or something like that. I don't know why Biden didn't it's kind of hard to fire an officer, right? You can give them, you can't really fire an officer. That's why a lot of them, they lose their position and they might end up working paperwork or whatever. They pretty much have to get kicked out. And the only way you're going to get kicked out if you do something that's against the law or against the UCMJ. But this motherfucker, dude, that whole family is screwed. Have a gripe with change that had got him promoted, because this dude, you can tell they're on some other shit.
That's crazy.
But,
Hey, Patty.
That's amazing. Huh?
Have you guys seen the AI-generated video that Trump posted with him in the Oval Office with Obama? And then 3 FBI agents come in and push Obama to the ground and cuff him up and take him out of there. Posted on his timeline.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about it, but we're going to save that for Lisa. Lisa's going to have a room at 3. And I don't want to start talking about it and we get so in depth when Lisa really wants to have a room on it. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha. Yeah, no problem.
I just brought it up this morning so that y'all have a preview of it.
The 11 that either felony or have criminal conviction while they're working with Trump: Steve Bannon, Tom Barrett, Elliot Broidy, Michael Cohen, Michael Flynn, Rick Gates, Paul Manafort, George Nader, George Papadopoulos, Roger Stone, Alan Eiselberg, and there's like at least a dozen other names or whatever in this.
Jeff Sessions, who was co-conspirator number 1.
Go figure.
The Mueller report. This shit is fucking crazy. Jeff Sessions, fucking Barr. The reason why fucking Lev got arrested was it was campaign finance violations, something like that. He went to prison for fucking campaign finance violations. The reality is he got locked up because he was on his way to Russia to do some fucking bidding for Trump and Jeff. And if he would have got where he was supposed to go, it would have been a criminal act, a serious criminal act that the president committed. And Barr, trying to protect Trump at the time, had him arrested for some other frivolous shit.
Wait, do you mean the same that hired Jeffrey Epstein in his first job?
Yeah. But yeah, it's weird because if you listen to Lev's congressional, when he talked to Congress about what happened, if you read the Mueller report, it jives. And then his interview that he gave on Chatter, it's like, this dude has not swayed away from what exactly happened. So you know he's not lying, or he's just been practicing this lie. But the Mueller report actually says co-conspirator 1. We know that's Jeff Sessions. This everything put together is like, he's not lying. He's not lying about this shit. But yeah, crazy. All right, let's go.
To testify to be assaulted.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thanks.
Some crypto exchanges make you wait forever. High fees and slow trades. Hard pass.
Oh, this is my favorite one right here.
Good. Nice to meet you, Maddie.
So you claim that, your main claim is that Trump pardoned some people from January 6th. By the way, I was there. I saw it all firsthand. Got a football field away. There's smoke in my eyes. Got bloodied. It was a crazy day. No, of course not, because I didn't enter the building. Stayed very peaceful. But your entire claim is that he pardoned. That's basically your. Let me say this.
Your claim is pardoning of Paul Wolchak, who stole money from his employees.
You keep telling me
former members of
crack cocaine. He had hookers there.
I'm with you all.
But then why don't you claim that?
I think Joe Biden in that instant, or that Joe Biden wasn't actually actually convicted criminal in office. Trump hasn't committed crimes. Trump hangs around with criminals. He spent much of the 80s hanging around with the New York mob. He hung around with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Jeffrey Epstein lived in West Palm Beach, the area, and that's the closest golf course you can go to. He's very good at Trump in the Epstein file. As soon as Trump found out, do you think Donald Trump is in the Epstein file? No, I do not. Let me explain this. He lived in the area in Mar-a-Lago, near Mar-a-Lago, so he bought, obviously, ticket to go in there. As soon as Trump found out that Epstein had done all those bad things, immediate ban on Mar-a-Lago. Immediate ban on Mar-a-Lago. Yes, it is. That's not true. It is 100%. So some of the girls are abused from Mar-a-Lago. So listen to this. From Mar-a-Lago. That's pretty outrageous, right? Elon Musk tweeted that out in a fit of rage, okay? Do you really think it comes up when people are angry sometimes? So Cash Patel literally said that Elon Musk had no access to the Epstein files. Cash Patel said that Epstein killed himself. Do you agree with that? Whatever he says goes then. Yeah, I don't care. He knows more information than I do. A lot of MAGA people upset. He knows more information than I do. But here's the actual place. Some of you are trying to vote you out because you said you agree with Cash Patel on Epstein. He knows more information than I do.
Pause. That's time. Please return to your seat.
Surrounded is now a podcast, available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded, plug in, and stay part of the conversation. Anywhere, anytime. My next claim is that Donald Trump is defying the Constitution. Nice to meet you. Lovely to meet you. So I would say that with Trump being anti-Constitution, I don't really care, to be quite frank. Okay. Because in regards to the Constitution is a document that should seek to serve us. And when it fails to seek to serve us, that can be amended. Laws can be changed. And quite frankly, the fact is, we're defending things in this country that be defended. The First Amendment should not defend pornography and making children be victimized. Making women and children be victimized as a result of that. I think things like blasphemy shouldn't be allowed per the First Amendment. I think that, quite frankly, there are a lot of legal processes that are enabling criminals and bad people to fully enact their will in this country in the name of the Constitution or following the Constitution. So, quite frankly, if Trump is anti-Constitution, good, and I think he should go further. So, this is wonderfully revealing of the modern conservative mindset. So I appreciate you spelling it out so openly. Just checking, do you support the Second Amendment? I do. Okay, surprise, I was shocked to hear that. I'm saying that Donald Trump is defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He's thinking of defying the 12th and 22nd Amendments. You're saying you don't care about the Constitution, but actually you do because you quite like the Second Amendment. You just don't like the bits that you disagree with. Can I just be clear on that? Absolutely. Okay. I'm more than willing to amend it and whenever it's in your favor. Yeah, absolutely. Democrats do the same when they're in office. No, absolutely not. So you don't believe in democracy? No, I don't. Absolutely not. What do you believe in? Autocracy. By who? Honestly, quite frankly, anyone who is in line with Catholic teaching. Donald Trump is not Catholic. Of course he's not. So I really agree. There's no problem. You don't support Trump? No, I don't. I didn't even vote for him. I wrote in like John Borg or someone. Why did you vote if you don't believe in democracy? You want autocracy? Well, because quite frankly, I kind of voted just in case of this. I'm not interested in it. So yeah, absolutely. How do you get to an autocracy? I think quite frankly that if we are able to enact local leaders, another way. I think quite frankly these far right conservatives sitting right around me. Yeah, absolutely. So, well, actually, I have quite some of the people. I have quite the come from a local position. Actually, hold on for a moment. I do think that there are people who happen to not be white who do actually have history in this country and have roots in this country. For instance, from the Mexican-American War, we subsumed a lot of territory of people who have far stakes in this country who happen to be Hispanic or what have you. Okay. I am for defending the traditional demographics of this country, which is majority white. How does the United States? I mean, we've come so off topic, but how does the United States look like under you? Sir, what's your name? My name is, my name's Connor. It's my dream team. Took a little bit of a down, but I cause a pseudonym on fair enough. How would Connor's America look? What would it look like? Well, quite frankly, I think we would deport people who shouldn't be. I don't know what does the government look like? What's the government look like? I would say, quite frankly, it's under a sort of benevolent leader such as Franco. It could be a kind of aristocratic class, could be someone who picks the frankly, the people. I mean, we could hold a vote on it. King's isn't that a democracy? Well, sure. You can have a vote to steps afterwards.
Absolutely.
Wow. 100%. Wow. And if that autocrat kills you and your family, you're fine with that?
Well, I'm not going to be a part of the group that he kills, because that's the whole thing.
How do you know?
Carl Schmitt makes this point very well in his work. It's the friend-enemy distinction, right? You
Call Schmitt the Nazi theoretician.
Absolutely, I don't care.
You fan the Nazis?
I frankly don't care being called a Nazi.
I didn't say that. I didn't actually say that. I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that, but...
What about the persecution of the Jews?
Well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic.
I didn't think I had a problem with procrastination. Not really.
But you don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews?
I think that there was a little bit of persecution. Say,
that was easy to show, because you were a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am. Absolutely.
I'm just checking who's clapping just to get my set of where everyone is. Because you know that millions of people are going to be watching you on YouTube and checking out who the fascists and the Nazis are.
I'm not ashamed of that whatsoever. During the pre-war period prior to World War II, it was only those parties that properly enacted the people's will. That's why they won. The conservatives were bad cats.
You're in favor of killing people who are like you.
Quite frankly, I'm not.
You mentioned Franco earlier. Franco killed a lot of innocent people.
Oh, well, he killed communists. He killed people who raped nuns and killed priests.
What about children who he killed and women who he killed?
What are you talking about? He never killed any women or children. He was
He only killed combatants. Is that what you're
he only killed combatants. The white terror was only punishing those people who did acts of terrorism. And again, are you supporting like raping innocent women? Guns, dude. Killing priests? I mean, priests don't brandish guns and kill
just refused to condemn the Nazi Holocaust, my friend. I don't think you're in a position to ask anyone any questions.
I quite frankly don't care what you think about me. If I'm a Nazi, being a Nazi means upholding your dignity, because I even believe in your dignity. I don't believe in saying that I was I wouldn't want to hurt you or anything like that. But
I don't do any fascists.
Okay. So do you concede that? I mean, why
do I concede you're a fascist who won't condemn the Nazis? Yes, I concede.
Okay, great. So I mean, what are we doing here? Because I mean, you just seem offended. You just seem offended to me, quite frankly. Like,
I'm offended by people who can't condemn the Nazis. Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, I condemn the evils that they did, but I don't really care about being. Yeah, sure. I don't care about being called a Nazi. Is the whole thing. I care about
yourself a Nazi and fascist and a General Franco.
Well, yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was super cool, quite frankly. Because the whole thing.
You don't believe in democracy.
I don't believe in democracy.
You're in a televised debate. This is democracy.
Because it is the means to support an end. The reason we have free speech now is because we want to be openly talking about our opinions so we can get the state that we want. But it doesn't mean it's only free speech after we win.
You know any good thing about this fascist movement?
The whole reason
you guys are so open about it.
The whole reason I mentioned Carl Schmitt earlier, you kind of blew past him, is the friend-enemy distinction. Even liberals, when they take power, they want to enact policies and they want to enact protections for their people and their ideas, and they're willing to punish their enemy. And so I'm the same way. I'm like, hey, if you're going to punish me, I'm going to get power, and I'm going to freely punish you when you try to leverage power against me. Just that simple. It's what it is.
All right. Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seats.
Anybody got any comments on this idiot?
I thought I did, but I just the ignorance speaks for itself, and I'm gonna go back on mute.
Anybody?
Yeah, that pause that happened was Mindy just stopped talking to him. Like there was no point in going, and that's really profound in a discussion like that, where a person just, I mean, there's no debating fascism. Like the whole discussion is about, I mean, the whole topic is about Trump's circumventing the Constitution. So if you believe in autocracy, you don't believe in the Constitution. So why are you here debating? What's the point of you being on the stage and talking?
Yeah, he should have waited for another question.
There was absolutely no question he could answer. They're all based in, I mean, all the questions are based on Trump's circumvention of democracy, being pro-crime, all those things being tied to the same thing. So and just like he said during the debate, so why are you here? You don't believe in any of this. Why are you here? Why are you talking to anyone? So it's absolute lunacy. Like, if this is not performative, it's lunacy. It's even lunacy if it's performative.
Did correct me if I'm wrong, because my brain kind of paused for a bit in there, but is this a cat? Did he just say that he would vote for the dictator? What, man?
And then proceeded to say, he said, well, if you vote for the dictator, would you be okay if he killed you?
Exactly.
Well, he's not going to kill me. How the fuck do you know that?
The cognitive disconnect. What form of reality are they? I truly am at a loss for words. I'm trying to gather my thoughts.
You simply have to understand privilege, Brian. When you understand innate privilege, anything is possible. Even unrealistic things are possible. Because you don't believe that there's anything that's off limits. There are points where white supremacy, where it's debilitating for black folks because it limits our access, but for them it's debilitating because it erases their reality. They have no sense of what's real. Everything is on the table. So he actually believes in a world where he can live amongst a dictatorship that defends him, like that actually benefits.
It hurts everyone else but him. Yeah, until that cannon comes around, or that lens, I should say, comes back around to him. The notion, or the white supremacist feeling and belief, and I'll just do a level set to make sure we're not talking about, when I say white supremacists or white supremacy, that doesn't necessarily mean that the KKK hat wearing, but it's the mindset. Because I understand that people come in and out of the space who may not, we may say stuff that they may not get, and forgive me if I'm being too simple in that, but the mentality that you're superior, the feeling that you're the entitlement, the feeling that like the previous dude who thought he was a Native American, that mentality that if others who do not look like you gain equality with you, then you're losing.
It's the same delusion. It just manifests itself differently. If you're talking about people from we can add people in there from the KKK because they're
absolutely
poor people. They're poor whites. They have no access at all other than just being white. And yet they still feel superior to those who are in the same financial situation as them. And so it's absolutely applicable.
What is this, only like the third one?
No, it's like the fourth one, but it's fourth. Trust me, it gets worse than him.
While we was now got my ebonics going. While we were listening to this, I went and found the YouTube. So I'm gonna try to watch Community Brother. An hour and 40 minutes is one thing listening, but I do believe that when there's video available for some of these things, it is beneficial to watch, even though I will center it, even though I may believe and know from facts and observation that some of these cats can't be saved. But to watch, like you said, they are among us. I'll pause, but one of the things that got me, a reminder to me after the 2020 election, I'm going to go back to that, just looking at the numbers of that, because those are numbers that I still recall off the top of my head.
President Biden won by it was 77 million, and the orange one lost, but he still had, I think, 72 or 73 million. And that's a total 150, 160. That was basically almost half the country that voted. So there's still a whole other portion out there that may have that same thought process, mentality, perspective that didn't vote. And like you said, they're amongst us. We work. They're at the freaking pharmacy. They're at the repair shop when you go to get your car fixed. So how do we? And maybe this is just a thing that I think on. I don't know if there's an answer how to navigate that space. There are some people who are Republican who are saying and believe in the Constitution, and then you have extremists, MAGAs, whatever, that want to, like these cats so far, want to see the shit burn, period, except for white people. And I don't know how I can't have a conversation like Mehdi just stopped. Dude, I cannot have a conversation with someone who's opposed to me when their opposition of me is rooted in my, death and murder and ultimate annihilation. I mean, how do you have a conversation like that? You don't. Yeah.
That's exactly why he should stop. When you watch the video, you'll see that during this conversation, after he's established that he is a fascist, by his own admission, by the way, the conversation led him to that point. And he said, well, what can I say? He said, well, you can say that you're a fascist. He says, I am. That's what I am. So by his own admission, he is at that point, Mehdi just stops talking. There's nothing else to say. What can you possibly say? But what you'll notice, I don't want to give away, but I can say at least this much. There will be people during the course of this conversation who think that Mendy was wrong for not continuing a conversation with with a self-identified fascist. They think that there's actually some conversation there. They think that, but this is based on what? This is based on their belief that in free speech, which is a part of the Constitution, which is a part of what he doesn't believe.
Man.
How do you have this conversation with people?
But he told us, he said he wants to keep the parts he likes. That's what they feel like. They want to pick.
I think your phone.
Yeah, Brian, your phone's going out.
When the guy said that he was a self-proclaimed fascist, did the rest of them start clapping?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, that was the chilling part.
At which point, Mindy looked around like, listen, I'm looking around because I want to see who these people are, because you're going to be the people that get attacked by these millions of people that identify you as fascist when they watch this. And he's exactly right.
Yeah, that was some good shit.
Man, even talk to him. I'm dead serious. You only see caricatures. You see pictures of whatever they want to present to you. But if you could actually see them in real life, you probably wouldn't even enter in a discussion with them. I know I wouldn't.
Yeah. People don't realize that a lot of these people on here I wouldn't even freaking give a conversation to. Yeah, this is a mess.
Well, to that point, I mean, that's why when you guys when Lisa says that I'm trying to be lighthearted, but when she says ping in your MAGA friends, and I comment look, to me that's an oxymoron, because I don't have the bandwidth or the energy to engage with someone who has I can engage with people who have respectful disagreements with me, because I don't know everything, and I am trying to learn throughout this rest of my life. But when some of these cats, like this dude, on a fundamental level, no,
It is not worth my energy. It is not worth my currency of time to engage and to be connected with people like that. And another thing, this reminds me, another thing, like, I think, if not with all the cats Medi has engaged in so far, and this is a minor point, I guess, but the fact that I see it here on the app, or see it, I hear it, like, when he actually agrees with them on something, they keep arguing. I'm like, no, he agrees with you. He agrees with you. It's like it's short circuit. It's like a syntax error. Like, oh, wait, he actually agreed. Well, I'm going to keep arguing because, oh, shit, that's what I've been programmed to do. But he agreed. Like, bruh, or sis, or whoever did. Like, man,
you know what that's about, though. That is about, because that, obviously it's about many things, but most of all, it's built into their identity. They have attached themselves to this identity, and it just says no matter, and it simply says, I don't agree with you. Even when you agree with me, I don't agree with you. I just don't agree with you, no matter what you say. Even if we can find a place where we agree on certain things, but they all because they perceive that as the same device that they use it for. They use it, they think that you're trying to build a bridge with them to find commonality, and they don't want to find any place, they don't even want to find any commonality with you. They think that you're using it for that reason.
And then they'd have to acknowledge that you're human.
That's exactly it.
My bad, Patty. Go right ahead. I got a half day today, so I'm sitting here like, all right, this is going to be my entertainment.
Oh, shit. Hold on a bit. I hope it didn't start over.
Every detail matters. You're the one. Say the same. Thank you. Nice to meet you, sir. All right, so I kind of want to start at the basics or the foundation. I want to see. Can I just check? Yes. So you a fascist? No. Okay. I describe myself as, I think, just a Christian. I'm a devout Christian. So I want to start, like, what is your connection to the Constitution, and why do you love it so much? Like, what makes it so important that Trump would defy something like the Constitution? Great questions. My first connection is I'm an American citizen. I naturalized American citizen, took a pledge to this country, to the Constitution. As a previous speaker said, the Constitution is not perfect. A lot of things I don't like about it. I don't like the Second Amendment. There's various amendments. I don't like the way the Senate is set up. I'm sure there's things you don't like about the Constitution. The difference is, I don't think you can just illegally define the Constitution. I think each and every one is going to make up whatever we want. Certainly presidents who are elected with an oath, right? Donald Trump took an oath to preserve, protect, defend the Constitution. And now when he's asked on television, isn't it your job to uphold the Constitution? He said on NBC, I don't know, which goes against his oath. And I'm identifying specific amendments where he's violated. He's only 6 months into his presidency, defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He wants to defy the 22nd Amendment, be president for a third term. This is the problem we have right now. Free speech is under assault. The free press is under assault. Due process is under assault. The right to be in your home and not be invaded by federal agents, the Fourth Amendment, is under assault. So that, for me, is a problem. Okay. But I'd like to start to say I really don't find the Constitution that important. I find it to be like a 300-year-old document. And it was created to defy the country that subjugated your ancestors in India. And then your parents might move from India to Britain. And then you move here to tell us that we should listen to a piece of paper that you were never even connected to begin with. So I want to say, like, if I don't care about it, why do you care about it so much? How do you run a country without any kind of laws or due process? How about you do care about it? Because without the First Amendment, you wouldn't be sitting here. Well, I agree with the First Amendment. I said you agree with Donald Trump's crackdown on the First Amendment. He's imprisoning people for their speech. He's threatening free speech media organizations. He's threatening peaceable assembly. These are all rights under the First Amendment. Why are you bothered by that as a conservative who claims to love the First Amendment? So I don't like the First Amendment. I like free speech. Okay, so the First Amendment is what guarantees free speech. I'm from the UK, and you guys don't have democracy. We don't have the First Amendment. So that's one of the things I do like about the Constitution. Khalil, who's just released from prison by judge saying his First Amendment right now. And I agree with the judge, and I disagree with Trump deporting them, but I think that's more a matter of free speech and not the Constitution. I think that's better to drink this vote. I think you've conceded that he's cracking down on free speech, which is the First Amendment. So he has defined the Constitution, so it's a pleasure to be with you, sir.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Great to meet you. My name is Kai. Do you, Mehdi, believe that the Constitution is important and good? Overall, yes. Do you believe that the Constitution can be eroded through democratic processes? What do you mean by eroded? Is the original intention of the Constitution being destroyed through a purely, democratic or legal process? I'm not sure I agree with that. Okay. I think if you're democratically amending the Constitution by the rules of the Constitution, that's fine. If you could find a constitutional way to get rid of the Second Amendment, I'd be pro that. So let's pose a hypothetical where the entire population of the United States has drastically changed, and the population now has completely different intentions about what to do with the country. Let's say it wants to give it all back to Mexico, dismantling the United States of America. If that's the case, then what's the use of the Constitution? It hasn't defended the country. In fact, it's allowed for its destruction. I don't understand the premise. How does the whole country change? Demographic replacement, mass migration. I mean, we're seeing completely different aspects. I do want to talk about immigration today. I want to talk about it. Everyone's itching in this mood to get to immigration. I've saved it for you all. But given we're on the sense of the Constitution, you asked the question, what is the proportion of immigrants in this country? What proportion of the population is foreign born? It's very difficult to measure because the actual projections of the number have been changing more rapidly currently. The foreign version, I think, was about 15%. Yes, yeah, just under 15%. Which is more actually than the original estimate was. So we have 15% of the people are going to change the country, change the Constitution. How's that going? It's actually as someone who wants to amend the Constitution, get rid of things like the ridiculous way the Senate is set up, the Second Amendment on gun structure, various other things. It's really hard to change the Constitution. They made it almost impossible. The last time we had a Constitution amendment, 20, 30 years, I understand, which is why I think members of Congress pay. Which is why, no, I get it. Where are you getting this scenario where 350 million people all become foreign-born migrants, or the children of migrants, the immediate migrants, even though America is a nation of migrants, and then abandons the Constitution and gives the country back to Mexico? Outside of your imagination, where is that happening? Let's bring it back to the actual discussion. What you did, please, you entertained my hypothetical, but then instead of sticking to the point of the Constitution, you said, well, how would you bring about your hypothetical? And then when I gave you this down, I thought, well, the Constitution's quite hard to change. Hold on. I understand that. I also wanted to get a sense of where you are, and you're a great replacement guy. So, okay. Yeah, you're a real good journalist because you don't talk to people who identify as like a political ideology. I mean, that's a very little. I don't debate fascists. I'll talk to them. Frankly, that's upsetting. I think there's a big problem when we value freedom of speech so much, but any real journalist is not going to talk to somebody because they identify with a politically incorrect ideology. Just talk to the guy in front of you. What are you talking about? You literally stop talking to him, and then everybody getting the debating the best is talking very different. It's pointless. Okay, he doesn't believe in free speech. Okay, he doesn't believe in what's freely speaking with you. You're the one who shut up. No, he said very clearly. Okay, so it's more free speech. So tonight we get one election. After one election, my guy comes in, and after my guy comes in, nobody gets to speak or vote again. We all listen to your conversation. Listen to your conversation. Let's bring it back to the Constitution. Please do. First, Fourth, Fifth, 14th Amendments. That's what I'm saying. Trump is divine. Do you support that, or do you deny them? I believe that the Constitution is valuable because it represents particular interests of the founding stock of Americans who made this country great. Do you think due process is important? Some would say that's at the very core of American Constitution. And what I think makes the Constitution function, what allows it to save this country and to actually make it work, are the people who are. I'm not sure where you're going with this. Hold on. I'll show you trouble. Okay, fine. The Constitution. Hold on. That's not a claim. You can have these weird hypotheticals. We're taking it into a different manner, which is what's the function of the Constitution? I'd rather not have your. You already did. Yeah, look, now just 5 minutes ago when you took it to immigration. Okay. Let's bring it back. I want to bring it back to the First, the Fourth, Fifth, and the 14th Amendments and the 22nd Amendments. Look, you say you've got two very good positions. One is to say I don't think he's defined them, and I'll say why you're wrong. Or you say I don't care that he's defined them, as one of your colleagues said, in which case I don't know where this conversation goes because you don't believe in democracy. That's fair. So do you think it's wrong to dismantle the Constitution? So there's two options ahead of you. Do you agree? This is important. Do you agree? Let me ask a question. You're not answering the basic point. Well, do you think Donald Trump is dismantling the Constitution? I want to agree that Donald Trump is disbanded, because I'll agree with you on that. I think he is disbanded. I think he's legally unconstitutional. I think he's interpreting it in ways that are more. Judges do not agree with him on. Okay, hold on. Supreme Court has not agreed with him. And the judges don't agree with the people who wrote the Constitution. How do you know that? Okay. Let's take your example of the Second Amendment. Let's say that a bunch of judges, the Second Amendment. No, I said first, fourth. You don't want to talk about it. You're attacking me. You're ignoring me. First, fourth, fifth, 14th, 22nd Amendments. Those are my amendments that I came with. If you don't want to debate them, just say so. I'm trying to understand your say so. You believe that dismantling the Constitution is okay when it's about parts of the Constitution that you disagree with. You would be fine getting rid of the Second Amendment, even though that would be a dismantling of the Constitution. What you don't have a Constitution means I'm not the one sitting here. Like your pal, you say you have agreed with the Constitution. Say you just get rid of it. Wrapping up. I don't agree that Joe Biden should come in and say by executive order. If Joe Biden put out executive order saying Second Amendment no longer applies, I can round up everyone's guns. I don't agree with that. Your result is exactly the same. No, but I don't agree with the method of doing it. Yes, constitutional. It's fine with being defined as Constitution. And I would have said so, but you can't bring yourself to say so. You've been sitting for several minutes. All your friends have seen me ask you several times. Do you agree that Donald Trump is defined the first, fourth, fifth, 14th, and possibly 22nd amendments? I understand he's defined the first. I understand why you came in here. What you are attempting to do is simply frame this conversation like you did with the first claim about Donald Trump. But then when anybody asks you any kind of question that presses you to the least degree, I said I would dismantle the Constitution. I'm doing it constitutionally. Okay. What I'm trying to get to is to prove to everybody who's watching that what you care about is not the Constitution and what it represents or creates. You care about the Constitution only insofar as it allows you to achieve your political worldview. We agree on that. I care about the Constitution. I agree with the Constitution. Presidents should be fascist dictators and violate the Constitution. That's what I'm saying. I don't think the president should have the power to lock you and me up if we write an op-ed that he doesn't like. So I think the president should be able to crack down on us if you and I decide to go protest outside his parade. I don't think the president should be able to deprive you and I of due process. He'll come into our homes without a warrant. Well, let's not agreement there.
All right, pause. You've been voted out.
It's good to meet you. It's good to meet you guys.
Hi, I'm Jessica.
Nice to meet you.
How are you? So Trump is defined the first, fourth,
fifth, 14th, and maybe the 22nd soon.
Okay. So I want to focus on the first and the fifth.
Okay.
So you say that Trump is defying the First Amendment. Can you give me an example?
For example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events. A Trump-appointed judge said that was against the First Amendment. He's been cracking down on media organizations he doesn't like over their speech. If they say stuff he doesn't like, for example...
Cracking down how?
So, for example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events because they said...
the White House
that's not how it works. They were already at the White House. He deprived them of access, so he punished them for their speech.
But how are they allowed to go to the press?
Which is why a judge he appointed, Trevor McFadden, said this was contrary to the First Amendment. A Trump-appointed judge. He's called MSNBC and CNN illegal. Media organizations are not ipso facto
But that's free speech.
illegal.
He can call them whatever he wants.
Attacking the media.
Yeah, he can attack.
President as the executive.
Yeah, he can say whatever he wants. That's literally the First Amendment.
He can say whatever he wants.
Absolutely.
But the media can't say what they want.
They do.
But he's going after. He's suing them. He's using lawsuits to crack down on the press.
They used lawsuits to give him 34 felonies that Hillary Clinton did.
No media gave him a lawsuit.
No, but people on the Democratic side.
We're not talking about the Democrats.
Okay. So he can call them whatever he wants because that's a freedom of speech. He can even
threatened to prison for reporters.
He absolutely.
He wants to said reporters should go to prison for reporting. He threatened some of them with prison rape. Right? That is against the First Amendment.
Okay. How is that against the First Amendment?
You don't think sending reporters to prison for reporting?
Did he do that?
He wanted to. He said something like that.
I would really like to.
So people stopped him doesn't mean he's not defending the Constitution.
So he can want.
If you turn up,
excuse me. He can want to do something.
Yes.
That doesn't mean he will or can.
Okay.
And I think he's very.
I'll give you an example of something he did do to the Associated Press. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the Associated Press isn't allowed in the Oval Office, which is his office. That's his executive space. And they are allowed in the press room, just like CNN, just like The Guardian.
Which he thinks are illegal media organizations.
He calls
the media the enemies of the people.
You called him a fascist.
Yeah.
You can say whatever you want.
Yes. But the president is, I'm not the president of the United States with the executive power to crack down on media.
It only applies to the citizens, but not to president.
Donald Trump runs his mouth more than anyone.
Yeah, absolutely he does.
And he doesn't just say stuff. As I say, he does stuff. He does crack down. For example, Fifth Amendment.
Yes.
Due process. Yes. Judges actually said you have violated due process.
Yes, except for people kind of forget that Clinton, the 1999
to expel or deport an American citizen without meaningful process. He said that in April. So that was an act of sovereignty. It wasn't he got rid of an American citizen in the country without process. That's a Fifth Amendment violation.
Since I'm not up to date on that specific case, I'm sure you can. So.
Well, you weren't aware that American citizens being deported is a pretty big story.
Yeah,
Maybe if you read the fake news, you might know.
What?
If you read the fake news, you might know what's going on.
Well, how would I know what's going on if I read fake news? I don't watch CNN or Rachel Maddow. Sorry.
That's why you don't know that your fellow citizens are being deported this year.
My fellow citizens.
No, these American citizens are being deported.
Okay. When a child goes with their. All right, guys, that's time. Please return. Any comments?
They're all fucking stupid. And there's nothing else to say. They're just all get dumber as the show goes on.
They're racist.
Well, then that makes
no
them
rational response. Yeah, there's no rational response. It's like it's like you're talking to somebody. They can't even. It would be a difference if their argument had some basis in rationality or made sense. You can't even say that. It's like it's almost futile to even like debate them.
Yeah, they have a problem answering questions. They can't ever stick to the topic. It's always a what about it? It's always jumping to like they can never address the issues that they're and
because they don't understand.
You know what's crazy? They actually agree with him. It's just it doesn't jive with what they're supporting, right?
Yeah, because they can never admit. Go ahead.
Because like if you listen to them speak, right? Like when she said she doesn't support them deporting U.S. citizens. Well, I didn't see that on TV. Like it's happened. So you actually agree the citizen deported. You do believe in due process, but you're not. I don't know. It's just me.
They believe it's selective. They believe in due process as long as it doesn't hurt them, or as long as it only selectively benefits them. They honestly believe this. Like for us, we look at this and we say, listen, this should be applicable to all. When you are innately privileged, and I mean it to the extent that it makes you like these people, it deludes your thinking into believing that literally this should work disproportionately to benefit you and no one else. For us, that is complete lunacy to listen to that. But for them, it makes all the sense in the world because that is a reality that they believe that they have lived with, and also that they believe that they are losing. They believe that in some way they are losing their elevated privilege in this country. You heard one of the guys say, that something he alluded to the fact that it should deport all the people who don't belong here. They can't ever identify who that is because that will erase the good-bad binary, the one that their view of themselves as good people. They actually don't think they're wrong about this. It is absolute mental illness that they have lived with.
Yeah, it's also because they get their news from one source. I do believe that if they would widen their purview and get an assortment of news sources, that not many, but some of them will not have these views that they have. But if that a steady stream of propaganda, one worldview from Fox News, and at the exclusion of everything else that's real, so that's their reality. In addition to that, if you notice, Maddie can, I'm not sure if I heard somebody say this earlier, Maddie can cut to when the Democrats do something wrong and be able to state that, but they never go get secure. They never can say Trump is wrong.
Right, because it's a part of they can't say that because it's a part of their identity. And that part of that identity suggests that you, liberals, leftists, whomever you may identify these people to be, are my enemy. You are my sworn enemy. So, in whatever capacity that exists. So whatever you say, I'm going to disagree with. It doesn't matter if it falls along the lines of logic. It doesn't matter if we find some commonality, some agreement. I'm not going to agree with you because you are my enemy. That is the extent. They don't have critical thinking skill. That has been eroded. It's been diluted by what they believe. That is almost a textbook definition of a cultist. That is what they believe. That is what they've attached their identity to. And because they do, you hear these conversations where they jump all over the place, trying to make it appear rational. But it's not, because they don't actually understand what they're talking about. They don't know the Constitution. And furthermore, they don't care about it, because it's all about what disproportionately benefits me and works for me. They have this really crazy really crazy belief that somehow the country has disproportionately benefited other people, immigrants, minorities, and it somehow excluded them from the process. This is what they believe. They live in I say this consistently. We live in two different Americas. We live in two different realities. That's why we look from across like these people are absolutely nuts. Because we live in two different realities. And one has been forged for these people to believe that they should live in an existence by themselves that disproportionately benefits them.
To your point, I said it at the previous break, but again, my opinion, but the notion that others, quote unquote, that are not white, who are making progress is somehow a threat to their position. Like, how do you ration? Maybe it's a rhetorical question, but in my mind, I cannot have a good faith dialogue with an individual like that. I mean, like, there's a whole, if Connor or whoever, Jane Doe over here believes that, their position of whiteness, or their standing in the country of America is threatened by, say, one of my sons who goes throughout this life, gets a degree, or whatever, whether it's a degree or not, but, lives an honest living, that somehow that is a threat to them personally. That it makes me short circuit, and that's where, to extend about what you're saying, like, that's what gets me. Is that, dude? So you feel that all, quote unquote, all these people need to be sent back to their countries. Not to mention that this ain't the only group of people that this country belongs to are the Native Americans. And the white folks who, like, again, the dude there was like, well, I'm a Native American, my people came, bruh, no. So the fact that these cats see, quote unquote, others as a threat to their standing, I don't know where you can have a conversation with that. I'll mute. I feel like I'm talking in circles and feeling deja vu from a previous stuff. Thank you, Daddy, because this is listening to these cats it's a reminder for me.
Y'all see these kids' faces too. These don't look like how we'll talk about the Republican Party, what it looks like, rural America, they're voting for their own. These kids look like kids these kids are like the kids that's wearing the hat to the back. The little preppy outfit, like the jeans and the button-up shirt. They don't look like their parents are super rich, but they look like just suburbanites.
I mean, many of them are. They're just middle-class Americans who, but they live in. Let's be clear. Some of them aren't even that. I mean, if you're just talking about general income, but I mean, obviously we can't speculate. We don't know that. But I mean, to Patty's point, they look like normal, regular Americans, like normal, regular people.
They look like my daughter's friends.
Right.
I mean, my daughter would hang out with. Whew. One of them looked like a little Abercrombie and Fitch kid. One of them looks like she might be really liberal with her colorful hair. Like, this is like weird.
listen to the same music, probably listen to hip hop, R&B, and want to get those people out of the country.
Well, and Brian, it's funny you say that because he gets into that later in the discussion.
Did you see that little 9-year-old rapping?
They love him some TV. They love him some King Von. They love some rap.
Hey, Patty, side note, did you guys see that little 9-year-old in Memphis rapping to Project Pat Chicken? That went viral. Did you guys see that little white little girl? They started off young. To your point, they probably do listen to that.
Listen, there's no probably about it. They have listened. We used to perform in, this is used as an example. We used to perform in places in some small areas, and most of the people that would come would be white. And they know all the lyrics to the songs. Don't believe, listen, this is not a new condition. That is how they divorce the reality. I mean, this is how they divorce their perception from the reality. They live in different realities themselves. And it's obviously, it doesn't make any sense because all the stuff that they do contradicts the things that, and you'll see it in this discussion. Mehdi gets into it in this discussion.
I saw a white doctor rapping to King Von. What's that song called about Take It to the O? Can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, this is not new. They've been listening to our music. They've been ingrained in our music, in our culture. That's not new. They can just divorce that from what they believe socially. Or at least they try. It doesn't make any sense, but they try.
Can I just jump in for a minute? I don't have much time. I'm going to have to leave soon. But thank you, Patty, for bringing me up. I have a very basic idea. When I boil it all down, what's going on? Black plus black equals black. Black plus white equals black. White plus white equals white. So 2 out of 3 you lose. Which means, genetically speaking, over time you will be removed. You won't be. So the preservation of the white gene was imperative, and this is why there's a problem with abortion. Because if you want to keep it real, just say you cannot abort white babies. You might be in a better position, but you just want to stop abortion to prevent white children from being aborted. You don't really care about all these other children who, generally speaking, create more children. It's like birds. Robin only creates 4, but maybe a pigeon creates 8. I don't know. But I'm just saying, this is all about preserving a white gene. And I don't care if you put it in a political form, or social form, or biological form. That's all what it boils down to. And you do it with violence. You save it with violence. You save it with war. You save it with power, dominating, creating an ideal that gene that is getting exterminated, the dominant is the superior gene. But it really isn't. It's a recessive gene. And so that's that's why we are and where we are with Trump fighting and white people fighting for power, and you can't really expose yourself, be that transparent, so you gotta put it under a hood. It's just, that's my idea. I don't know how anyone line.
It's the preservation of whiteness. Exactly.
That's the bottom line.
I'm curious why you think this.
I just said, naturally speaking, if people just got together, had children, procreated normally, there was no problem, there would eventually be a combination of the humanoid, the
I mean, so there won't be any black, white, yellow, red. It will just be this combination of all people, this oneness, the singularity, whatever you want to call it. So you want to keep your superiority or your separate.
Who said that people do that?
No, I'm not saying anyone in particular. I'm saying, naturally speaking, if all the races were to combine, there would be no white race, there would be no black race, there would only be one race.
I think there isn't any race right now.
I don't know what you're talking about, yo.
I'm talking about race. It's an unscientific concept. Genetically, scientifically, biologically, medically, it is a false concept. It doesn't really exist. As many people will tell you, it is merely a social concept.
Maybe you want to call it, give it another name. It's not race, it's something else. But do you not understand the concept I just tried to explain?
I completely disagree. I don't see any evidence for it.
You don't see the evidence that black people plus black people equal black people plus white people equals something else?
Simplistic equations, like saying 1 + 1 = 2. What's the big deal about it?
I don't know what the big deal is.
So what the big deal about it is whether you identify, I agree with you, race is a construct, it's a social construct, but it is one that is used in this country to identify people, and it is used to build hierarchies in this country. So, I mean, it's not, so while you may be right about that, there's nothing profound about identifying race as a social construct when it's being used. It's being used.
Breakable. So what if I reject it?
Well, but at this time it has some real life realities for people. So, in the way that it's being used has been interwoven into the fabric of this nation, and it's been, for all intent and purposes, it has made it so that one group of people gets disproportionate access and resource, and others do not. So you can identify as just that and say we can just. I don't know if you're just attempting to say we can just choose not to acknowledge it. Well, it's still woven into the fabric of our.
I think this country.
I don't understand what you mean by saying that.
Unlike any country in the history of humanity, I think this country has bent itself into a pretzel to overcome the injustices of the past around the subject of around the false concept of race. I think it's kind of remarkable. I think the rest of the world has followed our example, frankly. And I think there's more work that needs to be done.
Has it actually overcome?
I say that I think more work needs to be done, but it has been done to a remarkable extent, unprecedented in human history. And I believe, by the way, that the hierarchies are around values, achievement, class, and economics, more than they are about race. A funny example of that. Hang on. A funny example of that is Indian folks, or Nigerian folks, or Asian folks who seem to be able to come here, embrace these American values and embrace the American system, and emerge on top, even on top of so-called white folks.
Well, there's a reason.
They still face racism. You don't understand that.
Say that again.
They face extreme racism as well.
I don't say that they don't, but it doesn't seem to hold them back.
That's also a racist argument, because you have to consider who's coming from these places. They're also coming from places where they are of the affluent of the people of their nations.
Not the Asians.
Yes, they are.
They come with something in their pocket.
That's not true. That's a false. That's a false
I know them.
Either you're just lying, but that's anecdotal, Norm.
No, it's not.
But the reality is, if we look at numbers, it's not journalistic. It's not journalistic. It's not journalistic at all.
Journalism is my profession.
Well, I wouldn't care what your profession is.
Actually, the poorest people in New York are Asians. They're not anybody else. That's a
but Asians runs the gamut, though. It's that Asians encompass more than just Asians encompass a large ethnic group.
But that doesn't refute my claim.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It does, because those people are coming from places where they are not. They are coming from places where they don't have the same circumstances. Not only that, but they have not been. They have not been subject to the same things that the indigenous. Indigenous.
Sometimes it's been worse. We had photos of it. Yeah,
it's not. And the notion that you're just willing to die on that hill to make this up is the reason why we don't make progress on this front. Is because people like yourself aren't willing to be honest about what actually is. Though you claim that you are, but it's actually in bad faith.
I think you're being dishonest.
I'm not being dishonest at all. I have no reason to do that. No reason. There would be no incentive for me to be different. Sure, it's
making it self-serving.
No, it's not. Mine can be. I can actually provide empirical evidence. You can't.
Of course I can. That's my.
No, you can't. Then do it. Do it, because that's a big tenet with you. You say a lot of things, but you don't provide a lot of proof. So prove to me. So let's do this. Let's prove that the disproportionate amount, and just this, Norm, not all of the peripheral bullshit. I'm saying prove to me that the people that come disproportionately, specifically from Asia, aren't the best of people from Asia, aren't the affluent people from Asia that come with good schooling, and come from good backgrounds to come here to work.
I'm saying no schooling and no English. And the Chinatown.
It's not schooling. Of course, they don't speak, and many of them do speak English.
No English. And the Chinatowns of New York are the great.
I'm not talking about New York, Norm. I'm talking about Asia's the country over.
We need a laboratory. So let's look at
where the country is the laboratory, Norm. The country is a laboratory. So prove to us that Asians in general, not just those that choose to go to New York, Norm. I'm talking about Asians in general, because we're not just talking about black people in Georgia either. All right. This is the problem with arguments with you. Is that it's not even fake. You're just trying to get an asshole. That's what you're really trying to do.
We're going to have a discussion. Hold on. We're going to have a back and wait. 1 second. If Quinn, you're going to go back and forth with Norm, you're going to speak. You're going to be allowed to speak without interruptions. And then Norm is going to be allowed to speak. And I see you. They're going to have a back and forth. And then people are going to be able to, other people are going to chime in. Maybe put like a hand emoji or something. But go ahead, Quinn. Go. And then Norm, if I see you get off your mic, you're going to the go. All right, I have a meeting in 2 minutes, so please just stop acting a fool. All right, go.
Norm thinks because his demeanor is not elevated that he's not saying foolish things, but he does. So so this is what I'd like you to do. Very simple. Prove to us that the people that you're talking about from Asia, I'm being very specific, Norm, the people that come from Asia that migrate here are not among the best people that are not among the best, most affluent people that come. I'm not talking about the language that they speak, because some of them do speak English because they learned it in their country. So I don't care about that. And it's not relevant to this conversation. I'm saying that the people that come here are not of the affluent people that come from Asia. They're not their most educated. They're not their most affluent. Go.
So you made a personal attack.
I did not personally attack you.
Wait a second, my turn. Mute up. You made a personal attack. Norm thinks. You don't know what I think unless I tell you what I think. Point A. Point B. Let's take a population and look into their demographics. So I made a statement based on my vast journalistic professional experience. And now we can look at the data. So, blah, 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 blah. I asked AI to get a quick answer for the demographics of the Asian immigration to this country over the past 30 years. What's their profile? I haven't got the answer yet. Looking for it now because it seems as though you want statistical data, but it's coming up. And If you like, we can agree on the question.
Sir, I would really just like you to answer all the
Why are you
bullshit
interrupting?
around it. Why are you pontificating on?
No, that's a personal attack.
It's not a personal attack. I'm asking you to get to the point.
You're interrupting with a personal attack. That's a double loss for you. So let's try to get you to the winning column by agreeing on the question, as I was just
I'm not going to agree on the question. I ask you a question.
Okay.
I'm asking you to answer it. It's pretty rudimentary.
You're still interrupting, which I guess you're just conceding. I will take your concession. I'll take the W, and let's move on. Obviously, you don't want me to talk after I was quiet during yours, so you don't also.
We haven't given us the AI answer, which should have been done by now. Fucking shit. It doesn't take this long for AI to come up with statistics.
Please tell me.
AI should have the answer.
So since it's over and we're not letting Norm talk, I'll give you the answer. So the answer is, and I'll tell. So I looked in Google Scholar, which is faster. I don't know why people use that other bullshit, but the Google Scholar says that many Asians who migrate to the United States or Western countries do tend to come from more educated and relatively affluent segments of their home countries.
He's right. I just looked it up.
Here's a breakdown of why that
So
perception
you said you didn't say all.
Immigration policy favors skilled migrants.
Norm, it says the majority. It says the majority of
Put the link in the chat. Put the link in the chat.
It says the majority of the United States arrive with more education and money.
Where do they come from?
Okay.
Oh, I have that answer. If you stop talking, I'll tell you. So the countries.
We're both on.
So, okay, that's fine.
I'm referring to the Chinese population of New York City because I have a lot of persons.
Right, because that suits your narrative. So that's not
because that's the people. Because those are the main.
You said data. You said let's go with data, and that's why you went to.
Hang on. Those are the main component demographically of the greatest wave of migration in human history, which happened in the 80s. The migration of Asian immigrants to the New York area. That's why I think they're representative of this conversation. And based on information and belief, they were poor, uneducated, didn't speak English, and they got their hands on the American dream and rose up as a result of that. That's my position.
Your position doesn't align with reality, and it doesn't align with the apparent.
I disagree with you.
You can disagree. It doesn't matter. The truth doesn't need either one of these. I'm supposed to get right.
He's walking on canals. I have evidence, actually. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, AAPI immigrants who have arrived in the United States less than 5 years ago, so this is all quite recent, have even higher rates of educational achievement, 66.1% hold a college degree. More than half of immigrants from South and East Asian countries, 52.1%, had a bachelor's degree or more in 2016. So this goes back quite a ways here. Recent immigrants to the United States were more likely to, and I can provide links for all of these things. That last one was from Pew Research. It's from Pew Research. Recent immigrants to the United States were more likely to have a college education than earlier immigrants or U.S. natives. In 2022, among immigrants who arrived since 2010, 45.2% had a bachelor's degree or higher, compared with 38% of U.S. natives.
You went wrong in just saying the last 5 years. That's where you went.
I think the last 20 years. I think the last 30.
Hold on, no. The second point I had was from 2016. The second point, no, hold on. The second thing from Pew Research I said was from 2016, which is more than 5 years ago for us to do math. Further, the third point that I said, immigrants who have arrived since 2010, which is over 20 years ago, for those that can do math. Okay, this is not 5 years ago. You were a senile old man. But quit. At the end of the day,
listen, you are a retarded
racism is over.
you guys want to be Jew, but that's another thing.
I am actually a Jew. You are white.
Basically, you've avoided my contention, which I don't blame you for because you're unable to meet it, by looking at the past 5 years after I explicitly said the last 30. So let's look at the demographic, education, and let's look at the demographic You have fucking man who can't do anything with his life. Therefore, he goes up just like an
I will say it again. Let's look together at the economic and education of the greatest wave of migration.
We can actually get back to the
history, which is from Asia in the last 30 years. Let's look at it together.
It's on interest rates, but we can go back to the video.
Hey, if you want to concede, I'll take the W.
Well, that's fine. You won. You got it.
Thank you. So let's play it.
Hold on. I'm gonna.
Before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Straight Arrow News helps you quickly find the trusted information you need to understand the news, allowing you to dive deep into the topics that matter to you and the world around you. Their work is trying to break the bias bubble, helping you understand how every side of the political spectrum is reporting on a story so you get a full picture of the news. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. They deliver the facts, unbiased, balanced, and designed to make sense of a complex world, giving you the clarity you deserve and news you can trust. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel, you also take advantage of a better way to get the news. Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next claim is that immigrants overall are good for America. Hi, how are you?
Oh, nice to meet you.
Oh, Lord. One second.
Is this Norm in this next segment?
It's what?
So in regards to
Norm in this next segment?
more about helping Americans
It's a
or
white
immigrants
visa.
in this claim.
Immigrants are Americans. I'm an immigrant. I'm American.
Well, immigrants are not Americans. Americans are the people that were born here.
That's not true. What's the basis of your claim?
Are you talking about people that get naturalized in the process of becoming American?
14th Amendment. Have you read it?
Okay, yes, I have.
Citizenship clause. It says any persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States.
I'm aware of that.
There's about 40 to 50 million naturalized
I'm
Americans
aware
in
of
this
that.
country.
Yes, but
You didn't seem aware of it because you said Americans versus immigrants.
but are you understanding that the process of getting all these immigrants that come in here we've been also the millions of immigrants, it's up to the millions, and it's the last 20 years now, and it has dramatically affected Americans here in the country, which
Positively, I would argue.
people like me and everyone around here, we cannot find homes or even get jobs within our own fields that we go to college for, that we get into debt for. And because more blue-collar work, especially in construction, agriculture, and so forth, and the hospitality industry, we cannot get jobs in those fields, so it
Are you
requires
looking for a
us.
job in
I
construction?
am not, no. I went to college. Many people here are in college or went to college, but we can't even find jobs in our fields, also because of the H-1B visa program as well. But in regards to just your claim about immigrants specifically, we can't even get jobs to pay for housing.
Unemployment is at a record low right now, even under Donald Trump. And I'm not a Donald Trump fan, but I would say unemployment under both Biden and Trump has been at record low levels.
Okay, is this in regards for American citizens?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm unaware of that statistic, but from what I see, from what I
I'm an immigrant and an American, and I employ many American citizens, both naturalized and the ones born here. I employ
my parents came
Americans as defined by you.
my parents came as immigrants to become naturalized, so I'm not necessarily opposed to immigrants.
So you're the child of immigrants.
Correct. I'm a child of immigrants. I was
But you don't accept that immigrants are Americans.
not at this moment.
So your parents are not American.
Not at this moment.
Hold
No,
on, your parents
they're
are American.
citizens. They became naturalized.
You just said you can't be citizens by being naturalized.
No, I was born here, and I'm not
You're
opposed to
born here, right?
naturalization. I never said that I was against naturalization.
Are you against naturalization?
No, I never said I was against naturalization.
Yeah, everyone was here. They can play it back on YouTube. You said Americans or immigrants. Are your parents Americans or immigrants?
No, my parents are United States citizens.
But they're immigrants, you said.
No, they came here as immigrants. However, but I want to make the claim that we can't
came here as an immigrant.
But at this point, when they came, the United States economy was not at.
It's better now. The American economy is better than it's been for many years. And I can say that as someone who like Donald Trump.
We're giving billions of dollars to people of minorities as well as.
The reason the economy is doing badly now is Donald Trump's tariff policy.
We can't even get businesses.
In fact,
We can't even start businesses.
I'm an immigrant. I started a business.
No, I understand because the SBA is giving people billions of loans. They're giving them billions.
I didn't take any loans.
I'm not saying you did, but I'm saying that statistically speaking, they're giving billions of loans.
Statistics. according to statistics, immigrants are 80% more likely to be entrepreneurs than native-born Americans. More likely to start businesses and hire Americans.
No, I'm aware of that.
Immigrants
But
are
we
more
also-
likely to pay in taxes than take out in benefits. They're more likely to add to innovation and jobs and wages. This is what the statistics show. The Congressional Budget Office. The Congressional Budget Office, which is bipartisan, Republicans and Democrats both use it. They have said that the immigration surge that you mentioned will lead to an extra $9 trillion of GDP over the next 10 years. That amounts to $65,000 per American household. That's $65,000 for each and every one of you holding up a red flag.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? So, man, nice to meet you. All right, so first before I start, I need to know what you mean by good. I can talk about the economy, I can talk about culture, I can talk about all those things. I need to know what you mean. All of them. I'm saying immigrants are good for the economy. They're good for culture. Wages are good for society. Where's the lower wages? What do you mean, where's the lower wages? Where's the lower wages? Yeah, so you can look at the basis for saying they're low wages. Sure, so you can look at like the STEM industry. It's been in like a complete and total recession. There's been tons of studies like from the Economic Policy Institute that shows that like companies like Tesla, companies from like Silicon Valley, they engaged in mass firing of workers, around 35,000, but then they hired around 12,000 H-1B visas, and it's kind of just standard economic thinking. If you stop standard economic thinking, the vast majority of economists and economic studies suggest that there is a negligible, if no impact on wages over time. That's not immigrants. In fact, your colleague mentioned earlier construction. There is actually evidence in construction, yes, but in some industries, in some areas, there is an impact. But overall, no. In fact, a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research found that migrants since 1965 have raised wages and raised innovation. Who's that? National Bureau of Economic Research. No, hold on. That's where you publish studies. And yes, I didn't memorize the names of the authors. I know you did, right? It's from the authors you hold on. The study you're talking about is from Giovanni Perry, and what he did is he didn't account for aggregation issues, nor did he vast majority of studies. Let me speak, please. Yeah, thank you, right? So listen, he didn't account for aggregation issues, right? And when you look at like these spatial approaches that all these economists use, you're not accounting for the fact that when immigrants come into an area, natives leave. If you look at an occupational approach where you look at the specific firms that immigration is going into, like Kim ETAL 2013 did, you find a net negative impact when there's a 10% increase of immigration. You find around a 0.5% decline in wages when it comes to the specific occupations they're going to. So all your studies are so 0.5%. Weighed up against what I just mentioned from the Congressional Budget Office, which is a massive boost in GDP per head, which you're not counting for, massive increase in tax revenue, immigrants actually funding the deficits and debts by paying way more in taxes, proportionally to undocumented immigrants. And what's interesting about wages is I'm in a room full of, I don't know what to call you anymore, conservatives, Republicans, fascists, I don't know. One of you is correct. One of us is correct. I'm in a room full of correct people, but do any of you actually care about wages? Because I actually do, right? Do you support raising the minimum wage? Absolutely. You can't do that when you're bringing all these people coming in. That's not the reason the Republican Party blocks the minimum wage. You think Republican politicians don't vote for an increase in minimum wage because they're worried about immigration? Did I say about Republicans? Did I say about Republicans? Well, I'm on a show that was called 25 Far-Right Republicans. It doesn't mean I'm going to support every single Republican candidate. Good. So you and I, let's agree. We both support raising the minimum wage. Yes, $7.25 since 2009. It's lost 30% of the value. If you care about wages, we should be raising the minimum wage in this country, not scapegoating migrants who aren't the cause of our wage inequality. You know who's causing low wages? Millionaires, and the people who won't pay fair wages to their wages, regardless of whether you are an immigrant or a native. I get the monologue, right? Now let me respond, right? You have one. You have one study that had 0.5% impact. Yeah, and your study sucked that you didn't even know who wrote it, right? So let's get back to the point, right? Because I don't hear the majority of studies say that wages are not impacted. The majority of your studies are flawed. That's what I'm telling you. My studies, right? I was an economist. It's the economist studies. This app pays your bills now, and you pay back later. Turn big bills into 4 manageable payments. So who I am? Are you an economist? Not could be. Are you? Not could be. Are you? I'm not going to tell you. Are you? I'm a major in economics. Are you an economist? No, not right. Okay, so when I said neither was an economist, I was correct. Just don't assume you take favorite word. See here, dude, this is nothing of substance. You look at the red flags; they're coming up. Let me get this great. But so when you talk about the CBO, one thing you're not accounting for here is that they're assuming an equilibrium, right? You know what that means? You shouldn't make these type of assumptions. You said earlier that unemployment. Why is that what it means? I thought we were doing assumptions. Okay, hold on. You mentioned we were at like 4.2%,
percentage unemployment, yeah, that's counting people who have part-time jobs. That's counting poverty wages. Yeah, I'm against poverty wages. You may agree again. Yes, if you go to like the Lowood Institute, they calculated a way where it's like functional unemployment. Okay, if you account for things like just people who make around $25,000 a year, people who have fallen out of the labor market, people who only work part-time, if you count all of those people together and then add on the unemployment, that's around 25% of the population. So when you go, we don't have jobs, we don't have people to do this, and that, and the other. No, yes, we do. Okay, we don't have a labor shortage. We have a good job shortage. And when you keep bringing these people in, and they're taking those jobs.
The good job shortage is the fault of big firms employing. I can say that's the immigrants. Who hires the immigrant? Yeah, employers.
Exactly. So that's the way you call these big firms.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If you got rid of all immigrants coming in tomorrow, moratorium, you think that Republicans and employers of big firms suddenly raise all the way?
That's what you answer what I said.
That's what you believe. That's what you believe. That's what you believe. Is that what you believe? Do you believe the wages? I'm just wondering how naive you are. You believe that the 1% will raise wages and the federal if we stop immigration, they will be forced to.
When you increase labor's relationship to capital, okay, and you give labor more bargaining power because you're tightening the supply of labor.
You understand economics because you
explain it wrong.
I'm telling you how you're wrong. Because you're ignoring the fact that when immigrants come into an area, they spend money, they create jobs.
What's the end of their money?
That's a good thing also because you don't like USA foreign aid. So this is the point. They create jobs. I came into this country. So far, every one of my assumptions about you has been correct. Listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from birth experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like. I should get the hell out.
Yes.
Why? I don't want you here. Why?
Because you come here and say all this bullshit about how Americans are lazy. Why? You push your left.
I never said Americans are lazy.
Why you say that?
I never said Americans are lazy.
They come into this country so they can do jobs that we don't want to do.
I never said that's what you said. When did I say?
Really?
When did I say? So on YouTube. Guys watching on YouTube, rewind to the time where I said immigrants are doing jobs we don't want to do. When did I say those words? When did I say out of my mouth?
Okay, so why do we have to bring in immigrants to the country if we have people who are going to do the jobs?
Pause, you've been voted out.
Nice talking to you. Nice talking to you. You're going to have to go, bro, is what he said as I left. To an American citizen. Good to know. Yeah. Where you stand on immigration. It's not about immigration, is it? That's what it's not about. How you doing? Nice to meet you. Good to see you. How are you?
Not bad. So, what type of immigrants are we talking about?
What do you mean?
Like any immigrants or
immigrants? That's what I said.
Illegal immigrants.
Undocumented immigrants also contribute greatly to the U.S. I say undocumented people are illegal.
So, let's put it this way. I mean, I'm an immigrant too from Iran.
Okay.
There isn't even a U.S.
about the fact that people here want you out. Are you okay with that?
I'm here to debate you, not debate them.
I mean, you're all on the same side. You're part of one group.
No.
You've been clapping each other.
No, I mean, there are conservatives here, there are far-right people here, there are Republicans.
How do you feel about that guy wanting me and you to leave?
But, you know, let's
I'm just wondering. This is the topic of immigration.
It's not about my feelings towards them.
Okay.
It's about staying on this topic.
Okay. Immigrants are good for America. You and me, we're good for America. And the guy over there wants us to leave. So I'm just wondering how you feel about that.
So I believe that there has to be strict immigration laws.
Okay.
We have to make sure that the people who are coming here have the good intent of the United States in mind.
That's not my claim, but okay.
So
my claim is about
if you just open borders, every single person that comes from here, that claims that they have to marching in the country is over. I'm just saying,
it's just wrong. So you're just saying it's wrong.
No, I'm saying it's wrong. You're trying to cause division and
he wants you to leave the country. That's a pretty big deal. I mean, you can ignore it. That's your side, my friend.
Like I said, you were the one that tried to derail this argument by bringing that.
I'm saying immigrants are good to America. People on your side say we should leave, not me.
I asked you what type of immigrants are we talking about?
Overall. So you want me to get into like particular communities? I'm not talking about.
So you believe that people that come here without any respect to our laws and our border, are going to be good for this country?
No, of course not.
So you can't say that all immigrants overall.
I said all immigrants. I said immigrants overall. Immigrants overall doesn't mean all immigrants. Sorry to bring that to you.
All right, so we have to make sure that the people who are coming here have the good intent of this country in mind. I agree?
Yes.
All right, but if you have undocumented immigration going on, you can't vet that. You can't make sure about that. Let me real quick, talk about my background. There is no American embassy in Iran. So in order to come here, you have to stay in line for 4 years, and you have to go through some serious vetting procedure to get here. But I made it, and
that process has to be in place because you don't want terrorists
But
to feel this.
I made it too. I'm an American citizen. I went through lots of vetting. I took my test.
And that's how
he wants us to leave.
But
he wants us to leave.
When people
don't really care about vetting, do they? But it's not really about vetting, is it, my friend?
People should not have the right to ignore our borders and our laws.
What about those who don't ignore the borders? Should we get to stay?
Of course. He says we should. Well, I'm not debating him.
I'm kind of are because you're all together on this.
No, I'm debating you.
Okay. And I'm pointing out to you that your argument is in bad faith because these guys are actually speaking the truth and you're in denial about who's on your side.
The question is, immigration is good for America, right?
Overall, if you look at the net positives to things like our society, our culture, our food, our economy, general diversity. I know the D word is a bad word in places like this. I think immigrants have been a net positive. I think if you look at your everyday lives, we all benefit from immigration.
And what kind of conservatiors disagree with that?
Some of the guys who told me to leave this place and go back to not a citizen.
Do you think all conservatives?
No. No, in fact, Ronald Reagan, who's a president I wasn't a big fan of until Donald Trump came along. Now people like Reagan look good in comparison. Reagan said in 1986, our country is a nation of immigrants. Our immigrant heritage is our strength. He gave an amnesty to 3 million undocumented migrants. He understood the value of immigration. So I'm with Reagan. Although this guy's putting his thumb down there, so Reagan's not popular in right-wing crowds these days.
Well, he's popular with me.
Good too.
I'm a deferred action of childhood arrivals. Actually, I was an illegal immigrant myself. I came here when I was 10. I'm what you would call a legal alien now. I didn't have any say on my parents' choices.
Yes.
Do I think that they were well-meaning by wanting to bring me over for a better future? Absolutely. I believe that.
Yeah.
Did they break the law? Yes. Do I agree with people breaking the law? Not necessarily. Do I think that there's ever a situation where you can break the law?
Learn languages by watching movies and TV shows. While watching, you can translate words straight away.
For the better or the greater good. Immigration is it's an interesting issue because I do agree with you that everyone is an immigrant in the sense that. Can you tell me a little bit more about your journey?
I've been here 10 years. I'm a proud American citizen. I'm a dual national. I'm British. I'm American. And I am an immigrant who's contributing to this country. So, yes, I'm very much proud of America's immigrant heritage. I'm part of it. And despite what one of the other people said on the show earlier, everyone here, unless you're Native American.
All right, pause. Sorry, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. How's it going?
Actually, a fan. I see you a lot of Piers Morgan.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah. So, my argument is that Americans are what is a nation? A nation is a geographical location full of people who have some things in common. So, I think some of the things, typically in history, are going to be like race, religion, ethnicity, language. These are some of the things that we have to have in common in order to actually have a functioning civilization, especially in self-government. I'm not necessarily a giant fan of self-government. I'm a Catholic nationalist. I'm not a fascist. You have to have at least some things in common in order to actually have a civilization. And the immigrants, especially illegal immigrants that come into this country now, disrespect us. They hate everything that we believe. They don't even speak our language. I watched after Trump got elected, I watched an interview of an illegal alien woman crying about getting deported, and the entire interview was in Spanish. That is a spit in the face. It's disrespect. They don't care about us. They abuse our system.
So you go from a teleological argument into just a bunch of series of wild, unsubstantiated claims.
What is the...
I don't accept any of those claims, and they hate everything we stand for, and I don't accept... Well, I'm not going to deal with the teleology. I'm going to deal with the false claims that you gave. There's no... What's your basis for saying that all immigrants or all undocumented immigrants hate everything we stand for? It's funny that you said you're a Catholic nationalist. How do most Catholics get to America? Irish Catholics, Italian Catholics, immigration. Much of the people coming across the southern border are Catholics.
Yeah, I know.
So it's really funny that you say you're a Catholic nationalist, but Catholics came to America via immigration.
Yeah, so
immigration is good for America. You and I can agree. Otherwise, people of your faith wouldn't be here.
No, but we were here on this side of the world, in this continent, from conquest. We came over here, and
the big surges of numbers, as you well know, because you're a smart guy. Italian, Irish immigration waves, Catholic immigration waves.
Okay, yeah, and I'm not even
against those. If you were alive,
I'm not even claiming that immigration is bad. I'm not claiming immigration is bad in all cases at all times.
What is your claim?
My claim is that immigration, especially now, and especially for foreign people that have nothing in common with us,
it's funny you say it's actually nothing. I forgot your name. My apologies. Brian.
Yeah, how many?
In every era, there has been a Brian who says, "I'm not against immigration, just immigration now." Okay, it's what people said about Italians. It's what people said about Irish folks. It's said about Russians, Poles, and now we're saying about Southern one. Because you're not being, you're a little disingenuous saying only against immigrants now. This is a trope. This is a trope that's been used by nativists throughout American history. And every wave of immigrants has come in and faced the same hate and animus and bigotry and lazy truth. And every wave of immigration is ultimately assimilated, integrated, benefited the country. In fact, assimilation right now, according to Jacob Victor from the University of Washington, assimilation rates based on language and citizenship and naturalization are higher now than 100 years ago.
Okay, let me make a statement first. I think that you and your own person are a complete, perfect example of why immigration is negative and why we shouldn't allow people who don't have anything in common with us. You're pro-abortion, you're pro-euthanasia, you're pro-euthanasia. I've seen your stuff. You've defended euthanasia.
Pro-euthanasia?
Yeah, on Pierce Morgan.
No, I've never discussed euthanasia.
Okay, so my point is that you don't agree.
Actually, in this country, for anyone watching at home, I'm the only guy here who actually supports American values, democracy, free speech, the Constitution. I've got folks here telling me they don't believe in democracy.
Why should we care about that, by the way?
Isn't that what America stands for? What does America stand for? Why do you hate what America stands for?
No, I'm not even.
In fact, all the studies show that immigrants actually more peaceful.
So the only reason why that's the Mexicans in LA right now burning it down, waving Mexican flags. Please don't send us back to the country that we're waving the flag of.
I've been in LA for a few days. I didn't see anything burned down.
Yeah, I know that the riots have ended. That's because Trump sent it
burned down. Where's it all burned down? I haven't seen it. I've traveled around all LA. LA was burned down. It's not for
they're burning. No, they're burning.
So euthanasia. LA's burned to the ground.
Bro, just immigrants here where we stand. Okay, so you're pro-abortion.
What you're saying? Where's the whole thing?
So you're pro-abortion.
I'm standing by my position.
Stop, or was it just me?
Wait, cut off?
Yeah. I think she got a phone call.
Hey, Mel.
Wow. That debate sounded like that was interesting. That was interesting.
That was definitely a Clubhouse student.
I thought we was abnormal, but I guess we're normal up here.
Well, it's the same group of people. Like, I mean, it's not like I'm Clubhouse is not an isolated group of people, and it feels like that. But it's not. I mean, this is a broad mindset. Obviously, there's people on stage who believe the same delusion. They just express it differently.
Yeah, I just mean the dynamic of when people can't see you. I think we can agree there is a slight degree of like people just be saying stuff. In person, it's much more interesting to see, recognize all this going on. No, I'm not saying it's not. People aren't the same in every regard. I think we get the point.
Yeah, I mean, in my estimation, it's no different. I mean, these people are the same here. I mean, I think the difference is that you can see them. People may not be as demonstrative, may not be as bold with some of the things that they do say, obviously in person, because it has a different consequence. But I mean, it may rather have a different consequence. But I mean, it's the same level of delusion. It's the same uneducated, unlearned people who say things that aren't based in reality. I mean, that's not new.
No, yes, I get it. I get your point, but I'm sure you get my point.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps the moderators can allow a different perspective. Let's assume that it's been proven that migrants help America and immigration is great for America. It raises the question of which immigrants should we accept right now, right? So I posted in the room chat a link to a book called 1 Billion Americans. 1 Billion Americans. I urge everyone to read it. And I would put forth that immigrants are great for America, but our biggest threat is AI from China. So why not prioritize letting in all the Chinese scientists smart enough to work on AI? Put them at the front of the line, steal every single smart person from China immediately, and then we don't have to fight a war with China. Now, after we've stolen, and I'm about to land my plane, after we've stolen every single smart person from China and they've settled in, then we can start accepting immigrants from other places. But the urgency to steal smart people from China trumps everything else. Read the book, I'm done.
Okay, I know you don't think that's the exact game plan, like follow exactly what you said, like steal the Chinese, but I'm sure there's some nuance in what you really.
Nope, it's not nuanced. Actually, I've traveled to China many times. Pretty much all the smart people would prefer to live in America. America's a better place than China in every.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to steal them and just put them all over here somewhere in some Chinese camp. And while we just.
No, that's not what he's saying.
That's my point. I know that's not what he's saying. So I'm trying to go past the literal into like,
well, if all the smart people prefer to live
Well, wait a minute. For the sake of conversation, why don't we just ask him what he means versus me?
Yeah, that's what I'm just asking. Exactly.
Okay, all right, go ahead. What do you mean by steal all the Chinese and
I'll answer you very briefly. There's internet access in China. Have an online test of how good you are with AI and with science and with robotics. Have it set up in a non-cheatable way and allow every single Chinese person without exception to take that test. If you are in the top 20%, you get an interview at the US consulate in Beijing and Shanghai. And then you take the test again inside the US consulate so that it's impossible to cheat. Those Chinese scientists that prove in an uncheatable way that they are smart enough to lead robotics and lead self-driving cars and lead AI and lead all these technologies that we desperately use, they immediately are given a work permit to flee China and live anywhere in America they want. They're not given citizenship. They have to live here for 20 years with no crimes and no welfare usage, and after 20 years, they get to become citizens. And by the way, a small percentage of them will be spies. And I'm putting forth that we are smart enough to catch the spies before they do anything dangerous. And I'll put forth, allow me to finish, Quinn, and then you can.
No, I'm just laughing.
Okay, Quinn, respectfully, there's ample precedent. After World War II, we invited a huge number of smart German rocket scientists. Those smart German rocket scientists could have been our enemies if they had moved to the Soviet Union. Because we were smart enough to invite them here, we got to the moon and we won the Cold War. So what I'm saying is my plan has already been tried, it's worked, it's only the racists, and there's plenty of people of all races in this room that are racist against Chinese. So many of the people against my plans are racist against Chinese, and that's why they're against my plan, and I'm done speaking.
I get the fact, yeah, because it is precedent. In 1790, the Naturalization Act in America, 2 years, white folks only. Only white people that come up like Germany or that, you're good. Come over here, white folks, and you can be a citizen if we want you for not 20 years, but for 2 years. Yeah, we're talking about the foundation of naturalization in America.
So, all right. How y'all doing? Good afternoon. Happy Monday, everybody. Hey, Melly Mel. Hey, Elle. Normal. Hey, Patty Waddy.
Hi there.
Hey, Clint. Grapes. Good to see you. Hey, Katrina. Welcome to the stage. Hey, Brooklyn. Hey, Sunsun. And Eagle. Sweet. We got that. And we got Baroque. How y'all get Baroque on the stage? Lord Jesus. I ain't seen that boy on the stage in years. Anyway, great.
Wait, what was that, Patty?
I said you heard them young white Republicans talking that fascist stuff, so you were like, let me get up there.
We had Matt on stage earlier today, so the conversation has been great. So I'm just trying to figure out where you guys, or what about what Grape is saying that you have a problem with. If in fact the idea, and we see the weakness, and over the weekend, I'm not sure if you guys saw it, or leading into the weekend, there was great talks about how China is so advanced
in this whole robotic AI technology and how America is behind. He's giving a possible solution. Doesn't mean that it has to be correct, but his thought process is like, hey, listen, why don't we hire the most intelligent from there, pick their brains, gather their intel, create what we need to create so that we can catch back up. Is there something wrong with that?
First one,
I'm telling you what the news says.
First of all, it already exists. Programs like that already exist. Even from Russia, quote unquote, right? They really strict on Russian immigration now. They don't give out visas and tourist visa. But even during the Biden administration, they actually have an expedited process for anybody who is a professional in STEM, especially in, if you are working with nuclear power plants, anything, right? There's an expedited immigration process for people from that area. If that program already exists, and we have that for a lot of countries, they take priority. So that's nothing new, and we have been doing that since World War II. He was correct. The thing is that he was saying, I think what was said is that we only allow those. We don't allow anyone else in the time. And then when we, quote unquote, have all the talent, only then we still pick and choose the rest who we bring into this country. That's the problem. There's no problem with hiring and bringing talent over here. I mean, hey, we're stealing talent from Russians. That's fine. And we have always done that, and those programs still exist to this day. They're working.
Except America is not the star-spangled awesome fucking place to people from across seas that you think it is. More importantly, because of the heightened amount of degenerates that we have developed over the last 40 years. It's not as attractive as you think it is. You're not as good looking a girl as you thought you were, a guy as you thought you were. There's some people in the world who think you're fucking ugly. That's the point. So those programs aren't new. We've always attracted people who wanted to be a part of the American experiment. It's not as attractive as you think it is to some people, or else they would be here.
We have 50 million immigrants in this country. 50 million. That's more than any nation in the history of humanity.
Which means what?
Which means that they didn't agree with you.
We are also trying to actively dissuade people from fucking coming here.
Yeah.
Which doesn't look very attractive on a world stage, Norman.
So now we're going to argue semantics as to how many people really want to come to America or how many people
I'm talking about
on the American train.
I'm not talking about
right. That's what I'm saying. We don't have a quantitative way of actually quantifying that to make it. Well, but we will have numbers, and then we will argue back and forth because there is a set of numbers that will show that there are a lot of people that want to get into America. As we just displayed, you're saying that there are people waiting to get in. There are people who are fighting and willing to risk their lives to stay here and find themselves in not concentration camps, but find themselves in immigration camps because of the fact that they don't want to leave. So there is a group of people that exists. Two things can exist at one time. So to argue about that is really it's a moot point.
But that was the argument.
Overarching point.
The argument was that Greg was talking about the kind of people, meaning innovative people that build things, people that could complement contribute. Well, everyone contributes, so that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about specifically people who are more innovative, who come to do the things that Greg was asserting that they do. Those people don't find it, at some point they had, but those people specifically don't find this country as attractive as they once did. You are living in the past. This is not the same nation, at least from perception, because you have people like Donald Trump on the world stage trying to dissuade America, trying to dissuade immigrants, and he doesn't specify, trying to dissuade immigrants in general from being a part of this nation. It's not as attractive as you believe it is. That is part of the American delusion.
And for those who don't have a sense of a worldly sense of our perception of the world, that's what you would think. But that's not true.
50 million immigrants is not a delusion, it's a demographic fact.
That's the thing. Okay, again, we're talking about before, and we're talking, if you're going to say things, high history, that's one thing. We're talking about the last, 4, 5, 6 years, right? If you actually look at statistics, how many rocket scientists, right? Like, we're talking about, like, savants. We're talking about Einstein level professionals in medical field, right? People who come up with curing cancer. If you actually look, how many of those have actually stayed in our country? Let's just say they came here to study or whatever. There is in recent statistics a lot more of those savants and Einsteins that are leaving the United States than before. Not saying all, but it is an increase of them leaving, and there is a decrease of them coming.
Yep, it's called the Trump effect. And many of them will come back and visit America when they grow and can come in their own terms and can bring value, if America wants it or not. If America should get real nice and really try to win these people over and to try to want to come, because they're making it very unattractive opposed to being in Saudi Arabia, the Middle East, Australia, who knows where, everywhere else. And have whole new opportunities where they don't have to deal with no shit if they're going to get snatched up one day. That's not making America a very attractive place to want to be.
I think we're talking apples and oranges.
Well, for somebody that may not understand the complexity, then I can understand.
Why do y'all always gotta find yourselves?
Okay, why you gotta say apples and oranges? They couldn't see the parallel.
Why do you
have to degrade it by saying?
Listen, I'm saying we're talking apples and oranges because what I heard Grape say, and then everybody saying why his solution won't work.
He said it's still Chinese. What do you mean?
Instead of building on what you would think would work, right, and how we advance our technology, you guys want to focus on how to tear down his argument, and that to me just doesn't seem. You know what? Y'all got it. I'm not going to argue back with people. I don't like when people interrupt me. People don't like when they get interrupted. I don't have the energy for it. So y'all got it. I'll come back later when I don't have any.
No.
I'm gone. I got to go. I can't. I don't have the energy for it.
You're just moving. Oh, my God.
I think
all
that
right.
it's disgraceful.
Wait. Hold the fuck up. Because Lady wasn't even here last week. Okay? So what's going on? I understand everybody wants to speak, etc. I get it. But the only reason that you're here and the only reason why we're here is people like Lady, right? That time and time again try to moderate y'all. So I don't like it. Like when you see Lady, think of a red carpet rolling on out. That's how we should treat Lady, because time and time, like she's in here sometimes for hours, day in, day out. And it's like, y'all just be talking over Lady. I just be like, believe me, Lady pays attention. She's looking on the phone. She tries to let everyone speak. I don't. I'm more of a fascist, if you will, when it comes to Clubhouse, right? I be blocking y'all. I go on and on. That's right. Okay? You don't want me and Mel to be in charge. Believe me. You want a Lady to be in charge because she's fair and she's nice. Okay? Me, I'm not nice. Thank you, Grape. All right. So let's keep on going. Lady decides to grace us with her presence again. I don't want the malarkey, okay? All right.
Okay, Sin, I think the next time someone interrupts Lady, just move them to the goo for the day, period. Now, I'm going to respond very briefly to what other people on the stage said. My observation on Clubhouse is most MAGA white people are racist. They only want white immigrants, period.
And I'm not here to argue with them. That's my opinion, the MAGA white people. They only want white immigrants. However, my impression of many of the leftists here is they only want immigrants who are going to be leftist and vote for leftist policies. And my impression of the leftists in this room, and I'm about to land my plane, Sin, my impression of the leftists in this room is they only want immigrants who hate America, who will burn shit down and vote for their leftist policies. And I'm asking for a compromise where we let in immigrants who, of all races and all religions, who love America, who are going to produce and pay very high taxes. And that's the reason why the MAGA racists hate what I have to say, and every leftist hates what I have to say. Because what I have to say is good for America. It's bad for racists and it's bad for leftism. I'm done speaking.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think what Katrina and I were saying in some capacity is that those things already happen. What you're implying is that we should, in order to offset whatever deficiency we have in technology or whatever you were referencing, that we should invite those people, via, as you specified, Chinese, to come here and do the same work. Well, we didn't have to make invites to those people. At one point, they were just here in some capacity, maybe not in large. Maybe not in large capacity, but maybe sometimes in large capacity, whatever you perceive that to be. But those people were here. The problem is that there are places that look more attractive on a world stage now. This is what we're saying. So we're not arguing against what you're saying fundamentally, because we agree. Those things that we just don't agree with the way that you're framing it. We didn't have to invite or coerce these people to come. They would do that on their own because of what their perception of America was, which has now changed on the world stage because we have a degenerate and his cohorts running the highest offices in the land. Does that make sense?
So Trump is a villain, but he's addressing a problem that is undeniable. And that problem is the percentage of people in this country who are undocumented immigrants. He's doing it in a heavy-handed and apparently often illegal way, but he is addressing it. The previous administration did. And he was elected to address precisely that problem. Namely, 10 to 20 million people who are here. We don't know who they are or where they are.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
It has to do with the way we are addressing immigration. Trump is addressing immigration in a heavy-handed and intermittent
and simultaneously making it look unattractive to the rest of the world, more specifically the people that Great is referring to. That's the point. So your point is moot. We don't even care about that point.
So
the point is great.
I don't know about we. He's solving a problem. He's solving. Listen, you're a retarded halfwit. He's solving a problem that everybody agrees exists. That's undeniable.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
I think we attract talent to this country. Are you listening to the conversation?
I'm puzzled by you don't understand.
We weren't talking about Trump and his way of immigration. We're talking about how do we bring talent into this country.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
All right, mute up. Oh, normal. Mute up. Go ahead and mute up. Thank you. Okay, Katrina. Where are you? Why don't I see you? Okay. Can you go ahead and confirm the topic? Because I've been in and out, and I'm sorry, I'm lost in the conversation.
So we were talking about, yes, we were addressing when Greg said that, hey, we are behind technological advances in the United States, and China is ahead of us, and he suggested an immigration program, and he said, let's pause all the other immigration completely, and only allow the talented people from China to come to the United States, because we really need that talent, and we did that in World War II. To his response, everybody says, yes, that's a great idea, but the thing is that idea is already going. We're already doing that. That program never ended. And I already posted a link that we have been attracting, particularly in computer science, a lot more 75% more than in any other STEM field area. So we were saying is that your solution already exists.
Wait, you kind of sound muted a bit. Go ahead.
I'm saying first, we're all agreed that we do need to bring talented people to the United States. That program already has been and it's going. It has never stopped since World War II, right? Einstein and geniuses are definitely brought into the United States much faster and then take priority the talent visa. And then number 3 is the fact that he's saying we're not going to allow anybody else to come to this country until we bring all the talent in. Well, that kind of sounds ridiculous. You can't just not allow any other immigration just based on our laws that we have right now, because we have not changed the law about asylum seeking cases, which we did because we fucked up in World War II when we didn't allow Jews to come to the United States.
According to AI, the 2 most technologically advanced countries are the U.S. and South Korea. Needless to say, we're allies.
Yeah, but you're just not looking at this thing. We're taking North Korea to task on a trade regime unilaterally. I wouldn't just throw around the word ally so easily right now.
South Korea.
Also,
without the United States, it sounds you retarded wannabe.
Don't use retarded. I'm sorry, Mons, but Elmore, don't fucking use retarded.
Yeah, you could just make
That's
just
of a human being. I will. I'll find another. I'll find another way. I agree. I'll find another way.
All right, bye, Norm. All right, let him leave. All right, bye.
There would be no South Korea. There would be no South Korea.
If he's saying he's leaving the room, let him leave. Like, I don't understand. There shouldn't be anything else, right? Did you say you were leaving?
South Korea would not exist without the United States. They are our allies. No question.
Thank you. And so, back to addressing the immigrant problem and then moving it all of a sudden 10 seconds later to he solved America's immigrant problem. No, he didn't. He addressed it, which is a good entry point because everyone agrees. Yeah, he's addressing it, but he also stated, he meaning normal, stated that Trump actually was doing it in a crazy, offhanded, illegal, he even used the word, way. So how about this? We still address the immigrant issue, but we get rid of the illegality person, or at least the whole idea. We coalesce around squashing this illegality and how it's going about. That's what everyone is now, when the benefit of the doubt has been given to you, Trump, and your administration. Go ahead with your mandate, how you're going to do it. Now that we see your ICE tactics, your very cold-blooded tactics, and your ICE tactics, which are different. The ICE tactics using ICE to go out and do these things, and then other people mimicking ICE and police, and they're not even that. But everyone just trusts someone with a badge. Don't check the badge. Don't check ID. Just they got a mask on. Just let them take you wherever they want to take you. We know that's not going to work. So let's have a real conversation. Get back to.
Actually, point of correction. Can we actually? I know Patty's gone. I don't know if she's there or not, but can we actually get back to the video that we released?
Yes.
We got off because the video stopped because we're getting a phone call. That's how this even descended into the madness that we've known it to be now. So, can we get back to? Can someone resume the video in some capacity? Is that possible? Because that's what we can do.
Yeah, I know that. We went down bridge.
I could find the link and maybe
I can send it to you.
Oh, you have it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you can send it. So I can't. I'm like, I gotta make a couple calls for work and I gotta do a couple things, so I can't. Well, I'll be in and out, so I can't necessarily play a video right now, especially like a long one, because I have to call.
Well, there wasn't that much of it left.
Yeah, it's
okay. Yeah.
30. I got it.
You got it, bro?
Well, thanks to you, man. I started because of watching these faces. It's 35 minutes. Because Quinn, like when she started it, Quinn's you're watching this morning, and there is something about watching these people sit at the table. So I just had it on mute, watching as Patty was playing. But this or
just those within the time frame.
Yeah. So I don't know how to. Patty and the mods, they're better at knowing how to.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that either.
I don't know. Me, I'm old school. I just turn up the speaker and put my phone next to it.
That's exactly right.
Oh, you go up to music mode and you can play it on YouTube and everybody will hear it.
Yeah, see something.
So I can play, but I'm gonna have to press play and walk away and put it in a different room because my son can't have certain noises around him. So, but then I'm gonna walk away and you guys, and it's just gonna keep playing.
So you put this in, you said you put it in music mode?
Yeah.
So the top three dots.
Right. Yeah.
Make sure you don't have your headphones on. You have to have your
Yeah, go to audio quality, select music, and then it should play. And then we'll give you a thumbs up when it starts playing.
Also, I can just play it on my normal YouTube and you hear it?
That's correct.
Same.
Just make sure you have your AirPods on. No AirPods.
Oh, no earpods on. Okay.
Dude, Quinn up in here learning. Shout out to Elmo.
No, man, listen to me. Learning something over here.
Talk about advanced technology, boy. We getting it down.
From the old guy, make a note.
From the old guy.
Never too old.
With the glasses.
Hold on just a second here. We get
music.
I think that Patty, I'm trying to figure out where Patty was when she left off.
It was at 10. If you move it to an hour and 5 minute mark.
Shout out to all
$1,800.
Can you all hear this?
Answer correctly. It is 28 years. It's a document that should
All right, let's go to the hour. You said 5 minutes?
Yeah, I got it. What is this? Hour and.
My name is Cyrus. I'm also two immigrants came in legally. I'm also Persian descent, born in LA. Fantastic atrocities. Yes. Well, I am mainly upset not at the immigrants, legal or not. I'm mainly upset at Wall Street. I'm mainly upset at the special interests. They are the main reason why we've been having this issue since 1965. And I understand most want to do well. There are a few bad apples, we can agree. But we want to go after the elites. They are the main cause of the problem. And just like healthcare, trade, everything, did you know the top 1% pay dodge $163 billion in taxes every year, while undocumented people pay $100 billion in taxes? Well, I don't know my anger is again. There are issues with our tax system on the rich, but in a state like California, some taxes are too high. I used to live here, now I live in Las Vegas. Okay, so immigration is good for America. Depends on the tax. You and me, overall, they're good for America as well. Okay, but it depends on how it's done. Yes, it depends on how it's being done in the U.S. I'm not blaming the housing crisis on immigrants, not on wages, but in a state like California that doesn't build enough homes and they're bringing immigrants in, you have to increase supply of housing. Okay, but this is where our anger is at the political class. The Democrat Party used to have a different stance on immigration 15 years ago. Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton. I'm not here to defend different Democrats. What I will say is that everyone here actually does think immigration is good for America. Everyone here uses an iPhone designed by an immigrant, is on Gmail designed by an immigrant. It's watching on a YouTube show. This is into a YouTube show founded by an immigrant. You were there for it, but that's a tiny minority. So you all love immigrants, whether you like it or not. Okay, but it is a taboo subject. Should we be concerned about the demographics? So Anglo-Saxon, European American, 0% of America, it doesn't matter. I think 0% of America. Let's say if it becomes 0%, it should not work. No good. Why are you bring weird hypotheticals? Well, but there has to. But I mean, they're still part of our country. There's culture. I mean, even Britain. It concerns me when Britain is changing, and it's like they're losing their culture. But it's losing their culture. Are they? Are they going to try to? I'm telling you, that one's losing. London is going to be very little British. What's the plan? That's what we want to know. What's the plan? Made that up. How do we know? Cyrus, have you been to London? No. So then maybe you should come out of places you don't know. But what's the plan? I grew up in London. What's the general plan? I was in London a few weeks ago. Okay. It's a very British city. I hope not. I understand that there are people in this audience that don't like me or you in this country, and I respect that. There's some that don't even want me to date a blonde woman. They want to keep to their own, or ginger or whatever. I respect that, but there has to be a deal made. There's Idaho, there's Montana. They can go live in a homogeneous society. I don't believe in
force, okay? And I believe that there has to be a deal made. And I think there's upsides and downsides to diversity.
Deal made. People have elections. They vote for elections. And right now, there's Donald Trump in the White House. Not someone I support, but people voted for him.
Well, why did he get in? Mainly because we had 2016.
I'm sure we have
2016. Bernie Sanders. Okay.
Part of the reason he got in is that people in this room want people like me and you to leave, and they voted for him to try and make that.
I'm not surprised. One of the Charlottesville marchers doesn't like me, and I've met those people, and I respect their views.
You really should.
Well, there's not.
Self-respect, racist and fascist is my advice to you.
Well, they have their preferences, you know. That's just, we can't change that.
But you can, which is why he's trying to come today, but they...
All right, that's time. Clear for your seat.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Now, moderators, is on you.
I was just gonna make one comment. You know what I realized when they say culture, American culture, British culture, for them, culture is the white supremacy. That's the culture. So if they're saying culture is gonna be gone, American culture is gonna be gone as the white, what did he say, Anglo-Saxons are not, they're gone, then America is gone. So basically culture equals white superiority and white majority.
You can't see him, Katrina, just for context. The guy that Medi's talking to here is he's an immigrant himself. He's not white.
Yeah, he's version. Yes, I know, but that's the thing. There is a lot of I see this a lot with immigrants who, like, they actually it's not their skin color. It's what it's their beliefs, right? Like, he actually believes that, you know, majority should be white, and that culture of that white supremacist culture of the United States, right? The Midwest, the cowboy, all this other stuff. I mean, and it all stems from repression and being, quote unquote, better than other races.
You know, Christina,
that is actually is important to them, right? Like that, the feeling of, and as immigrants, I've personally, as an immigrant myself, I've personally spoken to immigrants. They think that they're superior and better than people that came here if they quote unquote believe in the white supremacy. Then they're kind of like, I am a true American and I'm not going to be discriminated against. And that's what I see. Yeah. And anybody who's quote unquote doesn't believe in the white America, majority white America, and don't follow quote unquote American culture, then they shouldn't be here, no matter how they look. That's the thing. And the white supremacists use them as their little tokens all the time.
Katrina. Okay. Yeah, it's a fear, is what you heard. You're not going to say that, but you heard the fear. It's a fear of a browning of America, if not a blackening, but definitely a fear of it getting darker. And that explains, and because he said Charleston. At that, if he's talking about Charleston, is he talking about Virginia where the people were marching with the tiki torches? Is that what he was referring to?
Yeah.
So understand something. That was really, he wasn't talking to everybody. He was talking about Jews will not replace us, is what that was being said. But now there's this overall, so that's where that's so nuanced. It's so nuanced in one sense, but it's so broad in another sense. So, but the bottom line is, yeah, you definitely, the British, and the Anglo-Saxons, they're going to all be gone tomorrow. He said, what are we going to do about it? We got to have a game plan. We're going to have to, bro, the dude said, look, man, we're just voting. Look, the darker people are probably the number one proponents of, like, keeping some white folks around, so slow down. like there's a whole kind of, you might say, a competitive advantage on the planet these days. So ain't nobody just going to get rid of what's not working. If it's working and it's going good, it's going to naturally evolve into it's all good. That's what everybody's striving for. So that fear, if that fear drives all the politics to where now it's just a justification to just come in and start snatching people, that's where you got to say, calm down, bro. Like, look, you're not going to just be replaced tomorrow. Nobody, you know what I'm saying? Especially, but
But it's good to understand the history of where he's speaking from, because this country, again, 1790, after 1776, obviously, for July 4th, 1790, there was a Naturalization Act. Who can be a natural citizen? So there's a foundational history that, to me, has never been addressed. 14th Amendment never really addressed it. It just said, okay, blacks, basically now 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment said, now black folks, you can vote, not vote, I'm sorry. Now black folks, you can be citizens. If you were born here, we're going to call you citizens. We're going to call you that, but still got to work it into the fabric of the mindset of the whole country and the spirit of the country. That's a whole longer process than just saying it on paper. And it still got to work itself out in economics, which we're working through still to this day, and all of that. So I just wanted to lay that foundation, that this idea of making America great again, maybe he's talking about going back to 1790, where you had to be white and you needed to be here for 2 years before you could be a citizen. Everybody else, and he kind of was like, look, that wasn't even about you. When Trump said this, the 14th Amendment was about black people. He's trying to say to the after all the rest of everybody else, he's saying, everybody else, particularly Mexico and Haiti and Venezuela, that's not even about you. Don't usurp that thought and just think, now I'm born here. That's what he's trying to say, and there's a lot of traction around that.
Yeah, what's more interesting is I thought, from his dialogue is along the lines of what Katrina was saying, was that he feels the need to respect people who are racist, xenophobic, which is, obviously, which many, suggested to him that he did not need to respect that. And I think we see that a lot of times. We think we have to respect everybody's opinion just simply because it's their opinion. I can respect your right to have an opinion, but I don't have to respect your opinion. So I respect your right to have one. I have to respect your right to have an opinion. I don't have to respect what your opinion is. And I thought that was really interesting. And it kind of feeds the notion that Katrina was referencing, is that there's a lot, and we saw that play out obviously in the election this past year, and that, there's a lot of people a lot of immigrants who get the winning card for some reason, and then think that they have to deny others that in that process simply because of the way that they came about, even though the process tends to be a little long and a little more judicious than I think people think it should be. But yeah, I think that that's an interesting dynamic in that they protect white supremacy because it's essentially the de facto law of the land. Right, so it makes it feel like you have to do that in order to gain closer proximity to whiteness, or those whom you feel are in the majority in terms of the way that they feel. So they feel like they have to protect that. It's interesting that he thought he had to adhere to that.
What is the law that protects whiteness?
Well, there's several of them.
Every fucking law. Well, let's name one of them. Let's start with one, and then we can build.
Pick one.
Okay, you tell me. What law protects whiteness?
Stop and frisk.
Okay, stop questioning frisk. How does that protect whiteness?
So we can move on in the conversation. We don't want to.
Yeah. I don't want to go down that.
How many white people have been stopped at frisk? How many white people have been stopped at frisk? Is there one?
It's not a law. It's not a law. It's a practice which is discouraged. So tell me a law again that protects white.
We really don't want to go down that rabbit hole. If we just have to
you don't want to name one,
we'll be stuck. No, having to figure out the answer to that question where you steer the room.
If I can just answer him for 1 second, and we could just move on. I really feel like we should move on. And I think that we had this conversation with you several years ago, actually, on Clubhouse. But speaking of search and frisk, my husband, who is not white, would be stopped at Penn Station almost every single fucking day. And by the same people, pretty much already moved them, some of them because they were on rotation, and get searched. His backpack searched, everything gets searched. But every time I would come into the city, I would never fucking get stopped. And yes, there is such a thing as white pretty privilege, and don't fucking deny that. And that shit happens. No one ever pulls me aside at airports or cops or anybody else. Yes, you can say woman, yes, I'm pretty, and yes, that also exists. The white pretty privilege exists. Discrimination exists in this country.
So no laws, though.
Move on.
Okay, normal. This is not the topic. You derail again, I'm putting you in the ghoul. You're being disingenuous. This is not what we were
Somebody
talking about.
made a point. I asked a follow-up question. I'll address it.
I don't give a fuck. Okay? You know what? That's it. I'm fucking tired of your life.
Then, Mel, should I continue with the video?
Sure. Thank you.
I actually have an answer to that question. Laws that specifically protect all things equally actually entrench systemic inequities by treating it as equal. Therefore, many laws could be suggested as protecting whiteness because they put it on the same level. The most relaxing game of 2025.
My bad, Aaron. I didn't mean to jump in every you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Basically, any law that protects equalities across the board entrenches whiteness because whiteness is far larger of a pot than anything else at the moment. Although by 2045, that might be different. And for folks under 40, that'll be true for 2035. And no amount of immigration policy could change that. But generally speaking, any law that entrenches the current status quo as equal, de facto protects white.
Here we go.
My final claim is that Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing.
Nice to meet you. You too. So why do you say this is Donald Trump's plan? Why do you think that?
He says it's his plan. Have you seen his plan?
When did he say it?
He said it standing next to Benjamin Netanyahu in January, February. He said it on Fox News at an interview on Fox. He said it on Air Force One when he was trying to
word for word. What's an example of what he said?
Word for word, he said, for example, we're going to clean out the Gaza Strip. He said they're going to leave. We're going to take control of it. He says we'll own it. I would own it. He says I'm not sure under international law how he could own a foreign piece of land. And when he was asked on Fox News, the people, the Palestinians who are being forced to leave, would they be able to come back? He said no, they wouldn't. That is the literal definition of ethnic cleansing, according to UN definition.
Why do you think that Trump is saying this? Do you think that he has some personal interest in cleansing Gaza, or do you think there might be some special interest group or perhaps religious or ethnic group that's, that maybe he received money from them and that's the whole reason why he wants to cleanse Gaza, or why do you think that is?
I don't do Donald Trump's motivations. I really don't care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing. Well, do you agree with that?
I would actually, probably agree, but
do you agree that it's ethnic cleansing? Do you agree with doing ethnic cleansing?
No, I don't agree with it, but I agree that's probably his plan. But I'm trying to figure out, why do you think that is? Because Donald Trump's a white man. He identifies as Christian. I'm not sure if he really is. But what interest does he have in preserving a Jewish ethno-state? Why would he have that?
That's a good question. You'd have to ask Donald Trump that question. I've got multiple views. I'm sure you have many views. I'm not sure I like where you're going with your views, but I think Donald Trump is definitely someone who's got financial interests in ethnic cleansing. He's got political interests. He loves the evangelical voters he gets. A lot of Christian evangelicals like to support Israel because they think Jesus will come back if all the Jews are gathered in one place with no Palestinians. I think he's going to make money, he thinks, from beachfront property with Jared Kushner. He said something similar in the past.
Think that's the real reason?
I think there's multiple reasons, yeah. I think financial, geopolitical, ideological, evangelical. I don't really care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is a war crime according to the Fourth Geneva Convention. It's against international law under the Rome Statute. So we shouldn't be part of that. The United States should not be supporting Donald Trump's plan. Ethnic cleansing.
I agree. What do you think should be done instead with the Israel-Gaza situation? I'm not sure what you're saying.
I would like to see a ceasefire in Gaza.
Two-state solution.
I don't really get into debates about what solutions. I would like to see an end to the killing. I would like to see Gazans have freedom. I would like to see the Palestinians in Gaza somehow get their land. But 80% of Gaza right now is under Israeli military control or displacement. I would like to see freedom for the Palestinian people. I'm an American. To go back to the core of this show, I support American values.
It really is a religious and ethnic. That's what
religious.
Yes, that is what it's obviously between Jews and Muslims. We want to control the Holy Land. Yes, it is. What else? What are there?
Actually, the founders of Israel were secular. They were not religious, actually. And I think some religious Jews, like Bezalel Smotrich, the Israeli government minister,
it doesn't really.
Is that religious?
My point is,
the core of the conflict is over land. It's colonial. It's historic.
Colonialism is for a reason. It's because
want everyone to believe it's
my point is, why are we sitting here? It's like a false dichotomy where we have to argue, do Jews get Israel? Do Muslims get Israel? Why are
look,
I've never brought up anyone's religion.
How many of us here are Christians?
I didn't bring up anyone's
trying
religion.
to pick sides between Jews and Muslims taking over Israel? Like, don't you think that?
Hold on. First of all, I didn't bring up religion. Second of all, you know that a lot of Palestinians are Christian, right?
Some of them, yeah, it is very small. Well, it's majority Muslim, yeah, it's very.
But there are many.
Yeah, I agree, yeah, but there's not that many. So it is. The reason. Why do you think Iran is backing proxies that want to take over Gaza and back the terrorism in Gaza? It's obviously because they want to Muslim control of the land. You don't think that's why?
No, I don't think it's about religion. I've been following this conflict for decades. It's not about religion. People who say it's about religion, it's a distraction.
Well, it's a big part of it, I think.
I think it's become a big part of it. It's been weaponized by bad faith actors, sure. The core is that one group of people are dominating another group of people.
What group of people is that? What group of people is dominating another group of people?
One ethnic group is dominating another ethnic group.
What ethnic group?
Jewish people.
Yes, dominating.
Arabs.
Yes.
But I didn't say anything about Christian, Muslim, Jew in a religious sense. Jews defined as religion and ethnicity, you know that, right?
Well, why do you think that Muslims want control of the whole land?
I didn't bring up Muslims.
Well, they're Muslim states. Like, what do you think, like, Iran wants to do with the real thing? But that's part of the conversation. What do you mean?
It's not. The conversation is Donald Trump is doing ethnic cleansing in Ukraine.
Yeah, but it's like,
so I'm not sure what you're saying.
It's part of the larger context of the conversation.
You agree with me.
What I was trying to say is we kind of have this false dichotomy here where we're trying to take the side of the Gazans, which mostly it's a Muslim majority, or the side of the Jews to try to decide who gets control over Israel. America is a majority Christian country. Should we be deciding Christians should have control of
I agree. Donald Trump should not exclude religion. Donald Trump should not be deciding what happens to Gaza. That's my claim. If you agree with me, great. Let's shake hands. Give us
So are you saying, do you think that America should just cut ties with Israel altogether?
What's your definition of cut ties?
Like stop funding them, stop being a military arm?
Yes, 100%. That was the easiest one.
Sorry, you can pause it for a second. Quinn, if you could pause it for a second. Yeah, there's some stuff going on in the chat, Dark. I'm sorry. I had to remove somebody. This person accused Dark of something. And I removed that person. I removed someone else. I took screenshots just in case, before I removed somebody, I put the sick shit that they put. Some of y'all need to be removed as well. And I'm just kind of giving you a chance to do not mention Dark's name. And Dark, just don't even speak about these people. If you want to talk about the issue at hand, you can talk about the issue at hand. Okay? No more personal attacks moving forward as of 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear people accused of, touching children and shit like that. Like, I don't want to hear that shit in here. Open another room. I'm not going another woman. I'm just going to boom this shit. You people are fucking weirdos. Okay? All right. Anyone want to talk about what we just heard?
That was mostly about Trump's vision for Gaza, is what I heard. Everybody else different. And it was just kind of the debate between that lady, and it was just religious. It's kind of remedial, in my opinion. But I don't know.
Hey, I'm back, y'all. Click the rest.
Yay.
Where did she go? I'm right here. Okay, there you are. Alright, there was some shenanigans, and I took some screenshots. They're accusing Dark of liking children and along those lines. And so Matt Cool was part of that train. Someone else was part of that train. So I was like, any personal attacks, I'm not having it. Normal's been very disrespectful as well. He's begging because he knows you're back. He feels like he's padded protected, so now he's begging to come back on stage. So, but no, does anyone want to talk before we bring El Normo back? Because it's going to be all about him. He's going to keep interrupting y'all left and right. Does anyone want to say anything about the clip that we just heard first?
Yeah.
His stupid ass come.
Go ahead.
Just really quick, all I wanted to say is that I don't think she really had a good argument. Like, there was no debate. He kind of schooled her into seconds. So, I don't see she has no strength whatsoever to me personally. There was nothing to debate about. And also, moderators, can we not allow people to also go down to such a level of personal attacks as calling, giving people who are in special ed, please, as somebody who does have a child who has special needs. Like, that's just disgusting. Thank you.
My comments on what we just heard, it sounds similar to Katrina. It sounds like Brian put 100% up at that point. But reducing it to, I appreciate the moderator for not getting, he's obviously educated, understands, and he has a nuanced understanding and has a big enough heart. Sometimes it comes down to a heart, and it's just wanting to hear somebody like her getting down into the weeds and just trying to make it into, it's just to make it into talking points that we all know serve nobody, all leads to what the hell's going on and nobody says anything. It's just like, this is okay. And so I appreciate the moderator or the person that was, answering the questions back and forth today. I appreciate him for actually dealing with it. Great. Let's move on. Like, okay, let's get back to some real.
I got breaking news, y'all.
Oh, let me shut up.
Did y'all hear Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
No.
He drowned.
What?
No, he died, bro. He drowned.
No.
Yeah. I'm sorry to, bring bad news.
Whoa, I'm seeing it right now. 54 years old, Theo. Damn, one of the first dyslexic characters on TV. Y'all remember when he came out and he had dyslexia? Yeah. Damn, I remember that episode. Fuck. He's from Bed-Stuy too. I believe he's from Bed. Is he from Bed-Stuy? I believe he's from Brooklyn. Is he from Brooklyn? He's from, he was born in Jersey City, New Jersey. Dang it, man. He has a baby with, not a baby, a grown woman now with, Shantae Moore, right?
No, that's Kadeem Hardison.
Oh, fuck.
That's what.
My bad. Damn, rest in peace.
So did y'all did you play it? Or is this the last conversation from the last part that was played? Sam.
I had one viewer, and that viewer just finished playing the clip, and it was about the Gaza, how Trump's handling Gaza. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I've been following the video on mute. So Quinn stopped it at 1 hour, 14 minute, and that news threw me off. 1:14, 27, give or take. Yeah, you can go to 1:14, 1 hour, 14 minutes, 20 seconds. That's where the last debater, Sarah.
I still have it.
Just for the record, I missed it. Who's the main guy being debated?
Wait. Y'all play it from where y'all stopped at, because I don't know where y'all at.
Yeah, that's where I was. Quinn stopped it at 1 hour, 14 minute, and about 22 seconds.
Hang on, I'll tell you exactly where it's at. Hold on just a second.
Gotcha.
Somebody mentioned the name of that person.
No.
It was at 1:4. It was actually.
Can you play it, Quinn? Can you play it, Quinn?
Yeah, right here, go ahead.
Are you playing it?
Oh I'm sorry. I thought y'all was hearing it.
You gotta go on audio. I mean,
hold on. Let me do. I'm new to that. Hold on. Just a second.
Yeah, roll it back a bit.
I'm sorry. I know exactly where to go because I know where.
does that?
Let me go back to 114 where it was. Hold on.
First of all, I really thought that obviously where we started, where it ended up, there's a lot of aggression. I can see in your eyes there's a level of exhaustion from being here. This is where my empathy comes in. Where it doesn't is, when you have a room full of people that do agree with you, we have this opportunity to come together, and you're kind of mocking people when they do. So you mocked Sarah a little bit when you guys clearly had a common interest and goal to reach. So I can tell you're agitated. I want to bring that all down, please. I'm guessing you're not going to do this. No, I'm going to. I do want to point out some contradictions. First and foremost, I don't believe you're pro-American in the value system that you claim to uphold, especially with free speech, if you're not willing to debate people that don't share your values. That's very un-American. Plan because it is cleansing. I emphasize again, it is free to join my community. The stocks I share are also free. The techniques and strategies I teach. I don't believe it's ethnic cleansing. Because it's not his plan. It's my plan. No, he's obeying someone else's plan.
You cannot do nothing about an anonymous.
Oh, he works for the Mossad. Mossad, come and get me. I need to be killed because you know why? I'm interested in the world about Zionists. Anybody can be Zionist. Anybody can be Zionist. If your mom kicks you out, I will save you a Zionist.
You're proud to be a Zionist.
No, but I believe everybody should be Zionist. In my opinion, the whole world should be Zionist.
I agree.
But the question is, how do we do that? So you have to have tactic, because now you have social media. So the girl that lives in Egypt, the girl that lives in Syria, she has TikTok. The girl, China is smart. How do you come about that? How do you change that mentality? This aggressive anger is not going to work for you. You have to find different tactics. You have a lot of well-spoken who started about Israel's history, Judaism, Israel as a Jewish. So you need to find a solution for that. So now, what you need to do, you need to bring a more.
But I gave you the best solution.
We're not killing anybody, okay? No one's killing nobody. Zionists are very respectful people who doesn't kill anybody, they save lives. Zionist ideology, no, they don't kill anybody, no, with all due respect. They save lives. So whatever happened in Gaza, that was because of October the 7th. If you went to war and you knew what's going to happen, you wouldn't do that. So that blame, whatever happens in Gaza, that blame is Hamas, and Qatar, UAE, as well as Syria.
Fuentes, all of those people. He's Australian. But that's the point. I'm saying people that are on our side of the aisle that get shut down by people like you because you're leveraging this position of emotion. You're joking, right? No, I'm not. You're leveraging the position of emotion. My side of the aisle is trying to deport you. You only shut down. They're trying to do that. They're actually trying to shut down my entire race. So what are you talking about? You're a white genocide guy? Are you kidding me? You know the fact that you're amazing. Too many find some of you guys. Did you see the email you? Why are you trying to oust me? This is such a deceptive. You got a Nordstrom. No, I'm immigrants. You're going to be on eBay. Yeah, but you love immigrants. No, you love immigrants when they're helping you. You just don't like to come my skin. We're having a genocide.
Pause. All right, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
I really wish we could have asked you. I mean, even my genocide, so it's right on.
I'm sorry. If you guys could see,
man, his face, bro, you gotta watch that.
Is that a thing? A white genocide? Is that a thing?
Oh my God. I
gotta see it. Let's look at the video.
Go to Jubilee Suite. It's or you just type it in YouTube, Medi
It's the Jubilee.
Yes, Jubilee
platform.
But the entire his look. I'm about to use a movie reference because I paused it right where you stopped the video. He reminds me of Neo in The Matrix when he discovered he was the one fighting the robots, whatever. He just looks like bored. And I don't know how to describe it, but man, his face, it's like really.
So, as America, are we going to have a white genocide conversation from now on? Is that what we're up against here? Genociding of white Anglo-Saxon cultures.
Absolutely. Yes, it's the replacement theory. You notice all of these white guys, or all of these, they're mostly white as far as I understand, and young as far as I understand. And yes, very true. Where did Jubilee find these people? Like, I know they exist. I've only met one personally in my life, like that, to that degree. But damn, the fact that they're all younger men is kind of scary. Very scary. And the fact that he is saying that Nick Fuentes is on his side, like he is like one of his bros. I guess that's all the Quakers, all that movement, which is not only sexist, white supremacist, and everything else, but also fascist.
Thomas Sowell,
what I don't understand, what I don't understand is that why there has been this whole thing of like white men losing their stance in the United States, right, as a dominant whatever, and like there have been, I don't know, like their masculinity has been threatened, and that's what is it? What is it with this white men, young white men in the United States that they feel so threatened? I don't understand. This is so mind-boggling.
I could dialogue on that. If we're talking about the systems of white supremacy and white colonialism, no longer has the effectiveness that it once had. If I'm white and I view that as, oh shit, I'm being genocided. My whole world is being attacked and killed. What I know to be real. Shit, they're coming after me. I need somebody to defend me. Damn it, where's my Justice Department that's going to come say, hold the hell up, I have value still too. You can't just get rid of how we got here. I think it's somewhere in that vein, and the other people that aren't really aren't in that category of white, whatever that, which is all a construct that was kind of crazy. But the bottom line is, there's like everyone's watching that play out, watching like, okay, there's some people that in that boat that have benefited from colonialism around the planet, from white supremacy ideas around the planet and systemic things, and now that's losing weight. So if you have them on down here, you've got different people that have a voice, and you've got all these. Bring us everybody into America from around the world, and now they actually can be contributing Americans with real citizenship. You will lose the ability as white supremacists, if you're subscribing, if you just believe in that, or just trying to uphold white is going to run everything of power, and that scares the hell out of people, I'm sure. I think that needs to be addressed as a planet, because it's definitely a mindset. I won't say a sickness, but it's definitely ease. It's the opposite of ease. It's a mind that's not at ease, and it can feel being attacked. And what does any living creature do, or any system, anything do when it feels attacked? It attacks back or attacks first. And I think that's a real study. It looks like it's not going away.
Yeah, I think that Sweet's partially right. I don't think the impactfulness of white supremacy has depleted it anyway. So that's not actually true. What's happened is exactly what he is saying is that these are people who feel like they're losing their elevated position within that construct. Within that construct, they don't believe that it's treating them the same way that it always has. That obviously comes from the losses of jobs to technology. Their black president, which signifies the elevation of people who do not look like them at the highest office in the land. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm doing two things at once. It is a combination of a few things. So it's not just one thing, but all of those things in the appearance that it appears that they are losing their place in the construct. And that's what's a lot. And then they're also being fed propaganda simultaneously that confirms that with them, that other people feel the same way they do, which is allowing them to, which is emboldening them. Obviously, then there's a grifter at the highest office now who confirms all of these things and who panders to them. Based on those things. So it's a multitude of things, but ultimately, in the serving exactly what Sweet was saying, is that they feel like they're losing their privilege, and that's caused the response that we're seeing.
I watched a really cool interview by a journalist that went undercover dating on right-wing dating apps, and her biggest takeaway is that these men are like very, very insecure. It was interesting. One of the things she talked about is this is in New York, and they all act liberal with their friends because they don't want to lose their friends, but they're very right-wing in their private thing. But yeah, her ultimate takeaway is insecurity and exactly right. Dang, I lost my train of thought. ADHD. So it's when they're feeling like you said, they're losing their stuff. But ultimately it boils down. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. The propaganda. I watched a video of a guy who just watched thousands of TikTok videos to see how long it would take different locations to go to the right or to the left, and it was actually pretty evenly spread. But one location in particular stood out to him, and that was when he set the location to Mississippi, and it was only like 40 or 50 TikTok videos before it went hard incel, and then it was like 1,000 incel videos in a row, and then it went right wing. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening out there, but I think it boils down to insecurity and then feeding on that insecurity.
But we all agree that it is their perception, right? Like, there is no laws that have been changed to, quote unquote, like legally, or I guess the tolerance of white supremacy has really gone down. And is that why they feel uncomfortable? Because, a white man is still as much privileged as he was before. Like, he still has majority of privilege in this country.
It's because we have and this stems a lot from capitalism, but ultimately wherever it comes from, we have a very scarcity mindset, and so if somebody else is getting something, then I'm not getting something because there's a pie, and if a piece of the pie is missing, that's my piece of the pie. So that's that scarcity mindset, and so they're thinking that if black people get rights, well then I'm losing my right.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's a twofold thing. Like, those that have a lot of wealth, they're watching a lot of that wealth being lost in this. I'm making it very general, but that wealth may be diminishing to some extent. Others are getting wealthier, but at the same time. But the bigger thing, I think, is like he said, this idea. This idea that there's a scarcity of resources and there's only so much space, let's just say, which is a fact. There's only so much space, but there's a lot of wasted space that could be used, but that's not their concern. Their concern is more, if you get the job, I'm not getting the job. It's really, that's why I call it like a dis-ease. Just like it's an idea that's in their head, as you brought up, Katrina, but it's not a real idea. It's the idea that by doing the right thing is at the core of it too. Like, if I do what's right, then I'm going to come up short. I'm not going to have. Everybody else is going to come in and creep in. And there's also a sense of the wrongs of the past of ancestors are going to have to be dealt with on this generation. That's a real thing I've witnessed. That it's an idea like there's going to be a get back. Not that I did it, but you're still mad at my grandmother, my grandfather, you're still mad at, and there's a coming to terms with the reality of just not allowing how things got to this point on a corrupt level to get to keep moving, and therefore, well, if you know somehow or another whether you were involved with it personally or not, the idea that you do benefit off of that, and that's no longer the play anymore across the board, then it's like, oh, will there be enough love for me, enough tolerance for me? Will I still be able to survive? Well, can I just be a part of the whole thing and be one of the, the majority in that sense? All of that is, I think, some of what will come up in a study of this phenomenon.
Sorry. I was just going to say is what I've been... Dude, sorry. Repeat real-time parenting. No, it's just what I've been mentioning since Patty started sharing this video with us. And we're having these pauses at various clips. Why non-people of color gaining in their respective lanes is a threat or a perceived threat to the white the whites. That's what I come back to. Why? I think one of the earlier women that Eddie debated was talking about her college degree and graduating, and yet they, quote unquote, are taking construction jobs. And he's like, well, are you applying for one of these construction jobs? Like, no, but it's this perception. This perception or this feeling or belief that others making gains in whatever lane, even if that is not a lane that you're in, is somehow a threat to their well-being. Anyway.
That's dying. It's almost like dying, and they realize that, they probably got more days behind them than they have in front of them. In that case, it's like a care for that person, for that system. All of us have parents, grandparents, great-great-grandparents that aren't here anymore. I don't care what ethnicity you are. That's just a phenomenon of life.
All right, Quinn, was that the end of the video or is there?
Let's carry on.
There's a little more.
Okay, let's play it. Peace.
I gotta see if I got kicked out of that thing again.
Was it on YouTube?
Yes. Oh, I'm on it still. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it'll go right back to it if you.
Teenagers are building businesses with AI, while the only AI you know is ChatGPT. Let's be real. Most...
Hello, so I'll switch over to the Gaza thing in a second, but I just wanted to touch on that. You said that you support free speech, of course, right? So what I'm confused about is you refuse to debate people that have disagreed with you. I mean, you said that they're racist or they're fascist, right? No, if we're going to do facts. They said they were racist and fascist. Get your facts right before you start talking. So isn't the whole entire point of the debate to debate people that you don't agree with? People who don't see me as equal. The point. Or B, support democracy, because that would undermine the whole idea of the debate. If you don't support democracy, as our friend here doesn't, and support General Franco, then what is the point of a debate? The First Amendment doesn't mean you have to debate everyone. Somebody comes up to you in the street and starts talking to you. You have an obligation to carry on talking to them. I'm sure you go about your own business. Somebody comes up to you in the subway and sits next to you and starts ranting in your face. So you're not going to say everybody's going to share. Everyone here has hygiene standards. As you, there are people you wouldn't debate, I'm sure, as well. Okay. So can you please describe why you think Trump is supporting ethnic cleansing of Gaza just because he wants to take over the land there? How does that answer killing? Not just take over the land. Kick out all the people. That's the definition of ethnic cleansing. So is ethnic cleansing killing people? Because it seems like you could ethnic cleanse me without killing them. And by the way, they have been killed. More than 50,000 people in Gaza have been killed by the Israelis. By people like Bezalel Smotrich, who said recently, the finance minister of Israel, we are going to Gaza to conquer, cleanse, and remain. We're going to annihilate the the place. We're going to disassemble Gaza, he said. We're going to leave it behind as piles of rubble. That's the guy Trump's funding, supporting. That's the guy praising Trump. So yes, Trump and Smotrich are ethnically cleansing Gaza. I cannot deny that thousands of people are dying in Gaza, but you need to realize why are they dying? Is it possibly that they're attacking another country? No, just because Israel is killing more Gazans than Gazans are killing Israel doesn't mean Gaza is righteous and Israel is evil. I never said anything about evil or Israel. I said anything cleansing. You said don't have to be killed. I said they are being killed, and the criteria of what's happening is if Donald Trump says these people have to leave and never come back, is that not ethnic cleansing? What is your definition of ethnic cleansing? I would think ethnic cleansing is when you're killing off a large part of an ethnic group. That's genocide. You're confusing your terms. Ethnic cleansing is removing one ethnic group using a deliberate policy by violence or terror-inspired means to remove another population, another ethnic group from a certain geographic area. That's the UN definition of ethnic cleansing. That is what he's doing. When he was asked Donald Trump, can they come back? He said, no, they cannot. That is ethnic. I've heard all these people talk about white genocide today. You guys are nationalists. How would you feel if somebody, the president of France came and told you to leave your land and not come back? Would you not feel you'd be ethnically cleansed from your home? From America? Yeah. Well, because my ancestors were settlers here, not immigrants. They actually Palestinians are not immigrants in Gaza. They are indigenous people to the land. Didn't Israel just give Gaza the land like a few decades ago? I'm pretty sure Israel used to have that land. Pretty sure they withdrew in 2005 from the land, but controlled the air. No, they don't give it to them. They control the air, the sea space, the borders, the population registry. They controlled what went in and out. It was a prison, an open-air prison. That's not given. Don't forget the border with Egypt and then the Mediterranean Sea. And the Israelis and Egyptians worked together because Donald Trump and Joe Biden, the Egyptians are awesome. Yes, they're funded by the United States. Did you know that Muslim countries do bad things too? No, I know that, dude. They do bad things. Okay, that's we're in agreement.
All right, pause. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Hello, sir. Welcome back.
See you, Mehdi. All right, so I agree that Trump wants to do a cleansing, but not an ethnic one, because that area requires a lot of cleansing. Because when you have a population that was taught from early childhood age to hate Jews, Christians, and pagans, you need some serious re-education.
Number one, that's not true. Number two, that's not what he's proposing.
Well, I mean, most Palestinians, by a polling number, do support Hamas.
They support resisting Israel.
Well, I mean, the thing is, what did they do in the first place that they were in this, what you call open-air prison?
Great question. What did they do to deserve being occupied?
Well, here's the thing, because the Islamic Republic in Iran is using them as a tool.
What is it
as a tool for their Islamic expansion.
When did the Islamic Republic of Iran, you're Iranian, American, I believe.
Yes, I am.
When was the Islamic Republic of Iran founded?
1979.
When was Gaza occupied by Israel?
67 years.
So, can we do the maths together? 12 years before the Islamic Republic of Iran existed, Israel was oppressing, occupying, and dispossessing the people of Gaza. So your argument makes sense.
Were there any terrorist organizations at the time?
The PLO was considered a terrorist organization by the entire Western world.
All right, so was Hamas there?
Hamas did not exist till 1980.
Exactly. My point is, after the Islamic Republic came, it became chaotic because the Islamic Republic started to use the so-called innocent Palestinians for their own
so-called innocent Palestinians. The Palestinians are innocent.
Not all of them. Because
what about the 17,000 children killed?
They're doing the
17,000 children were killed, were they not innocent?
Who's responsible for that?
Israel.
No, Hamas is responsible. Hamas is responsible for hiding in hospitals and making tunnels underneath.
So when children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers aren't responsible for that.
Look,
it's a simple question.
Here's the problem.
Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in Gaza in the head, as eyewitness testimony and doctor's testimony proves. That's not the fault of the Israeli snipers.
This is the problem. Because when you have
the problem is you can't answer the question. I'll ask you a third time. When Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in the head, is that not the fault of Israeli snipers?
No, you gotta let me finish.
No, you can answer the question. Fourth time. Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in the head.
Get to your answer.
I need to know what you think about innocent children. Because what you said was pretty outrageous. You said innocent Palestinians for the fifth time. When Palestinian children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers, is that not the fault of Israeli snipers? Why did you tell me that the children deserve to be shot in the head?
The problem is,
millions of people are watching you say
they start brainwashing children. They start brainwashing children at a very young age.
You support sniping children in Gaza. Look, other people here support sniping children in Gaza. Is that a conservative position now?
What if they're very suicideless?
They weren't.
But what if they are?
They're not, though. What if they are? I have friends who went to doctors, American doctors. They came back as we have multiple children.
What if they're hell-bent? What if they're hell-bent on killing you and
your family, a 10-year-old child, an 8-year-old child, a 6-year-old child? Because like I said, you're sitting on their brainwashed television. There are millions of people are going to see your neighbors, your friends. Millions of people, millions of people don't know what's going on. Even your fellow right-wingers are saying, don't go this far. Genocide, sure, but don't spread. Millions of people don't understand the brainwashing that is going on in the Islamic Republic and in Palestine to create a
obsessed with Iran so much that you're supporting the killing of Palestinian children who never harmed you or any other Israeli. That's insane.
Look,
and the fact that you support Trump's ethnic cleansing now doesn't surprise
I didn't say ethnic cleansing. I said cleansing of the land.
All right,
because you need to cleanse the land from all the Taliban, Milosevic, stuff.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Wow, he didn't even want to shake his hand. Wow. I mean, Manny was disgusted.
Yeah, you see his face.
If you were saying it's okay to kill children in their heads, a 6, 7, 8, 10 years old, like snipering them, like I would be disgusted too. I have a 10-year-old. Are you kidding me?
And for those that are new, Joy, I put the link in the chat so you guys can, watch on your own or like fast forward to where Gwen is at and just watch the background. But yeah, he it's like he was being even remotely civil and halfway shaking his hand as he left the table. But,
oh my God, he's visibly. It's beyond disgusted. Like the man got up to shake his hand. He didn't even look in his direction.
McD didn't look in the other guy's direction.
Who was he debating?
Can we understand why? Oh, based on the topic that was there. Why? Are you kidding me? Okay.
Gwen, who was he debating?
I don't know, obviously the people that ran. It was a young guy. I think I want to say he's Israeli. I don't know. I don't know what his actual, I don't know.
He was from Iran.
He's from Iran.
It was just that piece of the debate, right?
That's really strange.
It wasn't the whole debate. Just for those that don't know, the whole debate wasn't just that last guy, though, just for the record.
No, it wasn't. You're right. It was two different people. But the last guy.
Okay.
Yeah, but remember we were talking about the immigrants, right? That come here and justify white supremacy, just like the other guy who was from Persia. Was he Persian? I think also an immigrant. This guy's also an immigrant from Iran, and he totally supports white supremacy. Like he's sitting with them. And the last time he came up to debate him, she asked him, "Are you okay with some of those people that you're sitting that they want you and me out of this country?" And he refused to answer that question. That is the most mind-boggling thing for me, is how somebody from Iran would sit there and be in line with white supremacists in the United States. That's so crazy.
Is it crazy? Is it crazy because the parties have realigned? The parties are no longer racially aligned, and as I've pointed out, there's plenty of white leftists who hate the white race and call for white genocide. So I'm asking you, if there are white people that openly call for white genocide and say they hate their own white skin, why does it surprise you that there's some non-white people that feel the same?
Wait, just to be clear, because I'm thoroughly confused. You say that there are white liberals who hate their own race of people. That's your contention.
Yeah, Quinn, if you bother to read the room chat, Quinn, I'm being respectful. Quinn, I've never once interrupted you, so don't interrupt me. Quinn, don't interrupt.
Was he interrupting you?
Yes, he was.
It was a
I actually want to know the same answer, because I'm wondering, I hate a lot of white people, but I don't want to genocide all of white people. I hate a lot of white people's superiority complex that they have. So what is your definition of white people wanting a genocide on their own white people?
Okay, well, if I'm not interrupted, I actually just posted in the room chat a Clubhouse white leftist openly. He got a job teaching in a university, and he teaches his white students that there is a necessity for white genocide. That is to say, this white professor says because he is liberal, because he is leftist, because he is progressive, and because he's on Clubhouse, he says there should be death camps where white people are around.
People in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
where is that? I don't see the link number.
It's in the. Well, respectfully, I'm about to land my plane. It's in the room chat.
So go ahead and delete it now before you say anything else.
You don't want that in your room chat?
No, I don't. You're not putting people profile in here.
Snoopy, what does that have to do with us, though? Like, with a person saying that, what does that have to do with us or the other white people?
Read it now, Snoopy.
Absolutely.
Is it the whataboutism? I don't understand. Like, why are you trying to flip? There's a white Republicans hate white Democrats.
We can have the argument about whatever, but what he's not going to do is put people's profile in here for us to be trying to, for him to talk. Because it's crap at.
Well, unemotionally, we can look at what Greg is proposing and the extreme of that, and then jump into the conclusion that everybody that has a problem with white supremacist crazy systems of things does not have to be in the boat of now whoever that is saying go kill white genocide. It's back to this, the nuance necessary moving forward in planning to understand some are going to feel like it's a straight genocide because when you put fairness and no longer white supremacist systems in place, and that dies a natural death and everybody can just vote what they really want, the masses of people, everybody doesn't have to join in with those that might feel like, oh my God, it's a genocide now, opposed to those that might be out there trying to kill some people.
Yeah, I think it's a ploy of overcorrection to, like, get you to, like, I just don't, like, buy into that. Like, so what? A lot of people say a lot of things. Like, that doesn't mean, like, that to me, when people do that, it's like to get you to say, to overreact or overcorrect in that direction to line you up with what they're trying to do. So I don't care.
But is that again? It's not something that is like a mean thing going around, right? With white people saying we want genocide. Like, there might be crazy people out there, right? There's always crazy people out there. But I guess I'm looking. Is that the main movement?
Well, the question is.
I don't see that, number one. If there is some crazy people who feel that way, I guess it's their right to feel that way, and they have First Amendment, as long as they're actually not threatening anybody. But that doesn't fuel the public, right? That's not the main view.
Well, respectfully, the moderators.
What we're talking about is the main view.
Did you delete it, Snoopy?
Yes, I did. I deleted the Clubhouse person. So the moderators asked, and I'm being very brief here, the moderators asked, why are there non-white people who are calling for pain for non-white people? Why are they not loyal to their race?
I never asked that.
No one said that.
No one.
Nobody said that.
Again, that's always the framing. So what the question I would ask you is, how does if that one person is representative of what you're talking about, how does one person's perspective become representative of the whole?
Well, there's proof that it represents the whole because there were a series, I'll answer you very briefly, Quinn. There were a series of surveys of tens of thousands of people where they asked people of all races, how do you feel about your own race? So tens of thousands of people of each race in America were asked, how do you feel? Now what's interesting is every single race felt good about its own race.
You start saying that stuff in the link.
No, I will, but
I feel like you're going to be getting misinformation.
Well, actually, I
will sit and look at the link.
The moderator, you're not a moderator. Okay, so I posted 4 links to college professors, white college professors, saying there should be a genocide of whites. Now, the link I'm about to post is a survey of tens of thousands of people of all races, and people of all races in America like their own race. There's only one exception. White liberals hate the white race, and in 4 surveys, the average white liberal said they hate white people. Now, I am done speaking. I'll just post it in the room chat. You can read for yourself.
Trust me, there's black people that hate being black. Trust me, there's some Chinese folks that don't like being black. If a white person points out some wrongs that they know their people have done, I think that's what's going on. Some white folks probably have said, you know what, we white folks have really done some jacked up shit around this planet. If they're saying that, I'm not going to put them in the vote of now white genocide. Now, some other folks might, what they decide to do with that data, that empirical data, by the way. So there's some jacked up shit has been done.
I heard some white people in the room say that they sick of white people, so I don't know that that's
now you want to genocide. That's the fear part.
I have said that I'm sick and tired of racist white people. That said, I think that they're immoral. I think those people do a lot of damage to society. I think people, but that's not fully for genocide.
That's like saying
I think it's wrong that that person wants to murder or is murdering. And then everybody's like, well, he's white, so you're against white people. You want all white people to what?
Yeah, it's like saying, well, Hitler, yeah, I agree, Hitler did some jacked up shit, there's some things when America was founded, how that was done was wrong. And, you can have that nuanced conversation. You can't say, without Africa, that apartheid thing, as a species of people on this planet, that's really not a cool way to operate. But if someone else over here, you're coming at, bro, black folks are probably the hardest on black people ever. And I know one that's really hard on black people. That's love, though. Believe it or not, like to recognize, hold up, man, you're going off the rails. That's pulling you back in. If you think that genocide, then and you're thinking, you're trying to attack me. No, just stop running around stealing shit. I know you want to just do whatever you want at 5 or 6 or 10 or any age, but damn it, no, that's not how we doing this. And at that point, it feels like a dictator is telling you, no, that if you're gonna wash your hands before we eat, well, I don't want to. It doesn't matter. That's not a debate class right there. And I think as a planet, it's saying there is a thing going on. Like, bro. Look, that's just not cool. Even though you think it's cool to run through and take over countries and shit, that's not cool. Not in Africa, not in Australia, not in Europe. It's just not a cool way to be. And there's definitely an agreed understanding, like the time for that is up. And if somebody reads it like, oh shit, they're coming after us, I don't know what to tell you, man. Nobody's gonna go into agreement with it. You just keep on doing foul shit, whoever you are. Micro level, macro level, there's a thing about do the right thing. And just taking over because it's not doing it.
Sorry, the length that is keep moving forward is either quorum threats, or I just don't understand.
There's a peer reviewed, respectfully, Katrina, there's a peer reviewed study in the
when people do
it's actually not peer reviewed.
There is a peer-reviewed study.
That's why I was having an issue when somebody is talking and saying that there is factual evidence for this, and then there is no factual evidence. That's why I was saying put it in the chat so that we can go through it together as you're talking about it. Because everything that you have put is not. This is not like real research. Like, I'm sorry, I can go and go ask people questionnaires tomorrow on the street. And then say that's research. Like,
even simpler than that, if you go to the actual link and read it at the very top of the fucking article, it explicitly says it's not peer reviewed.
I can definitely do that. I don't believe in that. I was just reading, I'm reading some novel, and the guy mentioned his aunt who had beaten him for wasting a piece of string. This is a British novel. Post-World War II, spy novel. Actually, it's the spy who came in through the coal. It's a really, really good novel. But he mentioned his aunt hit him for wasting string. Imagine, that poverty.
Yeah, exactly. They were that broke. Everything mattered. Hell yeah. I'd beat that ass too if I was that broke. But I noticed that back then for that time, they used fear to make things happen a lot. They hit you to make you submit. They tell you that this God is real and judging you and gonna send you to hell if you don't submit and do right. Like, everything was so fear driven. And even today, like my parents and my grandparents and all of that generation that's older than 55, Like, they're so fearful. Not all of them, but a big portion of them. They're just so fearful. I don't know.
You're projecting on them, Barbie.
Me?
You.
How am I projecting, Congressman?
You're saying that baby boomers are fearful, but the truth is you're fearful.
I don't fear homosexuals and marijuana like they do.
Oh, well, that's not the type of fear I'm thinking about.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You know, like making a child submit so they beat them. You know what I mean?
But why do you think, young people should be using cannabis? I mean, it's a sacred herb. If you're just going to use it to look at TikTok videos and not even go to the gym and just waste all your time consuming propaganda, I mean, it's not beneficial for young people.
What, marijuana?
Yeah.
Well, I never said that young people should smoke marijuana.
Well, you said that's what the baby boomers are fearful of for these younger people. Are you not following your own conversation?
I never said that. That's not at all what I said.
So what is it then you think baby boomers fear?
Did anybody else in this room hear me say that?
I claimed that you were projecting onto baby boomers your own fear.
Yeah, well, I just told you that's not what I just said. So maybe pay attention.
It is what you said.
That's not what I said. Well, how about you have a seat in the audience, and yeah, we'll have you back up.
Men are gonna be masters for life.
Facts is two completely different things. So,
isn't the more interesting conversation to ask?
All right, take a deep breath, everybody. Just relax. Welcome back to Ultra Diogenes Radio, the #1 clubhouse extremist room. An Ashkenazi-looking Jew with a fat grocery store clerk combined create the Ultra Diogenes Radio.
Does he know that I found my dad and I'm not Jewish?
I don't know.
No, it's about your mama.
No, he doesn't know. I didn't tell him. I wanted to.
Right, he does know. It is about my mama. My mama might have made me Jewish.
I've seen your photo. I've got, how people got Gaydar? I got Ashkenazar.
I do believe he's still.
I mean, what a hypocrite. How does a self-hating Ashkenazi come on here and talk shit about Ashkenazis all day long?
Today we haven't talked about the Jews, so.
Well, now you're talking about
We
it.
are also the nation.
It wasn't me who brought up the Jews. It was you. I was talking about the Ashkenazis.
It was you.
I was talking about Ashkenazis. There's a difference.
You're saying Ashkenazis are not the Jews?
I'm saying there's a difference. They're called different words.
What?
He's got the Scottish Freemasons thing back there. That's cool.
Yeah, American history. Oh, that's maybe why you look Ashkenazi.
Ashkenazi.
Not right. Jewish.
With all due respect, how dare you? I just want to.
Anyone in the room who doesn't agree that if you perpetuate genital mutilation, you are abusing children?
I just want to quote David Obadia and say, "How dare you? How dare you?"
My register was that, but I didn't have to.
How dare you?
There you go. See?
With all due respect,
Wait, John Kitover, did you hear that Dungeon's Hunt is dead?
How did you find him? Like, were you on Craigslist or something?
Yes. Whoa. This is not a gay thing.
Yo, that's so bad.
Where did you find him and in what state of disrepair?
First of all, okay, it was Craigslist, but it's a sad story.
What's the sad part of it?
Yeah, it's Ancestry.com,
You used Ancestry.com?
I did, yeah.
And then you somehow found your absentee father?
It's hard to call him an
absentee father when he didn't know that he had created me, right?
He didn't know that he was his genetic material?
Well, I mean, if we're going by, did he keep a logbook of all of his? The answer is no.
Interesting. Well, I congratulate you on finding out where you came from.
Well, thanks. I gotta take this call. So you see the very next time. Yes.
Commercial break, guys. Welcome to the new Ultra Derecha, where me and I just took over. That's right. And we have over
Nicely
1,000
done.
members. Thank you. We have over 1,000 members. If anyone wants to invite, if anyone wants to open up rooms, you're welcome to do so.
Oh,
This is the Ultra
Princessia
Derecha.
must be fucking shaking in her fatties.
Let's go. Am I smart or am I smart?
Oh my god.
Is there another option?
The Bitcoin.
Not for you because you're a bitch. Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna open up a room at 3 o'clock, everybody. I hope you come to it. It's called the Bitcoin Laundromat by Roberto Taylor, the Bitcoin scammer. Plus Princessia Nora Bandura, whose legs are all lasered up and her legs can't be in the sun. So we're gonna do a leg laser sun therapy room for her. And I hope you all come so we can listen to just how schizoid she is and how much hair is falling out of her head. Thank
How
you
do
very
you
much.
know it's 3 o'clock?
It'll be 3 p.m. CST, where we'll do the ultimate roast of Diego and Princessia Nora, the divorce.
CST.
I heard them break up yesterday.
Central Time.
Did you call your penis a wrench? Diego loves to push.
I heard that.
Diego loves to extend all conversations with Princessia till the next day. He is the ultimate fucking.
Now it's AI.
Oh really?
I cannot find it.
Is that actually like a selfie, Abby, that you took? Is it
Which one?
you on the tricycle on the scoot?
Yes. How did you? Yeah, me and Elle look like each other.
Think about that.
Like Julian has. Julian SeaWorld.
Yeah, that's great.
Hold on,
Rico was saying something. How are you attractive?
Rico and Congressman, are you gonna meet each other?
No.
Why not?
I mean, if he wants to have a beer like on a Friday, Saturday night, just go to Russian Division or to the Dock restaurant, and I'll meet you there.
Okay,
I'll meet up with anybody for a beer.
If I was a man.
You saw it. You ran away.
I'm a woman. I said if I was a man. If you're quiet for a second, you would have heard that.
Wait, you ran away? Was that allowed? Did you run away from Diego?
No, that fat ass didn't even get out of his car to shit.
I know he did the car, but before you were saying he had some sort of Nazi boots on.
It's a jalopy, yeah.
This doesn't add up.
It's a joke, dumbass.
I don't think he was wearing boots. I didn't even get to see his shoes.
So what happened? He stuck his head over his window and saw the boots. How about that?
He thinks he's Robert De Niro from Cape Fear, but that's just the way his family lives.
It's like, oh, Diego, do you have cocaine on your shoulders? Oh, hold on. That was dangerous.
No, he keeps it sober. He's a fat.
That's right. No, I've never been Prestige on that foot.
Are you kidding me? He was so weak, he couldn't even stand up and shake my hand and say, "Oh, hi, my name is Robert. What's your name?" I'm like, he didn't even know how to communicate. He thought he was in Clown House, talking in Clown House when he met me. Like that, acted like we were on cell phones or something because he's a fatty.
All right, you don't need to call me fat. I will be going on a diet soon.
Extra large Diet Coke.
I did not tell him.
I know the McDonald's, and you tell everybody.
I did not tell him. He just did it.
No, she was talking about how fat you are and how you're going to McDonald's. How much you let her down.
I will never.
She actually went to McDonald's within 3 hours to keep the trend going because she wanted to be one with you.
Julian, were you there? Yeah, you were there. I didn't say that.
You were there. You heard that.
Where?
Did I tell?
You heard Abby say that.
Hold on. Did I tell you that I went to McDonald's and that he's fat? I will never say that.
So wait, are you guys technically like a functional?
Oh my god.
You guys are like a functional neuro Benduro and Roberto Taylor.
They copied us for the last
But
time.
how are you guys like friendly to each other? Because they like hate each other.
What do you mean they hate each other?
He roasts her, she roasts him, she starts crying, then he tries to be nice. It's like a sick, disgusting relationship. Yeah, it's a total toxic relationship. When you hear her, I don't know. There's not many. Go to the black rooms. Yeah, there's a lot of Chicagoans on this app.
Well, I don't know if Rico wants to meet a black person.
Oh, that's racist.
You'd meet up with Jazzy, I'm sure, right, Rico?
No, I had that opportunity.
Oh God.
Would it be funny if Rick showed up with Jazzy next to him?
Yeah, I guess.
Rick showed up with Jazzy. Yeah, Rick showed up.
I would get her a shot of Malort. Rico, this is all you got to tell the girls in Chicago is that you work for Dr. Malort and the Malort family, and it would be a great honor to the Malort family if you were to do a shot of Malort with me.
Why are you laughing at me? Go and do that.
Jokes on you, Congress. Actually, people use Rico's last name in Chicago.
Dogs.
Mr. White?
Did you vote for Trump, Rico?
I did because he was the Bitcoin candidate, but no, I don't know.
The Bitcoin candidate, how do you feel about that?
Well,
establishing, destroying cryptocurrency by making it a part of the fiat system. And you know how much easier it is to stop pretending that cash is an essential part of the money system? I mean, cash limits central banks. You know, in August Karsten's was ahead of us. You don't though. You don't actually like free distributed money because you continue to support Bitcoin, irrespective of everything that I've told you, which is undeniably true about its centralization and the way that it is going to be utilized by the government to ensure a complete lack of anonymity and spending.
I think what's going on right now is all the rich people are buying up all the Bitcoin because two things are happening. The fiat system thinks it can co-opt Bitcoin.
Let me ask you a question.
Bitcoin thinks it can co-opt it and they're kind of merging against each other.
Production here is that at the end of this, he's going to, so the last 10 minutes of this, he's going to debate. He's going to choose someone to debate. He chose, I don't think it's the first guy, but he chose someone to come up and do, I guess, open debate for 10 minutes. Thanks for that. That's what it said. So you all can't see that in the writing, but that's what it says in the writing that he's going to choose to do.
You're the liberals who are forced to vote for pro-war people. If you're going to be replacing my country, what do you want me to do? Oh, you and your replacement bullshit. Yeah, okay, buddy. Oh, wow. There's 3 people so far. Let's keep counting. We should be nicer to you, otherwise you'll deport us. What a great argument. This is a free speech debate. It's not your country, my friend. It's our country, whether you like it or not.
Or it's a debate for a claim of their choosing.
I thought Kai was smart enough. I felt like it was good faith. Let's see. I appreciate it, buddy. He seemed to be in good faith. He seems kind of...
Too many subscriptions? You need rocket money.
Smart. And, he's one of the few people who doesn't want to deport me. Or maybe not. We're going to find out. My claim is we should get rid of birthright citizenship. I'm not if you want to get rid of birthright citizenship. And how, by the way? Because you know it's in the Constitution. I'm so glad you brought this up. Yes. Because it was one of my... The 14th. I mentioned it to a bunch of your friends and nobody wanted to engage in the 14th. Yeah. And let's talk about the 14th Amendment, which says that if you're born born here, you're a citizen of the United States.
Yes, I chose this because it's the people who are actually voting on the clause, right? It was argued that the birthright citizenship was not automatically extended to everybody who was just born here. And we have a long history of that as well. For example, with the Native Americans, who had particular laws that applied solely to them. What I think we're seeing in this country is not everybody is so similarly under the jurisdiction thereof of the States, right? And by allowing for birthright citizenship and not interpreting the Constitution as we're legally allowed to and restrict, the automatic citizenship of anybody who's born here, we actually remove the issue, for example, of family separation, because there is no incentive of a family to come over to this country illegally and then have a child, which is contributing to the awful situation we have in America of breaking up families. This is not something that I imagine you or I agree with. No. The issue is birthright citizenship has incentivized that.
So even if I were to concede that in some cases birthright citizenship has incentivized that, I don't like the phrase anchor babies, but I'm not naive enough to pretend that there are not immigrants who come here and time the pregnancy in order to get. Of course, you and I can agree on that. Yeah. But that doesn't mean you then rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries. It goes back before the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment came about, I think, in 1868, if memory serves me correctly. But the principle underlying it is actually from another country, the UK, ancient English common law, right? So this was always the case. The 14th Amendment, as you know, because you seem well read, came along and codified what was already a principle in American and English law, that if you're born in the country, you are a citizen. Now, you mentioned the point about jurisdiction. There is that little bit in there where it says subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That, in the debate, if you go back and read the debate that the senators had at the time, they were very explicit that that was to do with foreign ministers and foreign ambassadors. Diplomats living in embassies, their kids shouldn't be citizens. Obviously, they're here on their own. The Argentine embassy in DC is Argentine soil. So we accept all that.
Absolutely.
But when they were asked about Chinese immigrants, Senator Trumbull, who was, I think, the chair of the Judiciary Committee back in the 1860s during this debate, he said at the time, Chinese immigrants' children, they are citizens. In fact, 1898, as you well know, we get Wong Kim Ark, Supreme Court case, Wong Kim Ark versus the United States. And the Supreme Court says, yes, even the child of undocumented Chinese immigrants is an American citizen. So this is the principle going back centuries. So while I can agree with you that there are cases that abuse the 14th Amendment, that there are issues of family separation, I'm not going to rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries and is backed by a 127-year-old Supreme Court precedent because Donald Trump is looking for ways to cut the number of brown and black people in the United States.
If you don't mind me interrupting, this is where I think it's important. In the late 19th century, our immigration law was absolutely different, including, in respect with the Irish and Chinese immigrants that were coming over. It was absolutely different. Changed.
We had open borders, my friend. Well, some people in this room would hate it. We had open borders for half of American history.
Well, I don't think that's very true.
It's 100% true.
Well, hold on. If you're comparing the open borders, which I don't concede to, but if you're comparing the open borders prior to 1910 and prior to the Hart-Celler Act, and you look at the amount of immigration and who was coming over,
this deflection amount is irrelevant.
It is absolutely relevant. Why? Because the Constitution, like the founding fathers,
your argument is we had open borders.
I was about to answer. Okay. It's important to analyze the context wherein these laws and parts of the Constitution arise. The original founding fathers said the Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people and is wholly inadequate to the government of any other, which means the people that wrote this document understood that it would not be able to properly...
Super secular people, let's just be clear.
Oh, no, that's not true. They were deists.
A lot of them were secular.
No, the majority were deists.
They were secular. Seculars don't get atheists. You know what I mean?
I understand that, but deist doesn't mean secular or atheist. It means they believe in a God, but not a God that's anything about.
I said deist or theist. I said they're secular.
Okay, but secular...
You separate church and state.
Okay, well, let's talk. We could even talk about that. That's a perfect example.
You can run out of your own time making your argument.
I understand, but the separation of church and state is now completely differently understood than originally proposed. Thomas Jefferson, who talks about the wall of separation, which doesn't even exist in the constitutional intent of the people who wrote the document that you and I are both citing, which means...
But I'm not locked into what the people who wrote that. We've had amendments to the Constitution, you know that, right?
I understand that. Okay. And this is our fundamental disagreement, is that I don't believe...
You think you could read the minds of people in the 1770s?
That's not true.
And I'm stuck.
I just believe this country ought to be more like the country we originally had, and I don't think...
That's your opinion. You're entitled to.
I understand that.
But there's a factual basis.
Well, let me try to see what you believe.
Okay.
If we are voting on these constitutional amendments, if we are interpreting them, and our interpretation becomes absolutely, let's say, a 180 from what the original intent of the authors of that document is, are you in favor of that?
I guess it depends on the issue.
Okay, I would say no matter what.
So, for example, the Second Amendment, which we kind of danced around, it's not come up here and there.
Yeah.
You know the debate about the Second Amendment. The fundamental debate is one side says it's unlimited, and the other side says, no, what they meant was
was the malicious. They didn't, and they Americans. And I'm saying it was around before the United States was even created. It's part of ancient English common law. If you're born in a place, you're a citizen of that place. And yes, you're the child of a foreign diplomat or on a Native American reservation.
English common law did not exist simultaneously as millions of people coming across the border in here.
Just to get to principle, your argument is numbers change everything. We've got so many more people.
Not solely, but absolutely.
Okay.
The demographics of your immigration absolutely change it.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? If you got rid of the 14th Amendment, what would be in its place? Do you denaturalize white Americans?
Your government job.
Denaturalize that, dude?
I think there's plenty of benefits that the government offers people that you should not be able to receive.
I'll tell you this, right? This might sound bad, and I think people care for me anyway. So let me say something you might not like.
Nobody would pass it.
If you have a high school immigration citizenship test for everyone,
I think people would take citizenship more seriously.
The immigrant kids are going to outperform the white kids. You might actually end up denaturalizing some of the white kids, and then people here will be really upset.
Well, hold on. And I like to be consistent about this. That's possible. But what I think it would do is it would give everybody a larger sense of the importance of citizenship.
So you would say no one born in this country is a citizen. No one.
Automatically no. Automatically no.
Wow.
I think we could extend that. People who have heritage in the country.
What are they until they pass the test? Undocumented?
I suppose, yeah. They're not able to receive government benefits. They're not able to receive government benefits. They're not able to apply for these jobs.
But their parents are citizens.
Okay, well, hold on. We're talking here about the way that we would implement it.
Well, that's pretty important. If you were trying to get rid of the 14th Amendment, you ask about the practicalities of it.
And we're not Trump's doing it right now. And I'm not going to be able to explain it to you in 10 minutes. But what I can explain to you is that right now in this country, we have a crisis of people not understanding. Hold on. We're not understanding what citizenship is. The way that you've referred to citizenship makes everybody who hasn't come to the United States an undocumented American citizen until the time they come over here.
That's how a lot of countries are. Right? You know that birthright citizenship is operated by multiple named democracies around the world. I know Trump lies and says, we're the only country that does it. He lies. That's not true. Multiple countries.
Do you think it has to be that way? Do you think everybody in the world is an undocumented American?
Hold on. Well, or an undocumented Canadian or an undocumented Brit, right?
Yeah, undocumented, sure. Well, I'm an American, so I say America. But yeah,
but I'm saying, right, the principle is you immigrate. We have free movement. I support free movement of people around the world.
But do you believe they're all?
Are you Kim Jong-un? You think people should only stay in one country and never leave and be blocked from leaving a country?
I think that's a very
that's a ridiculous statement, right? Because everyone in the world is not heading for the United States.
Yes, yeah, but
right now, but numbers of people coming in and dropping off.
But the idea that you are supporting is that the moment you come to this soil and that you're born here, you become an American. And
I'm not saying the moment I come to soil you become an American. I didn't. I had to do the test. Okay. I had to do the naturalization process, which is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. But the 14th Amendment also says if you're born here, then you automatically get it. And I'm not saying the problem we have here, I'm going to die on.
The problem we have is we don't appreciate citizenship. The problem is that when you talk about immigration like we did before, when we talked about everything before, what were we talking about? We were talking about products. We weren't talking about practices or perceptions, which is really what immigration is about.
Can I agree with you? We don't in this country value citizenship enough. I think we should encourage people to have more civics lessons in schools, understand American history and Constitution much more. Here's what the irony is. I'm sitting in a room today where I met a bunch of people claiming to be Native Americans who hate everything America stood for centuries.
I think they stand much closer to the America that we originally had. And I think that's the
issue. If they had any clue what that was like, but you've
agreed to dismantling that America as long as it's legal.
You're the person who came here and made your argument.
I'm a constitutional originalist.
Taking away an amendment of the Constitution. I did. I said keep the Second Amendment.
I'm an originalist. I think we should interpret it the way it was probably originally interpreted.
All right, guys, that's time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I thought it was even the child of immigrants, which I found bizarre.
Obviously, we're way outclassed. Like, we're not professional debaters. I don't think anyone in this room was. Maybe one or two people a day. And clearly, Manny, he does this for a living. Right? He's a journalist, so he's really good at what he does.
And ESM was pretty good at, taking cheap shots, trying to derail people from their arguments. Trying to pick me against, some of the people that wouldn't like people of my color in the United States. It's just irrelevant.
I think one person said if you walk off, you'll be the first to go, which is ominous and racist.
I think that was disheartening and particularly discouraging because it just felt like it was fitting into a stereotype that we're trying to fight against, which is like we actually have arguments, we can provide good reason, and Democrats just pushes that far away.
I am, I guess, a far-right Republican, but as I learned today, not as far-right as I thought I was. Someone gets up and they're just like, yeah, I guess I just want to have autocracy forever and Christian nationalism, or just being like, yeah, I'm racist. And to me, that's very foreign of a concept.
Well, I didn't, disagree with most of the people in the circle. It did bother me at times, to see them say mean things. There's not really a reason to do that. But it also upset me when Mehdi said, I'm not willing to debate with those people. Free speech doesn't mean you need to give credibility or oxygen or platform to people who don't agree
human equality. I hear Eddie's point about not giving them a platform, but the thing is, if you stop giving them a platform, they don't just go away and change their mind. And then you tell the rest of society no one exists and things like that, and that's not true. I do like to debate people, even people I disagree with. I try and avoid bad faith folks. I think some of the folks today were bad faith. You know, I'm anti-conservative, right? I don't support conservative views on taxation. I don't support conservative views on immigration. The people here today were way beyond conservative. This is open authoritarianism, and this is what is being normalized and mainstreamed in our country by people in power, by the media, by people who don't know any better. These are the 5 places I put my money in.
That Patty started.
Now, everybody, we need participation awards.
I've only watched clips of it, so I appreciate it. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know whether to say you're welcome or I'm sorry.
No, you're welcome.
Yes.
It's really hard to listen to conversations with people who are staunchly racist and anti-American, I will say it. There's enough of them on this app. So it's interesting to see the face. I've seen some of these videos, so I know what they look like. A lot of them look the same, by the way. So it's not really surprising that this happens and that they're out there. But it's weird to give them any kind of, for me to give them any kind of credibility whatsoever. I know they're out there. I know they're staunchly immoral. But, you know, whatever. It's interesting.
Y'all ready to start calling people dumb yet? Or y'all still doing decorum? Sabbath down.
Oh, I do. I stay muted, Jess. I've said it at the beginning of this video hours ago, and when we've had breaks. That's why I just stay muted. I mean, I cannot have a quote unquote healthy conversation with somebody who the objective is my demise, or people who may not look like them or have share their skin tone, who don't see me as an equal, who sees their existence. And, you know, we see it on, or I keep saying see, we hear it on this app constantly. And I said it before, I'll pause, but the notion that when the call is out, you know, send out, hey, ping your MAGA friends. I have none, because to me that's an oxymoron that I do not even remotely swim in. There are some people that lack some serious intelligence, dumb, stupid, downright scary. And when I'm looking at this, another thing that popped up, these cats, they're college students. I'm in my 50s, and the thought that one of these mofos out here sooner or later will try to weasel their way into government and potentially be somewhere in a state of government, whether that be local, you know, or state or federal. Oof. And they, you know, like they already are in government. Yeah, but you know, I guess I'm being just like.
Hey Brian, speaking of government, Harvard federal employees who got fucked by Trump, and the degrees gonna be policy degrees. So if y'all interested, let me know. It's $100,000 fellowship for the year that they.
I have a question, Haitian. So, what about the people who got fucked by Trump? What? You have to work for the government?
No, so
not
Harvard,
the rest of us?
Well, I don't know. That's up to you. But if you want to do programs, it's a free degree, so.
Yeah, so I'm talking about who can apply to do this program.
Federal employees and military.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So the rest of us that got fucked is getting fucked by Trump. We just out here. Out here.
According to Trump and his MAG, it's like MAG. Y'all not getting fucked because us federal employees, we were scumbags and didn't do any work. So.
Oh, my bad. I'm
like these people not knowing or not understanding. That's the thing of the past. They get it. They're with it. And they actually want to push it further. So, like, I just really think that, naming that is very important, because a lot of times I feel like we be trying to explain. These people understand exactly what the fuck is going on. They know exactly what they fucking want.
So I agree with you. I agree with you on, like, when you have these grown ass adults, right? But to the question about the college age students, I have a little more grace for them, because they are in the process of learning and figuring out. And there is that period where, now some of them, they'll go out into the world and they will be these people. But some of them, given information, given critical engagement, and having them learn the process of how to evaluate and to come to their own decisions, I have grace for that process. But I do agree with you that some of these people are just wholesale done.
But why have grace when high school kids are seeing how fucked up? They're seeing the consequences of what's happening right in front of them.
Right, Haitian, but a lot of times, it depends on where you come from, right? What your socialization has been. And oftentimes, people who are early voters, very rarely, we see it a little more now than in times past, but very rarely do these people go against what their parents' political philosophy is. So when you talk to them about their politics, like, and I'm just speaking like college people, and you talk to a lot of them about their political ideas, they're the political ideas of the people around them. So when they become exposed to other people, they can open up, is what I'm saying. Like, there is a possibility for some sort of, they're gonna be what they're gonna be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right.
But for me, I give the college age students a little more grace. And full disclosure, that may be a personal, not personal, but that may be a professional disability. So
yeah, because
I own that part too.
There's a moral thing, even if you're a kid. Like, you like, it's plenty of people. Even Kellyanne Conway's daughter went the other way. So I feel like you could like maybe run up your credit card.
She got a
but hold on, but you could run up a credit card. Maybe you crashed your car, you drive too fast, you curse too much, things like that. But you're deciding, if is it okay if people get, trafficked across the country? Then you have a moral problem. Like, and you're like, I don't really have anything for you. And it's because it's nothing that, like, you just, then, yeah.
Yeah, but don't you guys, I have this, I don't know, it's just a theory. Would you guys agree that people like Chern, who has been doing tons and tons of these one-on-one events in college, particularly giving that space to the white, quote-unquote, conservative men, right, and showing their conservative masculinity, a safe place, as he says. I think that contributes a lot to them not learning or changing, because here is somebody who comes in and validates what you're maybe still considering. Maybe it's not 100% ingrained in you. And then they give you that commodity, they give you that group support, and you belong. And then I think at that point, it's already completely ingrained in you.
I get it, but I just still feel like reason, like, it's important to, like, I think decent people certified. That's one thing. These people are like little, like, terrorists. Like, the stuff that they're saying as jokes, it's not a joke no more. Like, it's not funny.
I agree.
And so, I feel like in a lot, in history, we've like probably not seen when people are turning into evil. These people are turning evil, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Those was young. Weren't those young people mostly?
Yeah,
there we go, people. Let me be very clear.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick.
Go ahead.
I just want to finish real quick. So I just feel like those people are like these are like crazy situations that they want. They want, like, they're talking about shit that we haven't heard in 200 or 300 years, and we have to be like we can't be like, oh yeah, this is masculine, but this is beyond that shit. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, let me just say this, and I'll be very clear. These people are the enemy. These are the mortal enemies that a lot of us, who are decent moral people, who are humanists, have. These are the fucking enemy. They're not, some wayward teen or kind of nonsense way. These people are beyond moral bankrupt. These are the people who want to see us as second and third class citizens, as locked up, as kicked out of the country. These are the enemy. There's no other way to look at it. It's not just they have, strictly conservative parents. These people have gone way too far, and they are the mortal enemy. They want me dead. They want everybody in this room dead, whether they are white or not, because of their beliefs as well. So let's remember that. These are the fucking mortal enemies of people who think like this. They don't get grace, in my opinion.
You might call them filth.
I agree with Scotty. I mean, I think that, after a while, once I determine, right, that somebody or entities are enemies, there's nothing to do but in some other cases, very well may be physical. But the point is that we have to just see things for what they are, and you just have to defeat them. It's a battle. It's a real life battle.
Dr. E.G., I could agree with you that some of those people might be very ignorant, or they were raised in that environment, so they don't know any better. And I think that it's kind of like, if you look at these people as like cult members, right? I personally grew up in a cult, so I know that it is hard to deprogram yourself, and you grew up in these beliefs that it just becomes you as an individual, like it becomes part of you. So it's really hard to kind of just get rid of it on your own, or even realize that like that's wrong. But I think there's a big difference between having beliefs that like abortion is bad and that there should be less abortion. And that could be your own personal beliefs and, quote unquote, the environment that you were raised in, compared to, we're going to force women to have children, and they're going to do breeding machines. Because some of these guys that spoke, that debated, they are fans of Meek Fuentes. And I just think it's a completely different... It's a completely different level. Like these people, Meek Fuentes is like they're I don't know, like they think he's God. It's something else.
Yeah, Katrina, I'll just say first, I don't say the whole thing like quote unquote they don't know any better. There's a lot to be said about that. And I guess my approach to this, as I said, professional disability, is a little different, because I think I am fundamentally and primarily always have been, I am a humanist. And so I take the humanist position, right? And it's not that you don't, let me see how I want to say. Let me go on mute and get my thoughts. Okay, I got it. All right. So I'm not saying that are in a cult, right? My comment was strictly about engaging with people in the college environment, and how many of these people, they come with these views, and then when they engage, they can moderate them. That's not to say, people go out here and do conversion, because I'm not into conversion. people can have whatever belief. It's just making them understand what the consequences of those beliefs are, and people choose what they choose. I don't demonize people for their views, even though I may find them morally reprehensible or abhorrent. That's just my position. So my comment was strictly in reference to the person who said these people are in colleges and stuff. That's what I was talking about. And I would really appreciate, I mean, I'm getting seriously triggered by the Dylan Roof comments because, you know, I lost people in that event. And I don't think that what we're talking about is comparable to that. So my comment is not comparable.
Because I hear a lot of the very poor MAGA conservatives in like Texas, right? They say that college makes their kids liberals, and they think the college education is actually full of Democrats who are liberals, and they indoctrinate their kids to be liberal. So yes, and now I could see where you're coming from, because a lot of people do, once they get out of their environment and they get out in bigger cities and they go to college and they have exposure to a lot of other things, yes, they absolutely will have a lot of different things that might change. I understand what you're talking.
I mean, it is called liberal arts, so clearly they're teaching liberal studies.
I mean, they kind of have a point, right? Like, I think sometimes there's like an infantilization of the long-standing, right-wing white supremacist faction of the U.S. Like, they're right? Like, if you lived in a white supremacist enclave, and so did, your parents, is going to teach you a different way of approaching the world. And that doesn't mean I'm not trying to cast like such or sort of paint such a broad picture that there's no exceptions or exceptions. But there's a lot of parts of this country that were really explicit in what they thought was rights, the civil rights movement, and all the concurrent movements that happened at the same, that same period, and that somehow we like emerged victorious. Because we sure as shit didn't. And there's lots of people who lived in their same town, which didn't change a whole lot, that was totally homogenous, and that hasn't particularly changed. Like, if anything, what's happened for them is that it's gotten worse for them. And while I think it's a misunderstanding of their sort of their explanation of the world is such that, like, this is a moment they have to fight back and make America great again, and so on and so forth. And this is the through line through so much of this right-wing rhetoric right now. And I think that'll, one thing that's fairly consistent in this room and plenty of other spaces that I'm in is that there's some sense of progress within some kind of shared context. And I just don't think that they ever shared that context. I think they've only understood that sort of approach from afar. And I think it's important if you're going to understand these people that's where they're coming from.
So, Aaron, let me ask you a question. Do you think that is the reason why Charlie Kirk and a lot of these others, like Nick Clintons and all these like young white men, particularly target young white men in colleges? And I think, would you agree that they're actually targeting it on purpose because they realize that college allows them to kind of see things differently?
It's identitarian politics, just like any other identitarian politics. It's the same. They're looking out for their people.
But I'm asking, do you agree that it's happening right now heavily a lot more? Whereas, especially with online and everything else, like you were saying, people move more, right?
What I'm saying is that it never changed. That you can draw a straight line through all kinds of historical efforts of this type. And it never stopped. It just like changed who the people were. Like, Charlie Kirk. You can draw a straight line from like John Birch to Charlie Kirk. Like, I don't think that there's that. I mean, there's like an intellectualism or maybe faux intellectualism with John Birch is a little bit different, but like they're all coming from the same place broadly. So yeah, they're going after them just like they always have. I just don't believe that it's new. I think there was just like a mythology that was created where, like lots of people rightfully, make fun of
of or deride the sort of, Barack Obama won, and now we've transcended race nonsense. I think that there is a mythology that lots of people who live in cities, who live pretty cosmopolitan lives, who are used to having food from all around the world be part of their diet, and are used to people speaking other languages and engaging with other cultures in a whole variety of ways. Those of us who live that way are actually the weirdos who have changed the most. Because that wasn't normal. Like, that wasn't even normal in the places where we lived not that long ago. And meanwhile, particularly the people who have been living in, like, other places that haven't changed as much, they're still doing the same shit they've always done.
No, I get it. I guess my question was not that this is something new. Charlie Kirk and Fortnite and Bad Boys and everything else. My question would be, I feel, and if you agree with me or not, that they have found with social media and everything else, they actually found a way to be more successful at it, especially creating that environment for those young men where they feel like they belong and they're heard and everything else, and that kind of, but I feel like this is very effective maybe compared to
this moment and say like Rush Limbaugh in the late 80s, where he had, they had a theory of the case, like right-wing radio was a good idea, and it was well funded, and it started to work, and Rush had built, a lot of power by the late 80s. I just think this is kind of a different medium, but like the same playbook. I mean, it's got its particular differences because social media is different than radio, but in terms of its sort of institutional role, I don't know, it feels kind of the same to me. And we can go back to, different mediums in between and before and see the exact same patterns play out.
But I'm not gonna go in a circle. I wasn't saying that it's new. I was asking, do you guys feel that they found a way to target better and be more successful?
It's new media. It's not that difficult to understand. It's new media. All of these ways to get into people's brains, whether it's YouTube, whether it's social media, TikTok, whatever. This is nothing new. What's been going on, but the way we are exposed to it and kids are vulnerable to it, that is what has multiplied greatly. That's it.
But exploring the psychology of this and trying to understand these people, I just think I don't think it's fruitful, and I think we do understand, but I just want to know, are people on this side or any type of disenfranchised people given this same grace when, they do the slightest? These people are saying wow shit. When a animal conservationist goes and sees like a dog fighting ring, it's like, oh my God, I have to save them. But truthfully, they would maul you, ma'am, if they could. That's literally, and they're too far gone. So I get it. But for the rest of us normies, like, we need to understand, like, these are the people that are going to continue with doing like school shootings, and because they're telling us, and I don't want us to get down the road 2 years and be like, oh my God, and they told us. They do this all the time. They tell us what's coming, and then when it comes, we surprise. But they're telling us now. I'm just letting y'all know they're telling us. These are young kids with this stuff, and we're trying.
Yep.
I just noticed that this popular thing with this particular I found a whole new social media where I haven't never seen this before. That there is a lot of attention and it pulls in a lot of young men about like masculinity, and everybody else did know. But this effort of a young white man to be conservative and what is masculinity and all this other stuff, it seems like it's just all over.
Yeah, Katrina, I will say, that while I do see the through line, I think it's right now it's an interesting mix of that kind of incel culture. I do think that's like a added layer, and it's clearly in response, to women's empowerment, we could probably date this stuff. I mean, we already know Trump was enacted while he was always a racist, right? He became hyper vigilant with his through line, but it does seem like the efforts have been like steadily increased. I was thinking also just like about pop culture and the role of hip hop, right? Since the 70s, even though there's a through line of racism, you know, in this country, I think the more visible presence of people of color, you know, of culture, presence on college campuses, you know, I could see like an increased focus on these people, and naturally, you know, any media, new media, of course, is going to exacerbate. Really new ish in terms of being a part of social media. And yes, it is at least 10 years old, Chris. I remember the incel culture, even on Twitter. You know, that's part of the reason why there was a whole campaign to get Tommy Sotomayor off, you know, got his account canceled. And he is by far not the only person that got his ass up and off the internet. So very happy about that, even though he's back, but he doesn't have anywhere near his older problem.
This type of problems, you know, in the 90s with young black and, you know, other type of people, the language was they're super predators and they need to be put to heel. But when now we hear like these people like making sane, like I wasn't shocked, but the fact that they're young and they saying this out loud on YouTube and nobody is like nervous is, you know, it's really telling to me.
Yeah. I mean, if we probably talk to like, you know, our older parents and grandparents, they, you know, they were used to that language, but there was like a level of reprieve, right? I mean, it's always been there, but it just ebbs and flows in terms of being a full part of the mainstream. And I do think, you know, I mean, we already saw it. I mean, even in Trump's first presidency, hate crimes, like, you know, they more than spiked. I mean, they really kind of skyrocketed under his presidency, right? So, and we know, like, even black people, we were making videos like, all right, don't let Trump get your ass beat, right? Same old tropes.
You know, I've been listening to this shit for years, honestly. In the early 2000s, I was in a relationship for 5 years. Interesting, addictive, dysfunctional relationship with a man who was, before MAGA, he was MAGA. And I can tell you that the two single things that I can point out, one was it was about classism. He was raised in he was born into a trailer. He was in a wonderful family, but he was very, very aware of not being, you know, upper middle class. His dad worked at a big automotive place, but he was not the person who owned the company. He wasn't the person who was selling cars. He was the guy who was fixing the cars. There was always this classism thing going on. But the other bigger piece is that he was completely tuned into right-wing radio. For hours and hours and hours, this guy would listen to right.
Yeah, that happened to my family. My family was poor and very liberal, Democrat, the white part of my family. And a bunch of them moved to North Dakota because the cost of living is lower there. And now they're all like right-wing gun nuts because their only source of information is like One America and Fox News and that kind of stuff.
And when was Fox News?
And the Republicans have always had like a strong, like on the ground, because they had Rush Limbaugh, and that was really not, there was no Democratic equivalent. So I remember like a lot of people that I knew that were older that would just listen to him because Fox, I mean, they just kind of like up there like they game. And so they reach the older people, people have that shit on in their house and a loop. And I guess, and it's like, you can see from 2000 to now how it's created a whole like different culture of Republicans.
I should also add that the guy I'm talking about was a bit of a Son Wayne. I guess both of his parents were military. And he came back from Vietnam and he was so enraged that he was treated the way he was and that the country was suddenly, throwing eggs at him when he was getting off the ship or whatever. So there was that trauma was another ingredient, another piece of his psychology.
I do have to agree that people, when...
Oh, my bad. It was 1996. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Not 2000.
Can you guys hear me? Only exposed to certain things. My father-in-law, who is like a New Yorker, always was very, I wouldn't say liberal, but I can't even, I don't know, I guess just being decent and human and having morals now is liberal. That's what it sounds to me by how MAGA reacts. Moved to Texas like 30 years ago. And now he's like, oh, but I saw this on Fox News, but I saw this on Fox News, but I saw this on Fox News. And it's like, well, why are you even sitting and watching Fox? Financially it was better for us here. I just don't see how I could ever change my views. And I fight these people every single day in my community, in my environments. And it's like, I see them. I just don't understand. No matter how long I live here, I've been here already for almost 8 years. How can I don't know. I don't understand how I can change my views. But some people do. And maybe they weren't 100%, confident in their views, but I don't know. I really see the big difference in growing up in Democratic states and living in Democratic states most of my life, and then moving to Texas. I guess I'm more exposed to that open discrimination and open racism, and I didn't see it that way before in other states and other places that I've lived. So for me, it is very shocking to just have people just so wide open and so racist and white supremacists and Nazis too. There's actual Nazis, and it seems like it's okay. It's great.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that groups like the KKK and thankfully Eagle Hawk is typing in the chat about the Conservative Citizens Council, the CCC. The KKK is always flows because like the group or a set of groups, they get defeated. And then, it goes back down to low numbers, no money, no real effectiveness. And then, we see another ebb of it. So we're in that era. That's why we saw those young people. I mean, I hate to laugh, but it's like, they're just so stupid. It's funny, marching with tiki torches saying, Jews will not replace us on it's of extreme popularity. And we are in that time right now. And I'll just repeat that, I'm not trying to convince anybody. Even if they're young people that are in college or, I do operate differently, when I'm educating officially, but if they're just young people and they're just sort of out here or whatever, I mean, you can maybe grow or gain forgiveness later, but the fact of the matter is you have to be defeated, period. Like, I don't care about you or your feelings, in that regard. Like, so I like. And yeah, for the record, I that's ebb and a flow. So case in point, one of the eras in which they were defeated is when the head of the KKK, who at this time, like the headquarters, or at least the head was based in Indiana. He ended up like raping his wife on like across the country on either one or like several different trains. And the KKK's ideology is that they're doing all of this to protect the white woman. So when that case came to the fore, that caused the group to go down, in terms of membership. People just got demoralized from what he did. So the KKK continues to exist, but it does go through an ebb and a flow period. And I do think that right now, people people feel empowered. They don't feel like they need to wear hoods. They can just be conservatives, which is not to say that all conservatives are members of the KKK. I'm not saying that either. But, just read Eagle's comments in the chat. I think he does a good job.
Dr. Goddess, I will agree with you, because there's just like Aryan Brotherhood. I'm trying to remember the Texas ones. There's some really like Christian nationalists, and there's so many other groups, and I think the KKK, as far as I remember, the stats of KKK haven't really grown, but it got this new image, right, by Groypers and Proud Boys and the Aryan Brotherhood, and if you look at the statistics of those groups, like I remember there was an article in Texas Tribune, particularly in Texas, like the far right is like breeding in Texas. Really.
I'm sorry, I might have been.
I was looking up recently. I read an article on Texas Tribune, and there were basically showing statistics of the far right groups that kind of pretty much the same as KKK. Their beliefs are, but they basically rebranded themselves, right, as like militia and Christians, and the Aryan Brotherhood is like grown, and all of these groups have actually grown 3x since the first presidency of Trump in Texas. Like it's a breeding ground for these far right fascists and Nazis in Texas.
Oh, okay, yeah, I definitely believe that.
No, if I may, let's not get confused here. Yes, there are people with the tiki torches say Jews will not replace us. Yes, there's more KKK members and other white nationalist groups and all of that are very explicit, and we can see them, and they march and they say those things. But let's not get it twisted. There are people hiding in plain sight who are in government at the highest levels, whether it's Pete Hegseth, whether it's Trump, whether it's Mike Johnson, who espouse these views, but are smart enough to be able to hide them or code them in ways that their racist followers will pick up on them and endorse and support them. But they know that they can't get shit done unless they do hide them, and they do, cover them up with other words. But it's in the bills that they put in. It is in some of the coded rhetoric, and the people that support him do know this. So this exists full throttle in American government as we speak, and has for decades, and it will continue to go on and on and on. And we have to defeat them with, with what we're doing, with the power of the people, with being able to get out there, show the right way of doing things, and have moral clarity about making sure that we are for all humans and for the marginalized people. And this is the way we have to do it. But these people, Mike Johnson in particular, there's no doubt in my mind that he's a white nationalist. There's no doubt. He hides behind his staunch Christianity, but it's garbage.
Well, look at Clarence Thomas, and then others go to guy with the upside down flag. I mean, there's two of us.
Yeah, Alito.
Yeah, Alito and Clarence Thomas. I mean, what else do you need to know?
If there could be, silent or private votes on things like, hey, should we kick out all immigrants or black people, give them, go back to laws like Dred Scott or, overturn, or go back to separate but equal, things like that. They would absolutely do it. If there was a, silent or private vote on it, they would do it. No doubt in my mind.
Yeah, that's an interesting challenge, Scotty. I mean, I agree with you in terms of what would pass, which ultimately is more important. And what we would lose is the accountability. But I think that the former is really more critical in terms of salvaging and turning all of this around.
And I'll definitely, I'll do my part. But I'm not sure, honestly. Hate to be, a little negative about it, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, we'll have our answers. We'll see come midterms.
But we shall. I think that the despair can also actually be a catalyst. I mean, action is the antidote to despair. So I think you can be not optimistic. What the hell is there to be optimistic about? But also be committed.
Well, I'll address something I saw in the chat. But does anybody else want to say anything about this topic? All right. So I just want to stress that, the Democrats, at least the new ones anyway, did and do have a plan. And, that's why we were pushing forward Civil Rights Act, women's empowerment, disability rights, the Heritage Foundation was created to completely dismantle civil rights, and specifically the Civil Rights Acts. They've been very upset about it. They've been playing with these CCC conservative members is always about quote unquote taxes, right? The hypocritical behavior that we see where you claim that you care about fiscal conservatism, and then you you rack up the bill, literally, in the one big beautiful bill. I mean, this is all to reverse the civil rights movement and the women's rights movement and the LGBTQ movement. I mean, it's, any of this sort of progressive ideas of freedom and human rights, that is what Democrats stand for. To take it all away and to regress the society is what these Republicans stand for. I mean, this is a full-on battle. This is a full-on battle. Everybody got to, armor up. Armor up, figuratively speaking. I just like the idea that people are thinking like, oh, Democrats don't have a plan. No, Democrats, not only have they had a plan, they enacted the plan. That's why we have rights. And, I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking through some of these things. Because I just keep thinking about, all the things that Elon Musk and Trump were talking about. Like, it's going to hurt for a little bit. It's going to be a little painful at first. I think that they're going to try to go back to states' rights. And then from the state level to engage in further acts of discrimination that won't be based on quote unquote race, but based on stat that they have. And,
I totally agree.
Go ahead. I don't want to monopolize the mic.
I think that this is just my opinion. I think that the Democrats of the days of getting rights is very different from the Democrats now. I think that back then they used to have like a backbone. They don't seem to have that anymore.
Well, what are you basing that on, Michael?
Oh man, all kinds of stuff like capitulating before there's even a battle. Back when they would give up if they didn't. The whole view of like you need 60 votes to pass the Senate. Like you need 60 votes to stop discussion. They would never even bring a bill forward if it didn't have 60 votes. And in my opinion, I think that's wrong because they never got the Republicans on the table saying I'm against child care for kids because they never brought the bill forward. They need to, well, I mean, that's their whole, they have a lot of messaging issues, but a lot of times in the fight, they give up before the fight starts.
Yeah, but Michael, I mean, I guess we can all sit here and criticize the Democratic Party, and yes, there has been some things that we all feel that they should have done better. Messaging is one of them. But I actually think it's not them who doesn't have a backbone anymore. Honestly, I think it's the quasi-MAGA Republicans that don't have morals anymore. Because the reason why they were able to pass, if you look at all these bills, right, that gave rights and expanded the rights of people, they were passed with a lot of Republicans. Some were Republicans that are initiated. It wasn't Social Security initiated by a Republican. Like, now it's just, we can't agree that murder is bad. I don't know how much of a backbone you can have when your opponent is saying, no, murder is good, and you're going, no, murder is bad. Like, it's I don't know, in Texas, a presidential debate. And, I mean, that was 1980. And what they were talking about immigration and the border, I mean, what they said, they sound like nowadays the middle ground, independence. That's what they sound. Nowadays, if these MAGA people listen to them, they will say, oh, that's a liberal lefty thing. So I don't know if Democrats changed. Again, we can bash whatever for a reason. There's things they could have done better. We cannot just keep saying, this side is not doing a good job when the other side is just not calling out the other side. And the issue is with the other side.
The Democrat bash, no, we're going to focus on Republican cruelty. That's the topic of the day. That's the topic until they change Republican cruelty all the way. what the Democrats aren't doing. Yeah, whisper about that, but we talking out loud on megaphones about Republican cruelty.
I know there's some legal people in here, and I have a question, or if anybody could answer. How is it legally that there's this hate group that's called Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officer Association. So basically it's police officers and sheriffs who belong to this hate group, actually. Well, is it legally that they're allowed to stay on their job? Wouldn't that disqualify them?
I mean, the Constitution guarantees freedom of assembly and association. So as long as they're not violating the terms of their jobs, you can't tell people what kind of groups they can belong to, I don't think. I mean, that's unconstitutional. That's their First Amendment.
Oh, yeah, Dr. J, I understand if they were doing that on their own time, but they come in uniform and they have like police officers and sheriffs in uniform. So they're acting from their job. They're representing this group as they're on the job from the viewpoint of, you know what I mean?
No, I'm sorry. Say it one more time. I don't understand.
So like they would have like these assemblies, right, and conferences, and the police officers and peace officers and sheriffs, they all attend in their uniform. So they're participating in this and they promote it as this is part of our job type of thing. It's one thing if you're like you're a police officer, but you're Christian or whatever, and you go off your own time, right? Do your own thing. But they represent themselves in uniform, and it's only allowed for police officers to come to those conferences. That's what I'm saying. Is that?
I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know about that. I think that might be a jurisdictional issue, like when they're allowed to wear their uniforms. I mean, if they don't have a rule in their jurisdiction that they can't wear their uniforms outside of work or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I still think that if that's not something that's prescribed by their work, yeah, I don't see how that's against the law. For example, I'm in an organization that has a very distinctive uniform. We have the uniform, and we're not allowed to wear the uniform. We're not allowed to wear the organization's emblems, symbology, any of that in certain environments. And that's prescribed by the organization. So when I agreed to be a part of the organization, I accepted that this was a requirement. I can still, do whatever, but not wearing the uniform. So if their jurisdiction doesn't say, as a police officer, you're not allowed to wear your uniform, so that's the way that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, because you have the right to be a member of any organization you want to be a member of, as long as, it doesn't affect your ability to do your job.
Yeah, my schedule changed.
Yeah, I guess maybe, I don't know, it's tricky. There's a lot of nuance in here because one of the things that they believe in is, and it's their main belief in what they want, is that the country is not the state or federal government, and that should control of all land within its borders in the country. Sheriffs should be the ultimate law enforcing authority in the U.S. And that just goes completely against your job, doesn't it?
To them doing it, and you think that it maybe should be illegal, but I mean, from what you're saying, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if their organization believes that, you know, the dollar is God. It doesn't matter because they have the right of freedom of association and assembly. Once that association and assembly becomes detrimental or starts to conflict with how they are performing on their job, right, then it becomes an issue. But the mere fact that they're a member of this group, I don't think that's grounds for them to be fired if their jurisdiction doesn't have regulations against that. You can have like a moral objection, philosophical objection all day long, but that's what they're doing isn't thus illegal. It just isn't.
Dr. J, I was asking because it was just saying it, yeah, and I was bringing up the other point, like their main belief. That's why I was asking. I understand that it's not illegal, and that's why I said I feel like there's so much nuances in it. But I don't know. I just feel like it's definitely immoral when you have a police officer who believes in white supremacy. I don't know. Maybe we should make it illegal in this country.
Yeah,
Talking about police officers, have you guys checked out that video of the guy in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, it's a hot wreck.
Yeah, that was fucking disgusting.
Oh, he was right there with the two white officers. I'll put the link up on top, and you guys can check it out and tell me what you think.
Look kind of reluctant to do anything though. Like I felt like he could tell that.
That's the wrong one. Hold on, that's a Maryland flood. Let me get the right link. Hold on.
Not you having multiple links.
Oh yeah, because I was just looking at, there was a Maryland. I didn't know there was a flood in Maryland. The cars are sinking. That was July 19th. Hold on. Let me get my stuff together. If you guys want to please check out that link and tell me what you guys think, what you ladies think. You know, he's lucky to be alive, but at the end of the day, him getting punched in the face, that whole thing situation, not cool. It's not okay.
I hope he sues.
Was that like earlier this summer?
I'm not sure when it was. But
no, it just came out. It just came out yesterday. It just came out yesterday.
Yeah, the video.
The stop was in February, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read about that earlier in the summer.
He's definitely gonna win. He's definitely gonna win his lawsuit. But just in terms of the dynamics of the video, and he was trying to tell him the story. And then when he asked for a supervisor, I kind of, and then, he's like, yeah, just go ahead and break the window. I chuckled to myself, only because I wonder if they thought that he was, what do you call it? What's a Moor? Because I'm sure you probably know how the Moors operate, but I thought it was very interesting. I wasn't sure if the guy that he was speaking to was a supervisor until he asked for a supervisor, and I was like, oh, so it just must have been an officer that pulled up.
I saw that the guy, because he slapped him, the one who cracked the window. He cracked the window, he smashed the window, reached in and slapped him. And then when they pulled him out of the vehicle, he punched him because I saw some.
Yeah, he should have just punched. He should have been punching a white cop in the fucking face and get suspended and be like, "Fuck that shit! Don't be doing that shit.
Yeah.
What the fuck's wrong with you?"
Mm-hmm. So there's a lawsuit. I don't know. They're probably going to settle it. I think I saw where the case was dropped, was dismissed. The charges against him was dismissed, but I think he has a pending lawsuit. But he did the right thing. He was calm. Like, granted, he didn't come out the car, but I heard him say, "My window doesn't work." Mm-hmm. And I think he locked the door. Several other people with the same thing, you know, pulling him over. Plus, it's daylight and it's not raining. So then the guy said, I think he said, "You still have to come out," or something like that. And he said, "Well, can I get the supervisor? Can you call your supervisor?" And then I heard the guy said, "Okay, something." And then the other guy on the other side of the window, where the driver window, when the cop that he was talking to on the passenger window said, "Okay," the guy smashed his window, reached in, slapped him, opened the door, pulled him out. And then there's three of them tackled him to the floor, and there is a freeze frame where he punched him, so he was hit twice. And then here's your black cop co-signing that. Ridiculous.
Yeah, he punched him before they took him down. I mean, there was no need to punch him like that. I believe did they chip his tooth?
Slapped him first in the car. Because I saw the
yeah, and then
when
he
you
punched him
out, then they punched him, so you could.
Yeah, and then they slammed him to the ground. So does anybody know if he?
But I believe I read where they said the charges were dismissed. There's a pending lawsuit. Guac. So that's what Guac said, but I haven't seen any documents or anything. Just to be clear.
Oh, what state was this in?
Florida.
Hey,
first I saw Jacksonville.
Yes,
I think Guac is conflating two different cases because summarily there was some other stuff about Akron, Ohio. So I think Guac is merging these two cases. Because first when I saw it was trying to say Jacksonville, which is typical for Florida. And then I saw something where they were attaching Akron, Ohio. So I think they're conflating two different cases.
Yeah, the one I'm reading just says officers in Jacksonville, Florida.
So Guac is conflate.
Hey, Dr. Messy. Dr. Goddess. I'm sorry.
Don't even start. I ain't do nothing to nobody.
Teddy, stop.
Well, Patty, why you laughing? I've been here. I've been good.
You're always good and messy. Yes, you are. Good and messy.
Listen,
but I love you.
Y'all you can tell me openly or in the back channel what I have done, because I literally
nothing. No, I'm not saying that you did anything. I'm just saying, you got all the tea. That's what I mean.
Oh, well, yes.
I talked about it earlier this morning, but Patty wanted to save it for Lisa's 3:00 one.
Oh, yeah. Lisa was supposed to have a 3 o'clock room. Let me find out what's going on. Because we wanted to talk about it, but we can't because we got to save that for her. We just gave it a quick.
There's a message from the Jacksonville Sheriff Office, and it said, "We are aware of a video circulating on social media showing a traffic stop on February 19th. We've launched an internal investigation into it and circumstances surrounding this incident. We hold."
Yeah, I mean, come on, y'all. Like, yeah, you cannot. I mean, Grok is literally Elon's bullshit. Like, you can only take Grok with a grain of salt. Sometimes, they have some accurate information, but just take it with a grain of salt.
All news, it follows tweets, so it takes it time to work out what's real and what's not.
Yeah, I think what happened
it puts out misinformation.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying in the meantime. Oh, go ahead.
No, I don't mean to step on you. You can go. I'll go after you.
No, I was just saying in the meantime, Grok does put out misinformation. Like, just like Chat GPT, right, is incorrect often. like all of this AI stuff. It's good to engage with, but just understand that it puts out a lot of inaccurate information. That's all. Go ahead, Lavon.
Yeah, well, that's why you say, according to Glock, it's not verified with any other sources. But I think what happened is there's a similar case that happened, very similar in Akron, Ohio, because that was trending with Akron, Ohio. First it was Jacksonville this morning, then they switched the tag to Akron, Ohio. Very, very similar case to that. And I think Glock, what they do, they accumulate all the information that's in the ether from different sources. And I think what happened with that is they conflated it because there was very similar cases.
That's all I gotta say.
I said I was on the phone.
Yeah, the current took him in the ocean in Costa Rica.
That's crazy. I wonder if he was caught in a big tide. Because that's what it sounds like.
Jamal from Cosby. It says the ocean, the current in Costa Rica pulled him in.
So when you say he pulled him in, was he out on a boat? Was he out?
No, he was swimming.
It sounds like he got caught up in a riptide.
That's one thing my mom taught me, how to swim against the ocean. You're supposed to swim sideways.
But it'll still fuck you up if it's strong enough. Like, that's why they tell people don't swim in the Mississippi. It's some that are really, really strong and ain't nothing you could do. And
some people get drunk that high.
They have like a undercurrent. Like, you can't see it from the surface. Like, once you get in there, it pulls you down.
Even with jet skis, I go sideways. I go against the current or try to go with the current versus going against it. Because when you on them jet skis and you pop, and they're hitting them ripples, man, it's hard to keep steering and control it. With it's Mel. That's Mel. But yeah, I don't know. So you said he was out there swimming, and was it like a vacation, or was he out there for work? Anybody know?
I just sent you a screenshot, man, of the update. Miss Non-Link. Yeah, read it.
Are you talking about Malcolm? Yeah, he was on vacation with his family in Costa Rica.
54.
Damn, that's too soon.
It is.
Okay. All right, I'll be quiet. Lisa's open.
No, she's gonna open in about 20 minutes. She just got home, so.
Hey guys, I just got back from the doctor. I'll be open in a minute. Just trying to get out my clothes. Hey everybody. Hey Steve.
Sister Wild.
Sister Wild. Everybody. And you just said something about Malcolm died?
Yeah, Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Yeah, him dead.
The Malcolm Jamal Warner from
Theo.
Yeah. Wait, that's crazy. Theo
He drowned,
was dead.
He drowned on vacation, huh?
Yes. It says tragically Warner drowned off the coast of Costa Rica on Sunday, as confirmed by the Costa Rican National Police to ABC News. The police reported that the official's cause of death was asphyxia, and he was caught by a strong current while swimming near Cocos, a beach in Limon, Costa Rica. His body was discovered on Sunday afternoon. Oh my goodness. Warner was formally identified by the National Police. He graced our screens as Theo Huxtable throughout all 8 seasons of The Cosby Show, which aired from 1985 to 1992, earning Emmy nominations for
4. I don't know. I'm so used to seeing him as a young person. And my mind can't even age him. Wow.
He looked good. He aged well. The picture they used in one release was from 2023. He looked really well. He didn't look. I'm 58, so he's in my age range there. And he had aged very well.
He always was an adult. I thought he was wasn't he a teenager? Were you a kid?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I was a little girl when that show came on.
Like 60.
60? Oh my God.
For real, I swear.
I am rolling.
For real, I thought he was like 60 years old.
No.
I know. Like, you gotta remember did Cosby Show come out in the late 80s?
85. was graduating from college, wasn't she?
That's surprising.
So, like, yeah, I remember 85. I just came out of my mother's vagina. I wasn't born yet, but
you're doing too much.
Mel, I think Mel.
Freak a little girl. I just came out the poom poom.
Mel.
I know the first time I seen Cosby Show, I thought he was an adult. That's it.
Or we aired in '84, so it was a year. They aired in '84. They brought him in '85.
So your parents was just humping, trying to figment you on using metaphors. I was just getting ready to compliment you.
Oh my! That was on the show. What was her name?
Oh, she died because she was sick.
Yeah.
Oh, the little short.
Lupus.
I think she had lupus. That's a cute little one.
Yeah, she also played on Family Matters.
Yes. Pretty little girl.
Wait, I thought she died a long time ago.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah. That was
I know, but everybody's posting videos like, oh, now they're in heaven together, and now they're together, and they were soulmates.
What about the rumors about him, boo?
Yeah, Cindy Stock put out a statement. So he was dating a trans.
Dating a trans?
Yes.
Malcolm? Or are you talking about the Family Matters?
No.
Jamal.
I'm talking about they would be doing
No, the guy from Family Matters. No,
Y'all are mixing
you're
up.
confusing.
Yeah, y'all are mixing
Family Matters.
Kids? Wasn't he married with children? They look alike.
Yeah, because he did put Papa and husband in his bio. So,
yeah.
But you know who I felt bad for? Regina. Not what's her last name? No, that's the jam. Let's say, don't make me bust out singing, girl.
Okay.
Regina King. Because they were on the road to marriage.
Oh.
Malcolm Jamal Warner and Regina King.
Y'all need to stop playing.
Wait. Now he didn't. I mean, he didn't. They didn't.
Wait, no.
They broke up. I'm just saying, but they were together for a long time, and they were heavily on the because no matter what, right? Like that was the love of her life.
Wait a minute. Malcolm Jamal Warner died today.
Yes.
What the fuck for? How?
He drowned us.
What's going on? What? I've been working, and I've been in and out listening to y'all, but not really.
Yeah, he drowned.
Drowned where?
In Costa Rica.
Oh, shit. What the fuck? It's always something.
Yes, girl.
Yeah. I know. I feel bad for Regina King. Her son committed suicide too.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking about. Like you're never going to forget somebody that you deeply loved. Even if it didn't work out.
Damn, he just got on that show.
The Resident.
No, not The Resident. He just got on this new show on Fox. I forgot the name of it. It's like where they find the missing people. I forgot the name of it, but he literally just started last season.
Oh,
damn, that's fucked up.
And Malcolm was very talented. Like a lot of people know him as Theo and as an actor, but he was also a poet and a musician.
Mm-hmm. Hey, brother. Yeah. Hey, Disingenuous. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope all is well. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Listen, life is not promised. So the next time y'all want to get the argument on Clubhouse, just
welcome back, First Lady. I knew you were going to say something like that. I knew it.
You know me.
No, we gonna be arguing.
He had one child.
How old?
Let's see.
Oh, he had a little girl.
Yeah, I don't see the age.
I know that's right, First. I know that's right. And you look so beautiful. Oh.
Thank you. I just want to focus on the words. That's the word.
Vacation has been good. Well, I mean, I did read the words, but then my eyes scrolled up. Child.
Here, we don't know if somebody tried to jump in to save him, but if they're explaining the way it is, then that person might have died them themselves. It's not like he couldn't swim.
Yeah, I don't do beaches. I do sand.
Yeah, so they have like these things called it's different types. So just imagine like there's riptides, but just imagine like the water looking calm on top, and then but like strong, but you can't see it, so you could just jump in, and as soon as you jump in, it'll suck you in. There's no swimming against that. So it happens to a lot of people. It's very current.
I said it does you right under, right?
It's real. Like they have it bad in like parts of the Mississippi River. And it happens a lot near the coast too. So.
Isn't it advisory not to?
Somebody says they still would have jumped in to save him. I don't think that they watched it. According to the way I just read that, they said the body they found he didn't show up until they actually found him. Which one is it?
I don't know, but I'm curious too.
Yeah, the story's still unfolding. So.
Yeah, if y'all look up.
His daughter was only 7 years old.
Oh.
Yeah, they said she was born 2017.
Oh no!
Yeah, he had the baby after him and Regina King broke up. I think he had the baby by like an Asian woman or something like that. She was like Asian.
Oh no! I mean, sorry, but you know. Look that.
Ain't nothing wrong with Blasian babies.
Ain't nothing
talking about the fact that she had her father, at a late age, and she's losing him at an early age. That's what I'm shocked about, and my heart hurts for that. Oh my God! He's 54, so that baby was definitely a blessing to him to have a child at such a late age, and now she has to live the rest of her life without her dad. That's what I was focusing on. I'm not focusing on her race at all.
Yeah, I did just because I had an image in my head. I didn't think of a Blasian.
SSY.
There's another. I don't know if he had a second daughter or if they didn't have the year correct, but it says he.
Huh? Who was 3?
So one article is saying that his daughter's 7. The other article is saying that the daughter's 3 years old, according to an update that he posts of the daughter.
Either
saying
way,
that
So whether she's 3, whether she's 7, she's still under the age of 18. My.
Down. I love the ocean.
Oh my God.
Me too, but I did get completely knocked over by a wave one time, and I mean, I was playing too much. You're never supposed to turn your back, right? And I turned my back, and I mean, it basically slammed me to the ground, and I got dragged. I ended up with a whole bunch of sand in my swimming suit in the front. I mean, it
like the rapids where you go on those boats, and it's like really high current. I got swooped up by a current like that when I was little in Russia, but in the Russian way, when I got pulled out, I got beaten for drowning because it was my fault.
Oh wow.
And yeah, I just put a People magazine article. It looks like the daughter was 3 years old.
Yeah. My mom and them, they drop your ass in the ocean. You gonna learn to swim.
I don't know how to swim. That's why I don't deal with the beach.
Oh, you don't know how to swim now?
Hell no.
What?
Like at all?
Man.
You can't even
at all.
No, you can't even swim.
No. I don't do beaches. I barely do pools. I just put my foot in. Camp, summer camp, whatever, and I almost drowned. And the person that went to save me, obviously, I was already panicking at that time, so I started pushing him down, and now he's drowning at this point because I'm pushing him. It's like we was fighting to get air. And yeah, I don't do water. Only my shower, my tub.
No, that's why our pool is only for my head.
Yeah, but my kids know how to swim. So.
Well,
yeah.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of accidents, there was so this morning I heard on news that was interpreted in a very racist way in a Russian room. But then I went and looked up the news. Did you guys hear the bizarre story of a couple that went to get an MRI? The wife went to get an MRI in Long Island in Nassau County, and how the husband was brought into the MRI room while the machine was running by the tech. And then he had like these training weight chain, and he got pulled in it, and he pretty much died died in the hospital from the result of that. I mean, that's insane. How I don't know. Have you guys heard of that story?
I just finished reading it, Katrina. They said the necklace, the weight training necklace was 20 pounds. Yeah. He came in to help his wife get off the table, and he walked in the room and it just snapped into the MRI.
We talked about that in Lisa's room a couple of nights ago, like 2:00 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Have there been any updates besides that?
Mel, you were there, remember? We were talking about it.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is there updates besides, has they got in contact with anybody from the clinic, the MRI location, like?
No, yeah, the latest update is that the MRI location is completely silenced. They have been asked to comment and stuff like that, and they're completely silenced. So they're completely ghosting everybody. They're not making any statements. Mm-hmm. But the crazy part is that the guy who's, what are they called? The technician, right? I mean, God, the husband didn't just come in on his own. She was calling for him, and the guy went and got the husband and brought the husband in the room. Like, how can he do that if he knows that's in danger to him? That's so crazy.
And he had to have seen that necklace. There's no way he didn't see a 20-pound necklace around that man's neck.
Yeah, he did, because the wife was saying that they even spoke about it. Like, yeah. he was asking, like, why you have it, and like, they had a conversation about it before.
Yeah. Only staff should be back.
The was a woman, you guys.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Only staff is supposed to be brought back in there. Only staff. And then they're supposed to turn off those magnets when they go to take the person out of the tube, the MRO tube. And best practice is 2 staff members should be working at all times, and they didn't have that. Plus, they brought a person that's not, yeah. Go ahead.
The technician, even though the wife was calling for him, the technician went and got him and brought him in the room. So, This is a lawsuit for sure.
Yeah. The public people are not supposed to be back there, only staff.
And what the room?
Yeah, I can tell you, before we send a patient, I know this is outpatient, but before we send a patient down to MRI, you have to fill out an MRI screening form. And we're checking this about 20 different questions on that checklist. Do they have any implants? Do they have AICD? Do they have a pacemaker? Do they have fillings in their teeth? Do they have any type of something that you put in your brain in the head for to turn off seizures. Anything that do you have a breast implant? Anything? Do you have any type of screws in there for joint fusions? Any type of metal in your body, we screen, and you cannot go down there. So that tech should be trained and not having anything of metal in there. There's cases where oxygen tank flew across the room. They had it loose and they're not secured to the wall. So they should know that. And this is why only trained staff should be allowed back there. No public personnel. And they should have 2 techs working. It's not mandatory, but best practice is 2 techs. They didn't have that. They're cutting corners with staff. And then they didn't follow their own policies and procedures. They didn't turn the magnet off. Plus they have somebody back there that's not supposed to be back there. I hope they have malpractice insurance.
Did he die?
Yeah, he had multiple heart attacks.
So you know, so y'all know. Who got multiplied?
Yeah, I'll check it.
Who is it? It's one of the mods. But anyway, so y'all know that was one of the scenes in Final Destination movie, the last one. That's so crazy. I can't believe that happened either.
But isn't the tech responsible to turn off the magnet, right? If she was done and she was actually coming, I saw the interview that she gave. It was coming off. She was coming out, and she was having a hard time to get out from the table. And she asked for help, and she asked for her husband to come and help. The technician should have turned off the magnet.
So she may have turned the machine off, but the magnetism may not have receded fast enough because it didn't pull him from the moment he walked in the room. It was like when he. So I don't even know.
I don't know because I put it in the chat. I went in an MRI with my student before, so they do allow people in there.
Did you have more metal?
I can't remember. They probably. No, but she was in the MRI machine, and she had, and her hands were out of the machine because I was holding her hands out of the machine while she was in there. And it was like maybe she was doing the BRCA1 or whatever done by the MRI machine, like how strong it was. I don't know.
Dr. MRI's turned off. The magnetic field is still powerful.
But I'm just saying, like, I've been in the room when somebody was getting an MRI before. So they do allow people.
Yeah, they allow people in, but you just not with, you know what I mean? You're supposed to be, you're supposed to be warned, repeatedly and to take off, any metal. And he was wearing a 20-pound metal chain. Like that that seems like kind of ridiculous, Somebody put because we actually listened to clips and stuff like that, and news reports and watched it together in Lisa's room. But I can't remember which one of y'all put up a picture of a man with a 20-pound necklace.
It was one of the guys that was showing us.
Yeah. I mean, it's like it was huge. It was huge. It's like.
It has a big lock on it too, Dr. Goddess.
Yeah, it's almost unbelievable. Like it's almost like, you know what I mean? It's like, is this real? Like, why would you not only did he have on metal, he had on like a gigantic.
Okay, so did the necklace weigh 20 pounds?
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Or was it a 20-pound weight necklace?
It was
a 20-pound weight necklace.
Yeah,
the necklace itself. Okay, hold on. Let me just.
He used it for weight. He used it for his weight training, Dr. H.E. So it was, it was like his fitness accessory, and it was 20 pounds.
I guarantee you, anybody, you do a lot of MRIs here. They're not supposed to let anybody in the room unless they're clear.
I can't hear you. What you say?
I said I do a ton of MRIs.
I'm sorry, Mel. I'm sorry to get me into it for you guys. I'm trying to get this. What happened, Mel?
No, I was saying, what happened? You gonna open up the rooms?
Yeah, I was making sure I had a phone call, and now I'm cool. You good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
20 pounds.
Weighs 20 pounds.
They have those.
And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Protocols are you're not supposed to let anyone in the room unless they're screened. Those
Well, I don't know.
I guess forms are supposed to be filled.
I don't know, because I didn't fill out any paperwork. I went with my student. She was going to get the thing. She went in the thing, and she started having like a panic attack. And the person came out the thing and said, "Can you come in here with her?" And I went in, and I held her hand while she was doing the thing. I didn't sign no paper, none of that.
No, I didn't say sign.
I mean, I didn't.
So then they didn't follow procedures. You can actually say you have to be pre-screened.
She didn't screen me, clear me, none of that. She came got me from the waiting room.
She took your
I did have
license.
to put my purse, I put my purse in a little, locker thing. But I had on my same clothes, so, I don't know.
Yeah, so she took your life in her own hands because no one's supposed to be in there unless they're pre-screened. That's not a secret. Mind, but a very active, strong magnet.
Yeah, I go all the time with my son. I have to go with him. And we have gone to different places. Yeah, we have gone to different places to have his MRI and CAT scans and everything. And they ask me, do you have metal plates? Do you have body piercings, big, large body piercings? Do you have this? Yeah. Do you have this? And then only when a couple times they did make me take off some of my jewelry, I had a really, really full Pandora bracelet, and they were take it off, just to be safe. Take it off.
Even if you're in an oxygen, they're not going to let the tank oxygen come in. It has to be wall oxygen. They will never let an oxygen tank in there. It has to be adhered, tapped onto the wall, no metal.
Excuse me 1 second, Patty. Do you wanted us to check our messages, the mods?
No. Oh no! Check the block list to make sure you don't have him blocked.
Who?
Moose.
Oh.
Lord, who in the hell done block Moose?
Yeah, Moose is nice.
Sometimes.
That's me. I don't know why I haven't blocked. I don't have anybody blocked except this one guy. I have no idea why I blocked him. Let me come up.
It might have been an accident.
He must have been acting a fool one day. I'll come down.
There is no accident. No, I don't know. No, my finger slipped in the hole when it blocked you, and yeah.
No, when I tell you I have nobody blocked, nobody, but I don't know why. He's the only one, so let me stop it.
It's okay, LaVon, you just haven't been on here long enough.
There is a way to actually block accidentally, because when you report something, you know how you can make a report on a speaker, they said something, whatever. When you make the report, one of the options at the end is to block him or not block him. And I did that by accident, where I would hit I thought it was continue or finish, and I ended up blocking somebody. But
so how many people have you removed from a space? There's Moose. He's here now.
Moose is here.
So all I'm saying is that is a possible case that, if you're removing someone, but that would mean that you would have to be in a space.
Often, it's a little fishy to me.
It's just a little trite to me.
Reporting, not removing, reporting somebody. When they're that's something really, really inappropriate, and you can report that person.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, y'all say y'all this though. If I report your ass, I'm blocking you.
Yeah, when you report somebody, after that they ask you if you want to block them, and you have to say yes or no.
Yeah, I don't be doing all that shit. I don't be doing that.
But if I gotta go to the point that I gotta report you, trust me, I'm gonna block you too.
I don't block people. We'll argue today, and I'll still let you in tomorrow. I may not talk to you, but I don't give a fuck.
You might unfriend block. Because somebody told me that you have unfriended them.
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. Oh, my God. He is so petty.
No, I only been gone for 6 days.
Let me tell you.
And
he's in his feelings.
So many damn
that back and forth with me and him, he is definitely.
After I had that back and forth with Anthony, I unfollowed him, and I guess he knows that I'm
mad. I have him blocked. I blocked.
Bro, you be okay.
I blocked unapologetically.
He was probably trying to send me an apology, and his ass noticed that I'm friend him. All right, I got the link from Lisa's room. Hold on.
That is correct. That is correct.
Did y'all see that Royal cruise line that got caught in the middle of the hurricane? Devastated because
I don't do that. My
cruise line I would go on.
Thank you.
Royal Caribbean. It's Royal Caribbean, right? I was like, damn.
All right, that's the link up on top, guys.
Norwegian cruise line.
Everybody.
That shit scary as hell. See, that's why I don't want to go on the cruise. I just told my cousins.
Hey, everybody, click the link.
I don't want to go.
Click the link. We're closing this room.
That's the only. Oh my god.
Click the link, everybody in the group. We're closing down the room. Can y'all move it? Come on. Y'all move so slow. Brother, click the link. We're leaving. Click the link, guys, if you want to hear our voice for another room. If not, have a good day. F grade, come on. Zam, Drew, click the link. Come on, Michelle. Brother, what happened? Why you came back?
Fuck with white girls is gay. I ain't put that label on y'all.
That's a wild accusation.
I know, right? So why y'all not fully for the sisters, though, is what I'm asking.
See how uncomfortable they feel? Didn't I just say that? Like, idea for a black person to only be with other black people is crazy. They actually think that nowadays. Like, it's crazy.
It's crazy. I only want to be with you.
Mace, that's not true because you even said...
a panda, nigga. You always lying. You get on my nerves.
No, it's crazy to think that you live in a melting pot that America is, with many different races, and you only gonna fuck with one race. Like,
yeah,
what's so crazy about that, though?
Can you imagine thinking that's crazy?
No. I mean, I can't imagine, but it does sound crazy when it comes out of people's mouths. Like,
it's not crazy to be with your own people. That's what people do.
I'm just saying, to love you, I gotta only fuck with you.
There is a thing called self-preservation. The fact that you are, I know you're not going to see it, but that's an upbringing problem. To only want to be with your own people is not something that is some new concept. Many people practice this. Few black people, but white people say it. Don't bring no niggas home. Mexicans say you better not bring a nigga home. Fucking Indian.
All the races.
Bring no nigga home.
None of the races like us.
Who?
None of the races like us.
Yeah, you're supposed to be with your own people. But see what I mean? What I just told you about over the weekend? You have a growing number of black men that literally used to get strung up by their fucking throat and pinky toe for even glancing in a white woman's direction. And now that they're allowing you to sleep with them because there's too many of the ones that the white men don't want. So they're throwing their trash garbage at your feet and you're happily collecting it. Talking about how could you not? Like, what? That's a mental illness.
No, it's just I'm not stuck in the slavery mindset, like, or
you messed up there, Bruce.
No, I don't know how I messed up. I'm not a slave.
Yes. Yeah. That's some slave talk right there. For you to say that you're stuck in a slavery mindset.
I said I'm not.
To say you're not, you're saying that the slavery mindset is only being together. That's what you're saying is a slavery mindset.
No, I'm just saying, like, you just said all those things about, like, what white folks have done to some black people during the history of our slavery. And I'm just saying, like, I don't live in that time. I didn't grow up in that time. I grew up in a time where there was some white folks that fuck with me. There was some black folks that fuck with me. Shit, there was even some East Indians and Asians that fuck with me. because I live in America. I'm an American.
I think that you sound. I think you did. You go to college?
No.
You know what? My bad. This isn't even a fair conversation.
Down in the school.
So I gotta go to college.
You don't have to go to college and think like me, but you're fucking stupid. That's what I'm saying. You're talking stupid.
Daisy, come on, Daisy, come on. Come on, Daisy. We were cooking.
So you know how you know
he's gonna make me crash out because what he's saying is ridiculous. You never hear nobody white talking like this. You would never fucking hear somebody white say that.
That's true.
No.
You should be with niggas. Why don't you go over there and get you a nigga and marry them? Because this is the time we live. Like, stop talking to me crazy. It's irritating. You don't hear fucking Asian people saying this. Oh, they're coming in here and buying our hardware. They're coming in here and buying our food. You should be with them. No, they sit there in your community. They take all the money and then they go and build their heaven with it. They go and send their kids to Harvard and fucking Columbia. And they tell you if you dream about bringing a nigga up in here, you're done. We're going to ostracize you. You're not a part of the family anymore. Fucking Indians do the same thing. There are Indian fathers that have literally killed their daughters.
Go ahead, Mace. Get it off your chest, big dog. Because he going to get it.
Not Daisy, you cooking. She's not wrong.
Okay, great. So then you the fellas down below who believe that this title is true. Like, if y'all feel as though the white women treat y'all better, please pull up, because I just do not believe it. But let's go. We in here today. Damn, I wish we was in steaks and salads or throwing rocks, because...
See, Lauren, this is what happens when you bring me back into the fold. The GDP is up, baby. I'm sending the invoice.
Because you can't shoot your loser candidate, Daisy, nigga. She on your ass.
Daisy would never shoot. I would never shoot my loser candidate, Daisy, because she actually has coherent arguments. Most of these women on here don't.
Excuse me.
But that's a different conversation, though.
I think it's the title. I really don't think it's. I don't think it's Mace. I think it's your title. This is one of the clips. Yes, I think it's the title.
I'm trying to have a peaceful day.
No, it's my picture. It was my picture. It started because of my picture.
Oh, I missed that part.
We're going to let it ride out.
Exactly.
But I do think it's the title.
Coherent.
I do think it's the title. And please don't insult my intelligence.
Well, if you're listening to I'm not insulting you. I'm telling you the logic. Correcting the correction.
I was in the space before
so you weren't listening. So you would know that it was about.
And then I left the space because I had a call.
There we go. That's the key. You left the space.
And then also again, your PCR is no different than any other PCR that's been on the space. Like you're not doing anything. Now
you're putting on a whole nother narrative.
You're not doing anything that anyone else hasn't done.
But that has nothing to do with your narrative right now. The narrative was that it was about the picture. And a specific things about.
Why are you so angry?
Why are you so angry?
Specific things about the picture.
It's okay, Kate.
It was specific things about the picture.
Mace, how about you PCR unsolicited pictures?
You can't come into a room and start talking about something completely different.
He didn't even ask her. He got a lady ass in the picture. He didn't even ask him to take the picture. How about you PCR Mace? You're not doing anything. You're a regular person just like everyone else on the internet. PTR.
Listen.
This is exactly why I'm not getting you a housewarming gift. Look at the shenanigans you have been causing.
Wow, because it's Mace's birthday, I don't get.
Oh, happy birthday, Mace! But you're not.
Fuck your birthday right now. Get out of here. Get out of here.
I'm trying to get the guys down in the school to pull up.
Warren, I'm trying to get them focused. This is why I love Daisy's arguments because Daisy has a coherent argument throughout the entire thing that gives gravity to everything that she's talking about and that the other person is talking about. She's just not talking out her ass. She's not just joining rooms and saying weird shit and then leaving.
That's not weird. I mean, most people who are on the app most of the day, if they have a career, they're working.
And apparently, I guess you say his name is Praise. However, Praise. Whatever. My guy, appreciate you pulling up. My fault for the miss.
Nah, you good, bro.
But let these other niggas pull up and defend this case. Y'all down in the goo, y'all just chilling. Shout out to a 9. We ain't seen your little dirty ass in a long time.
It's your title, boring. It's your title.
I know it is. And I want these niggas to defend they white women, bro. It's okay. I love y'all. These niggas don't. So
I love y'all women.
Let's make a list and point these niggas out like, no, they can't come back to the community. They not invited to the cookout.
They can come to the cookout. Let all the disgruntled men come to the cookout.
Hell no.
I'm gonna say come back.
I'm gonna get a coherent conversation at this point.
We are not changing this title.
Well, the funny thing is, the title was mixed up anyway, because what we said was they weren't nice to us black women. Remember, we were talking about the access to money piece, and we were saying how nasty they are to us black women because they feel like we don't deserve to be in those money spaces. So that's really what it was about, but it just got mixed up to that title.
My nigga Haas, what's happening with you, Brody? I see you right there. Pull up on us. We coolin'. I'm calling these niggas out today. They think the white women are better than our sisters. They say they treat them nicer. Yeah.
Nah, they think the black women in my picture are white women. They just all confused.
Who said that, boy?
May said it.
Look, I didn't even comment on his picture.
Hey, this isn't about you. You don't even acknowledge the concept of the first argument that was made. Like, you talking about some other shit.
Settle down. Dumb to hell. But that shit dumb, though, in my opinion. Like, for niggas to say that white women treat them better, it's your own opinion because they might treat you better, but they're against your ass for the long run. I don't know why you niggas be trying to downgrade the black women like they ain't nice and shit like that because the ones you fucked over, the ones that you did something to, ain't nice to your ass. Yeah, I ain't no black woman I ran across in my lifetime. I'm 40 years old. I ran across in my lifetime. They ever treated me bad. They ever disrespected me. They didn't tell me good morning. They ever tell me they love me or shit like that. Say you should die. So whatever you niggas got against black women, y'all some piece of pathetic ass motherfuckers to say white women, a motherfucker that their ancestor killed your ancestors, ate your ancestors, hung your ancestors. See, y'all niggas is fucked up and cruel. I think Kitover got these niggas in a chokehold and he's already gone. Because white women don't give a fuck about no black man. They don't give a fuck about you at all. They won't even take you home to see their fucking daddy. So all they gonna do is suck your dick or get some pussy.
Not
daddy. Let me say not daddy, grandparents. Let me say great-grandparents. Shit like that, because they racist. They great-grandparents racist as fuck. So they ain't taking you to see them motherfuckers.
I'm interracial.
So don't tell them that, Haas.
Go to come down here to Mississippi. I'm gonna take you to a sundown, one of them sundown hippie ass town. Put you in that mama, drop you off, and let you walk through that bitch by yourself. See if you gonna come back there. So get you a white girl and walk through that bitch. That bitch gonna set your ass up and get you killed. Like, I don't know why y'all trying to downgrade black women. Black women are nice as fuck. Good pussy. Okay. They got good head. That motherfucker can treat you good. That motherfucker got your back. They pay your bills. They feed you.
Pay your bills. I'm
just being honest though. The women out here like that though. You want me to lie? You want me to tell the truth? Which one you want me to do?
You and Kay are in the same. Y'all get this loser Canada. That wasn't even what we were talking about. We didn't never say that we don't like black men. We didn't never say that we don't like black women.
We're helping the state.
You said that white women treat you better than black women. That's a damn lie. That's crazy. They ain't even assuming that stupid ass shit.
We didn't say that at all. You and Kay
got shit on my sisters, bro.
They don't got nothing on them. No, motherfucker. White hoe got flat ass booties, nigga. The fuck we talking about?
Hey, now look, we don't fuck with them, but I ain't gonna lie. Some of them got some
That's not true. You talking about a small percentage of white women that got some ass now. A small percentage. You better know if it's fake or not. All black women got the most baddest body in the fucking world that everybody wants.
That's 100%.
The only black women that get BBLs are majority of them bitches are strippers. That's who get BBLs, and they're not black American women. So what the fuck we talking about?
So, Haas, did you hear that
Priest was the one that said, when I was saying that we are, whatever it is, doesn't matter. When I had to tell him that all you have to be is a black person with melanin to be able to look at yourself as superior, he was very uncomfortable with that. He said, no, we're not superior. And then, can you stop interrupting me? And then he's pretend I'm a white woman. Then he said that
I wasn't uncomfortable about that.
Then he said, then when I was saying that black people should be together, he said that that's unreasonable. He said that's not true. He said that he's not stuck in a slavery mindset, which means that we're only was treated bad in slavery. You understand? He said that he's not stuck in that mindset, and we're in a melting pot of a country, and so therefore it's ridiculous for anybody to think that a black person should be only with another black person. What do you have to say about that?
I don't know why you took that to heart. Bryce, aren't you mixed?
Crazy. Then
Bryce, aren't you mixed? Is your mom white?
White don't mean he white.
Who wait? We talking about that right now.
These are Clubhouse talking points. Let's be realistic. Clubhouse talking points. Y'all know these Clubhouse talking points. Whatever your daddy is, you are.
Don't say them now. Let them talk their piece.
Like, that shit crazy. Clubhouse talking points is crazy.
I've been here, yes.
Man, Clubhouse talking points is insane to me, man. Y'all be making up shit on Clubhouse that don't make no fucking logical sense at all.
Can I ask a question? Wait a minute. So his mom is white. So let me ask you this, which I did not know. I wouldn't have wasted my breath. I would have even responded to him. So I'm mad that y'all didn't tell me his mother was white. Okay, I thought I didn't know. I thought I was talking to black people. But let me say this really fast. How come with these mixed people talking about they're white, but they can come around us and say they black? No, they asked me to be in another category. I don't think they're black people.
And there we go.
Yeah, that shit is wild. Because
I'm a lot of different things.
The only mixed people I know that say they white are the ones with white fathers. They're the only ones that say they white.
Yeah, I don't see
white fathers. And I talked to a lot of them. The ones that from women to men call themselves white because they say they daddy white. That's why they say they white. But a man a white woman, all y'all do is carry. All women do is carry eggs. I want y'all to know that shit. Y'all just carriers.
No, we teach us too.
No, fuck that. That shit was that's Clubhouse talking points. Okay, that's not a Clubhouse talking point. Scientific wise, if a man doesn't ejaculate inside of you, your eggs are going to die. What the fuck are we talking about? Your eggs don't, unless you take them out and freeze them motherfuckers. The fuck we talking about?
Here we go.
Yeah, I know. Because y'all don't like logical shit.
No, I want to know who pulled the nigga switch. Like, which one of you niggas did it?
Hey, this is not a nigga switch.
Y'all thought I was bad. I had good sense until he came in. Let's see. Y'all attack him for an hour.
Hey, man, they can't attack me, man. You know why they can't attack me? But Warren already know I go all day with this bullshit. And I'm gonna fuck with them like they always fuck with everybody else. But I'm telling you point blank sense. These are facts. They feel if you don't like the facts, what I'm saying, then that's just tough luck. Women are carriers though, nurturers, caring. That was the fuck they put on earth to do, caring.
Helpers.
That was because God created man first, and women came from man real.
Yeah.
How the fuck? Where we get this shit from?
They gonna be like, you know what this sounds like though? It sounds like the steak and salad.
I know. Yep, I know.
I'm on my Clubhouse shit today.
This shit Clubhouse talking points, man.
Go with it. That's right. Men are the providers.
We are the providers.
Amen.
What the fuck we talking about? I mean, but since these Clubhouse talking points, then men are not the providers. Since women think they rule over everything, y'all providers. Y'all just let us stay at home and y'all pay the bills while we just sit around this motherfucker.
No.
Since y'all gonna take it like that, then
why would we do that?
Y'all still gonna have the kids because the man can't have no motherfucking baby. So y'all still gonna have the kids and y'all can take care of the kids, and then you gonna pay the bills in that motherfucker.
Hey,
that shit crazy.
Hey, Hobbs, like I don't even think that's just like an internet talking point. Like, only woman you're gonna hear say some shit like that are the woman that don't have a man provide.
That's a fact, bro. That's a fact.
It's just like people only make absolutes. You know what I'm saying? Like when they live in a bubble and shit like that. But so these arguments I be hearing them, and I kind of just be like, I got to think to myself for a minute. Whenever people start making absolutes about, like, even the title would say, "A white woman nicer to black men." Like, of course, not every white woman is nice to black men. You get what I'm saying? But
nah, you got some white women out there that is nice though, bro. Like, generally nice.
Hey, y'all tell Haas happy birthday, man. My nigga just came through and told me.
Nigga, shut up.
You want nigga boring, bro. Hey, tell send me cash out, man. You know what I'm saying? Shit, help a broke nigga out. You know, all broke niggas. All black men broke. Let them tell the club our talking point. All black niggas don't take care of their kid. Let them tell it. All black men ain't shit. Let them tell it.
Nobody is fucking saying that. I spent the first...
I said club. I didn't say you. I said clubhouse.
What on Clubhouse?
Talking to Kay.
This is crazy. Like, they know who said it in the room. They ain't dumb. They don't want to come out their fucking mic.
I don't say that about black people.
Oh, shit. They talking about concept.
How do you think I get to talk to you on Clubhouse all day? Hello?
But y'all like, hey, boring. I seen your name boring up popping this motherfucker.
One way or the other.
Who was that?
I've been getting my reparations for the past hour with Mace.
For real?
That's right. Get that money.
I told you I was gonna get it. One way or the other.
Yeah, I got my reparations.
Head back in blood.
You got her reparations. Wow.
I got mine too, man. Y'all better get y'all reparations.
I claim all my identities so I can get all the funding. Thank you.
Damn, let's talk about that. Traitor.
I'm not going to share my secrets.
Yeah, brother, what's happening with you? What up, though, Haas?
I think it's something going on with his phone or something.
Hey, bro, I need that shit though, bro. I was just bullshit with it. I like to have fun. If you don't wake up in the morning, goddamn, so can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
If you don't wake up in the morning, all right. So if you don't wake up in the morning and to the man and tell yourself that, man, look, I'm a badass nigga, man. I look good as a motherfucker. Fuck this shit. I ain't mean bad though, like in a woman way. You know what I'm saying? That's how you gay when you say shit like that. But it's cool though. But if you tell yourself you handsome, that you gonna be a better person than you was the day before. Hey man, who's let me see what the word is that shit is. This shit is they are emotional creatures. That's what they are. They are emotional. So that's the ones for the emotional. But go ahead, we'll keep on saying hard.
This makes. What if you're an ugly man? Are you still supposed to sit in the mirror and tell yourself,
ugly man or in style?
You're a handsome man?
You must say.
I didn't ask you that.
What'd you say?
I
heard you say it. Yes.
And I just want everybody to know I give this equally. So if the man is ugly, he shouldn't be in the mirror saying he's a handsome man.
He should
be. Why? That's a lie.
Okay, so
why should he be feeding himself affirmational lies?
So he could watch. So I'm gonna ask you this then. I'm gonna give you a scenario right here. Why can a man do that? But a fat woman could tell herself but a fat girl could be fat as a motherfucker, but her best friend says she a bad bitch.
Because woman
for the same stop. For the same reason that you just outlined, that they are emotional. So they are allowed to tell themselves bold-faced lies. I attack them all day on here for lying to themselves. I'm just asking you, if you're saying that men are supposed to be rational and all these other things, then they definitely should not be in the mirror calling themselves handsome. Listen, they definitely should not be in the mirror lying to themselves further if they are in reality and know that they are ugly men.
I agree with that, man. I agree with that. I was just bullshit with
you. Look at the logic of men. Look how fast
I agree with that, but I didn't want you to say what you said.
Had that been a woman, she would have argued me down to the ground, and 30 other women would have jumped me.
Damn, what women you be around and do that to you like that, man?
Bro, stop putting that on my ladies, bro. They don't do that.
Are you on the chat right now? Come on, stop.
Man, nigga, we all in the chat. What you talking about?
Listen, the chat is the chat, man. People gonna do shit in the chat. Y'all gotta stop looking at the chat, reading that shit against your parents.
This was an exercise. You passed the exam. We appreciate your service, bro.
There's no such thing as an ugly rich man.
What the fuck?
That That's true too. That's true too.
Was in the chat. Who said that?
That's true.
Rich man.
There's no such thing.
Yes, it is.
No, there's no such thing. There's no such thing.
Because he got money.
Because his resources and highest commodity that he's earned has made him attracted to the women who
made him
want that type
beautiful.
of exactly.
Money made him beautiful. That's crazy.
Because
That's why
men have to create their beauty. Men have to create their beauty. Women just have it.
The majority of men who have money are women beaters, are women cheaters.
Oh, I see you going somewhere else now. I don't know what you're talking
You're not. It's a goddamn lie.
That's a lie. Man, y'all do making shit up. Clubhouse talking points, bro.
Where did you get from?
I ain't making shit up. So
Can somebody else finish?
So the men have money.
Where did you get it that they are majority beating on their women because they have money? Where did you get that? Where? I said, well, okay. What domestic violence criminal survey confirms that men who have money beat their women? Where?
You talking about Diddy? Hey, look, man.
But then I would say that they have more access to women, so they might cheat.
God damn. What did Diddy just do to Cassidy? Beat the shit out of that motherfucker, didn't it?
That's one guy.
Did he just beat her ass? No. Hold on. That was just one guy that do that shit. I'm not yelling at all. I'm talking.
This is fine.
You can't say that the majority of men who have money. You can't say the majority of men who have money are beating their women because you saw one video of it happen. There are way more domestic violence situations with poor men. What are you talking about?
Actually, there are way more domestic violence situations with women.
And so the shit, you see.
That's not the point.
Hey, Maze, hold on, Maze. You see how the shit work, Maze? The shit she said about a nigga with money is not ugly. That was a dumbass motherfucker suggestion, so I just made a dumbass suggestion with her too.
What I'm saying is, Daisy was telling the truth. She's telling the truth.
This shit not true, bro.
That shit is true.
I know an ugly ass nigga right now, ugly as a motherfucker. Got some money.
You're so like I don't even know what's happening. I was actually being facetious.
Right, exactly.
What I was trying to say is a man who is ugly can be calling himself handsome or whatever because the bottom line is he can still have access to women because he has resources. So it doesn't matter how he looks at that point.
And women,
we know that.
You cooking.
But a fat, ugly, I'm sorry, a fat, unattractive woman is nothing she can fucking do. Nothing.
Exactly.
Can y'all have more rooms like this? This helps during the weekday.
Well, Boring just has to welcome. Nah, Boring just gotta welcome me back into the fold and bring me on as a wrestler.
So you're the top one. To keep it going.
Fam, I got this started like an hour ago, bro. I be cooking where I be here. Let's go.
You ain't cooking nothing, bro. Stop lying.
Stop it.
What you find for?
I'm the content.
Don't tell me, bro, you actually think that you was excommunicated.
Boring. What was the morning crew doing when I walked in here 2 hours ago?
We was doing exactly what's happening right now.
Y'all niggas
on my TV, not in the clubhouse room.
Niggas we watching animals.
What's up, Wiggy? Goddamn.
Leaving on your time. I come back in here. I post one picture. Niggas go crazy. Here we go. Thank you and you're welcome.
I took a nap.
Can I get a useless review or something?
All right, I'm sorry. You guys
we told you happy birthday earlier.
That's crazy.
Hey, Mace, don't tell me you actually think he was excommunicated.
What you mean?
He was. He had white women in his PTR.
Nigga.
But he's still here.
Oh, I'll never be excommunicated. They love me too much. I'm too fashionable.
He's so bold. He put the white women back up in his PTR.
They still white folks.
Man, why you got the white girls in your PTR, sir?
See how you pander? See how you... Where's more?
And what's wrong with pandering, sir?
That's right. He takes care of us. So, Mace, you're more of like red pill?
I don't even know what red pill is.
I don't know either. I just learned that.
Kay, you got it. I'm finna get this loser cannon. We getting the loser cannon now, man. This shit is crazy. Kay been 0 for 5 since she been in here on points.
Oh no,
what's going on, Kay?
he definitely is red pill.
No, she just aimed it. So
Yeah, he listened to red pill talking points.
That's gross.
That's crazy. I'm just gonna let y'all cook on that. Go ahead, do your thing.
What is your favorite red pill talking point?
What you recommended me, the Paul Pierce show or whatever the fuck that podcast is, and I couldn't stand it for more than a minute.
That's not a red pill. How is that a red pill?
Very red.
What are y'all talking about?
That's why we're asking you. What's your favorite?
Y'all don't even know what y'all saying. Y'all using terms that y'all don't even know the term of. And then you're talking about Paul Pierce related to. Man, Akasa, you still trying to get it back in blood. I see what's going on. All right, so if you watch that podcast, you will see how disrespectful she was being to him in the front end of that entire dialogue. So then when what got clipped and what got popular is when he turned the tables on her and went and defeated her own logic. That's what went popular.
That's not what.
But you didn't watch it in its entirety, so you don't get the full context.
I refuse to because I don't want my brain to hurt.
I don't like the way he talks. I don't like what he said.
The talking point was he asked why this lady was single. She told him. He then goes on this accusatory rant, like, "Oh, I know why you single, because you just want to have sex." And I'm sitting there like about this podcast. So that was my introduction to the Paul Pierce show or whatever he got.
So why are we calling it red pill?
He talking about what you got to listen to.
Paul Pierce is an ignorant fuck, but she needed an ignorant fuck to make that.
No.
He did it. It was a master class because of the way he did it.
Ignorant fuck.
And he sat a doctor on a stage and
podcast.
Akasa. That ignorant fuck spoke so plainly and so clearly to a woman with a doctorate.
Didn't you tell me
that it dismantled her entire argument?
Didn't you tell me he got kicked off of another podcast?
And I also just said he's an ignorant fuck.
It's yes or no. Didn't you tell me he got kicked off?
I personally didn't tell you that. No.
Yes, you did.
I know his podcast.
You told me he got kicked off of another podcast.
Now you just
you only praising him because he was able to talk down to educate a black woman.
Here we go.
Right.
Voltron has formed.
Let's go. I told you he loved white women.
Wow. Gotcha, yo.
Oh my God.
All right.
It's not okay, sir. We praise the sisters over here.
I fuck with you, Akasa. You're doing a number right now.
Just wanted to see a black woman get tear down. Tis.
It's okay, bro.
Crazy.
It's not okay. Stop telling him that it's not okay. What's wrong with y'all?
I tried to watch it.
You ain't gonna get shot.
What happened with the
Wow, now you trying to say my sister's getting niggas set up? Is that what you
Daisy, don't let Akasa tell you what happened. Just go watch the video. You'll see how it played out.
I'm trying to find it, but it's only showing me the full.
Don't let the sisterhood narrative manipulate you into your context.
Make sure you got Tylenol next to you, just in case you get a headache from the dumb shit.
That's crazy.
What kind of ghetto shit y'all got going on in here?
It's real.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Mike Tyson here to knock y'all punk ass niggas out. Let's go.
Shit!
Mike Tyson is gonna knock y'all niggas out of these motherfuckers. These niggas.
Y'all be doing these niggas every day of the week, so
I know, right? These niggas up here talking about this.
I really didn't come here to beat none of them up.
Man,
I did.
Yeah, they typically look beaten all the time, so I didn't come here to do that. But sounds interesting.
She's gonna bring some energy over to what's a net gonna pull up in here. She's gonna fly through with her cape on. This is gonna be over. This is gonna be real fun. The Avengers have formed, guys.
Y'all have to do this more often.
I'm only protecting the woman that fuck with me.
Hey,
so you say only the white
Avengers?
Okay.
Whimsical superhero life is for men. You don't gotta
let me ask you this.
We not in fairy tale land like y'all.
Fro, look at don't tap my image and open it up. But are those black women or white women on that picture? Are they white women? Just answer that. Are they white?
They look miscegenated at the very least.
My God. But they're not white women, yeah?
Same thing.
Like plain white. I don't know. It's a small picture. They could be. The picture is really small and distant, so are their asses. So they might be white.
Bro, make a choice. Make a decision. When you're looking at that picture, are you in your head, with the absence of anybody else in this room, saying that those are white women or not?
You're saying without me making the picture bigger.
Without making the picture bigger, are those women white or not?
They're not black.
And do you have a picture without their head?
Are they white or not?
I can barely see. Sir, I can't really see their skin tone from this. I'm opening the picture.
That's a good
directions. He wouldn't.
Bro, that's a good answer. I can't even.
The first time.
Bro, that's a good answer. I can't even really see their skin tone.
It looked like a white or Latin girl in a black girl.
No. Your answer was accurate. You can't see their skin tone. These people in here, including the Panderer in chief himself, Boring, said that those women were white women.
Headshot.
I sure did, because that's a white woman laying right there. None of my sisters got no ass like that, sir. That's a white girl ass. Stop playing with us.
And Mace,
any black women like that.
Mace, man, you getting triggered a lot. But is anybody on this stage fucking you or giving you pussy?
Mace, can I ask you a coherent question? Can we introduce Price to Hannah Cobb?
Wait a minute. Who the hell is supposed to get mad at the voice? Wait a minute. Hell no. I'm finna boom the room. Y'all got me fucked up.
Bro, how you doing?
See, I told you Zell's gonna get her power back.
I'm doing all right, Zell. Today is better. 2 mornings ago, I was in the ambulance, but today is better. I'm able to hold food down. Yeah, that's all. That's what I can say. I had a really bad headache this morning, but other than that, it seems like. Yeah, I'm walking. I got to. I live alone, so at the times that nobody is here, I got to do whatever for me. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I'm walking. I was walking in the hospital, though. I was walking, the day after the procedure.
I'm so glad. I'm really happy.
Yeah, I'm a soldier. That's why I don't let these niggas cake. I will forever be stronger than these niggas. That's why they don't face me. Forever and always, I'm gonna make sure I get up and do. And yeah, that's that. So I appreciate you asking, because it definitely is a big procedure. It's traumatizing as fuck. Heavy on all 4 letters. But I'm doing all right. I'm gonna be okay. I'm going to work Friday because I want this bread. Yeah.
Now you supposed to be taking it slow.
I'm not even going to tell them that I just had the procedure, because I don't want them to say no. I'm going to get that $90 an hour. I'm going to get that.
Ooh.
You was in the military, bro?
No.
Well, I'm just glad that you're still on this side of the Jordan.
Absolutely. I don't know if I told you my phrase, but
glad to hear that you're doing well. That's amazing. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you. No problem. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I gotta keep moving to spike niggas. Like, if for nothing else. If for nothing else, I gotta keep breathing to spite niggas, because they want me dead, yo. They do. Because I be tampering with their ego and pride.
Don't do that.
They want me out.
Man.
Getting on niggas' nerves.
I love defying what men say I can or can't do.
I like humbling them.
Right, exactly. So if that gets on men's nerves, they probably should find something else to worry about, because it's just autonomy. It's just the same thing you want from the white man.
What?
Oh my God. Hey. My soulmate.
Yeah, Mace. Keep fucking them hoes, man. They giving you their attention. They love you. They fuck with you, man. Just fuck with the show.
So since the white ladies show you attention too, sir.
I didn't stop to think that at all. I just say people that fuck.
No, not you. I'm talking about for Mace. Why you didn't tell him that?
No, I'm just saying, like, that's how it usually goes anyway.
Rory, don't you think it's strange that there's actually, like, all jokes aside, there is actually a black girl in the picture, and the only one that he can seem to point out to say keep fucking with if they fuck with you is the one who's white or non-black.
Daisy, that's not even what he said. That's not what he said at all.
What he saying?
He didn't even. Y'all are the only ones that.
He wants you to be with women like his
right
mother.
side.
He wants you to be with women like his mama.
Y'all are the women are the only ones who have outlined, and boring, are the only ones who have found some woman who has a splash of some other race inside of her on the right side and said that they're both white women.
That's cool, man.
No, she's not. I did say that the other one with the dress on is black, but the other one is white.
They're not white.
I didn't point out nothing about no white woman.
What you
the
said?
Only white woman, the only white woman I've met here was at a club. Like
you said, the one in the one.
She's like,
I said, well, with the
Miss, the one with the underwear on. Is she black and white?
No, she's not white. She has no white in her.
What is her race?
I don't know, like black and something else. It's not white.
Okay, do you feel better if we call her Mexican?
I feel better if y'all just stop assuming that these women are white.
You should just feel better.
Everyone keep bringing up the picture with no cheeks.
Two hoes on the boat. I don't even know why you upset about anything they saying, bro.
Nobody's
that's
upset.
Your experience.
There's nothing. I, of all people, am not upset about anything that goes on the chat house.
It's just
we were having this sparked from a conversation that happened over an hour ago. Over an hour. If you have not been in here for longer than an hour and a half, you don't know anything about what's going on.
Our intention is to joke with you. Our intention is to push black relationships. Pierce's intention is to push everything else. Whatever, doesn't matter. His intention is to push everything else. So that's what's happening right now. Okay.
So, like, did you come in and they just started talking about the picture? Is that?
Yes.
Yes. As soon as I seen that, and I
did it, and Daisy started. Who are these white women in your picture? And then it just reinforced what Boring had initially said. So now it's on this. It went from black, the context of all that shit, and it's been going back and forth. And I've been still just trying to say that these women are not white.
Their picture, but not themselves. That shit right there, that is hilarious.
Before I put pictures of myself up, like
no, I'm just like either way. To me, it's hilarious business because like I don't know. I just don't know what it's supposed to. I don't know what it's supposed to be doing. Like if I had if I sculpted a beautiful cake, maybe I would put it in my PTR. I don't know. People be putting shit they didn't create in their PTR and send to me sometimes.
He don't even know him. He took that picture, and I asked him, "Did you?"
Akasa still trying to say a crime has been committed.
Ooh, I missed that part. What?
Akasa has a vendetta against me, guys. Full disclosure. She's trying to get vengeance. She's getting vengeance back from 2 weeks ago. I'm gonna let her cook. Continued.
An hour.
So they're not on the trip.
Wait, so you didn't know them? Were you on the boat?
Picture.
I know them. They're in the house right now. What are we talking about?
Oh, okay. No, somebody said you didn't know them. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard too. So that's why I was asking that same question.
Y'all have just been making up your own.
The black one definitely don't know.
Oh my God, bro.
Get it back in blood. I am enjoying this.
I'm probably
not push icy mag shit.
I'm not really a material violator, like people's possessions. Like, I'm not a car keyer or nothing like that. But if I caught a nigga taking a picture of me laid out in a bathing suit and I did not give him permission, I probably would knock his phone in the Pacific.
She'd be in the Pacific.
Right? It's so rude.
And we would carry on.
Fuck with who fuck with you, bro.
Yeah, man, fuck with the black women that fuck with you, bro. Leave them white women alone.
Jesus.
Mace, do you want to have mixed kids?
I want to have Daisy's kids.
Ooh, okay. This is a good one. Oh, I like that.
I told y'all niggas pandering, bro, but y'all always trying to call me.
Daisy, will you accept? Do you like Mace?
Yes, I think Mace is very smart. I like our back and forth and his acknowledgement of my brilliance. I was a little concerned earlier, but I think we can work this out. I think he has no issues thinking of himself as a black man as being superior. I think he understands who he is, and he's not going to be afraid of being better than other people, which is something I strive for. And so, yeah, I think maybe, yeah, let's talk about it.
Do you think his self-concept can change, about who and what he thinks about himself?
Say that again.
Hey, what? That didn't even make sense. What you just
believe
asked.
His self-concept can change.
No,
his personal narrative about who he is, his automatic narrative.
Oh, that's already pretty good. I think he's comfortable with that and asserting himself as being superior to others.
Don't say that out loud. Women don't like that in here.
Mace, I really don't care. I'm trying to help you, fool.
Clearly, I don't need any help.
I think you do.
Go ahead.
All right, perfect. So maybe we might have a little love connection here. You've been
watching too much of that Island show.
Well, you know what? I actually didn't hear about that until I got onto Clubhouse. Because actually, I don't have to watch any of those shows. I'm not looking for anyone on Clubhouse or don't have those problems. I've always been selected. So I learned about all 50-50, people living in the ghetto, all that kind of stuff. I learned that here on Clubhouse. So thanks.
Who pays for dinner? Your phone.
You want me to throw away my phone?
Can't have you around these types of environments unsupervised.
Wait, one thing we have to do, Mason, just see my PTR. I think you missed it. We have to decide who do you like best out of this PTR before we can make any final decisions or determinations.
Is this the brown paper bag test?
No. This was several women popped up. Hold on, let me find it. 1 second. You have to pick one. Hold on, I got it. 1 second.
I'm about to tell you what you want to hear.
It'll be quick. You looking? 1, 2, 3.
What you want to hear?
I think most people think that white women walk around looking like 1 and 3. That's funny to me.
They're very unattractive. I'm trying to tell you. Like, I don't know why these goofy men be going around trying to act like the average white woman walking around is beautiful. No, they're not. And they're fucking nasty.
They're not. But most women are mediocre and average, though. We be trying to tell y'all that.
No, I don't necessarily disagree. I just mean in my everyday life, I see more attractive black women than I see attractive white women. That's whether I'm walking around the street going to work, or that's if I'm down at the happy hour. There's definitely more. Now, I do see some attractive white women typically out, like at night and stuff like that, and that's probably because, maybe they fix themselves up or something to go out. But just on the general day-to-day, even at my gym, I definitely see more attractive Black women than I do white women. And the white women are very jealous. They're very nasty. They see an attractive Black woman and they get fucking pissed. And don't let you be in a place, like I said, where there's resources. They're fucking nasty. They really think that Black men belong to them. Well, they were 40% of the slave owners. So I understand where that mentality comes from. But this whole idea that they're just like nice and they really like you, it's bullshit. Oh, and also in the locker room, fucking bodies look gross. I'm looking at like, what the fuck are these men talking about? They're not even built good.
They're nicer to you, and yeah, they can have. But some of them seem happier with white women, and I feel that go with what makes you happy.
Hey, Price and Mace, do the white women make y'all happier?
I ain't never been with no white woman.
Oh, you showed up defending them like you have been, bro.
I was defending them? That was wrong. I don't defend no hoes, man. They got equal rights. They can defend themselves. Man, trying to do some laundry, my boy. Do some laundry. We'll leave it here.
I'll come back later. I gotta eat and watch The Housewives.
It's a whole lot of people in here. I would tell y'all to turn y'all pay tickets in, but y'all niggas like the white girl. So, yeah, I'm glad y'all here. I appreciate y'all. God damn it, Batman.
Damn, white women are okay, man. They're not demons.
They are devils, so you need to stay away.
You gotta have at least one little white woman on your roster.
You're goddamn lying.
Little Italian descent, little 5'2", 5'3", brunette, you know what I'm saying? Hazel eyes.
Well, why do you need that for, Mace? What does that do? They don't improve your quality of life, sir.
There's no woman that improves the quality of my life. I improve the quality. I improve the quality of my life. A woman accompanies me in that process.
I know a nigga that got a white wife. She met him when he was down bad. Now he's a photographer at weddings and shit. He does videos at weddings. And he goes and travels all over the world and shoots weddings and shit. And he's even told me it's thanks to her networking skills that he got there in life.
And that's great. That worked for him.
You know,
the only woman who's improved the quality of my life is my mom. That's about it. Everybody else assists. They join the ride.
This situation
and the ship that's going in one direction anyway.
I'm on the same boat as you though. Like ain't no woman ever really improved my life like that.
Okay, are y'all expecting like a girlfriend?
No, hold on. No, hold on.
I was speaking first, ladies first. I was speaking first.
What?
I was speaking first. The question was, do you expect your girlfriend or your partner to improve your life? Someone that you're not married to.
So, Priest, to answer your question, to continue our conversation, that doesn't necessarily mean that I haven't met women who have been valuable in my life. That just means that
your life.
If I can't, I'm not leaning to a woman to improve anything in my life, because most women don't necessarily want that much weight of a burden to have to do that for any man, right? So I tend to there have been a lot of women that have supplemented my life in great ways, but that improvement part is on me, man. Completely on me.
Gotcha. I ain't gonna say I don't look for it. It just depends on the type of woman. You get what I'm saying? But it's one of the things to where, you know, if she's able to do that shit, if it's in her heart, if she really fuck with me like that, then hey, we don't go somewhere. But if she don't, usually they don't fuck with me to that extent. You know, they ain't improving my life. It's usually up to me. And I don't really expect them to improve my life. But you know, if they come to me talking about, so I want to be a wife, and you know, I want to have a family, and I want a man that's gonna do these things for me. You know what I'm saying, in my life, I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, so let me come up with some shit that you can do for me. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I'm gonna think about it. Other than give me pussy. And that's what I mean when I say, you know, I look for it just depending on the situation. Like the type of woman she is. But usually the woman that's asking for a lot, they ain't willing to give a lot.
There y'all go. Thank you. My ladies are always asking y'all for a lot. Y'all break y'all neck for them white girls. Boy, y'all are something else.
I never broke my neck for a white girl.
Has anyone noticed how we haven't heard a thing about the CEO who got caught on Coldplay cam? Have y'all noticed how we literally haven't heard anything about the woman who's cheating on her husband and what's been going on with them?
Okay.
How everybody's.
I didn't even know the CEO.
Look at that. Who cares?
Who cares? Like, that's their personal business. Let them figure it out.
But the man the CEO has been literally paraded around the entire world as the cheating husband. But nobody talks about the cheating wife.
Was she cheating?
That's
what cheating husband?
She has a husband at home. She was cheating on her husband too.
I didn't know either one of them, so okay.
Yeah, I don't know about the CEO thing because they make fun of him, but
that's the point. That's the point I'm making. That's the point.
So the wife is a cheater too?
Yes, the wife has a husband at home. We haven't heard a fucking drop about it. We haven't seen accountability on that end. He's the one that's been.
Oh, you're talking about the woman that he cheated.
That he was holding. The one he was holding. They're both married.
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
that's my point.
What news source are you?
You want me to cry about it? Like
looking at?
That is also my point.
Depends on the news source.
Okay, that is also my point.
I got you.
If you understand what I'm cooking here, that's a civilization. That's the culture that we're living in today.
I mean, it depends on what lens you're looking through.
I'm looking through all of them. We literally are just pinpointing all of the lenses. Either they don't care, don't know, or you're trying to cite the source that says that it's not, that whether it's true or not. When clearly, but the one thing we do know is that the man has been paraded around and his life has been kind of rocked and embarrassed. That woman has slid into the crevices of mystery, and nobody has addressed any of her accountability at all.
Can that be an assumption?
No, it's not an assumption because we haven't heard anything about it. We've heard because
anyone else.
What is the glaring media source that's talking?
I'm speaking in English.
Who are you hearing about in this Coldplay camera situation? The husband or the other wife that was cheating on her husband?
It depends on the news source that you.
The majority of the news sources that have come out have been talking about the man and what he's lost and what he was a husband. He had this. They know his name, where he lives, how many kids he's got, his earnings. Like they literally have a Coldplay cam being played around the world, and He's resigned from his job. He's got a divorce. He's got a divorce period appearing now. We haven't heard anything about that woman who he was embracing, and the fact that she had a whole family, too, and we don't even damn near know her name.
Mace, maybe she was scared to lose her job.
And it's a publicly traded
company. You mean accountability? Imagine.
I feel like she was.
If that company is publicly traded, all of that information is available. So you have all of the information about each,
She also works with the same company that is publicly traded.
Yeah.
We have her name. We don't have, and we have not heard anything.
But Mace, how do you know that?
A C-suite CEO got his head blown off in the middle of Times Square, and we heard all about it.
What news sources?
We knew everything about his family.
Maybe
she
was in an open relationship.
All right, guys.
What news sources do you consume regularly?
Yeah, have a good day.
Bye.
Yeah. Voltron is here.
Bye. Have a good day.
Remember, Mace. Fuck with those who fuck with you.
See your people.
I see him. Trust me, I see him.
No, I just think he has a hard time responding to questions. He doesn't like to be questioned. That's clearly a personality trait. And clearly that's something that he might have.
Shout out to Megan Rose. We see you. Please go turn your pink ticket in.
Nigga, she left out the room on your ass.
And she came back. She turned. That's how you turn the pink ticket in. Boring.
I know, but she didn't do it.
See with it now. You know that's how you turn the pink ticket in.
I know.
Not too much on boring. You pander to me.
Okay.
Because he was just doing it. I don't understand it. This nigga Henry was just doing it.
He's hilarious. All right, are y'all going to do this tomorrow? Same time?
Hell no. What the fuck? Hell no. We do not rock like that over here. Stop playing.
It was hilarious. I thank y'all for the entertainment.
It was hilarious. I might have got metal divorced fucking.
I'm just over here trying to find water shoes in my size. Put some style to them.
Thanks for the conversation, Born. I think it was you that brought me up.
I did, Brody. Appreciate you pulling up fucking with us today.
So I joined the room and shit. I might come through another time.
That's a bet. We be here cooling. We drink Folgers coffee in the morning. Remember that?
Jesus.
Nah, I already drink coffee, but that's cool though if y'all do that. Hey, Mace, what I say about?
Don't take that nigga advice, Mace. What's wrong with you, sir?
You want to remind him to love you.
He's acting like I don't. Never mind. I think he just met me, so I can understand. Go ahead, bro.
What you was gonna say, Akasa?
I said he want to remind him to love white women so bad.
He does. Hey, Akasa, let's pull up on Wiggy and tell her I'm sorry. I love you. I'll be home tonight.
You gotta apologize. First of all,
nigga, what?
What I think you should do is make a video of you on bended knee with "There You Go"
shaming ritual
in the background with flowers around you, and put one rose in your mouth too, and then beg her to come back.
All right, that's easy.
Shaming.
Why is that shaming? That's a great apology.
That's easy to do. Don't listen to Mace.
Mace, maybe the next time you do that, you'll have better luck.
But don't do it to a white woman though, Max. You gotta do it to a black woman.
Yeah, don't bow down to a black woman or to a white woman. Only to black.
White woman gotta get it.
Ain't nothing about bowing down. Come on, cuz.
She also said bend your knee, and you said yeah, I can do that.
I did say bend the knee.
Hey, that's why I was objecting on your behalf, brother, and you was like, no, I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
That was for my wifey though. I can do that for her, but you can't do that to no random sir.
Here you are.
D-Love, what's happening with you? Tara, what's happening? Pull up on us. We cool. She evolved. I sent the invite for you, brody. They go D.
Yeah.
What's good, y'all?
Nah, shit, cool. Like we always do. You missed it. We was having steaks and salads earlier.
Oh, damn. Should have been what's cooking in there.
Tara, black men, really providers. What did you guys say now, yeah?
Oh, God.
You know we said yeah. What?
What do you mean? Oh, my God, Maze, I'm just trying to see what y'all was talking about. You never know how these conversations will go on the air.
We were talking about Mace bowing down to black women instead of white women.
Jesus.
You said it. What'd you say? I said it again, girl?
I said we were talking about Mace bowing down to black women instead of white women.
Oh, okay. What do you say? No?
He said he'll think about it.
Okay, like, he does not even want me to pay at all. Like, he wants to pay for the date. So, you know, I've been out with guys like that would never want me to, like, touch my purse, especially, like, on the first date. There's some men out there like that would rather pay and help their women out, you know?
What are y'all providing? Are y'all talking about financially, you know, like going into depth what y'all providing?
I think that
I could pay for a lot of shit, but she not in the same space. I could pay for her hair and nails, but I be beating her ass every Thursday. What are y'all providing?
What they do that women don't do. So you can't say finances when the woman is working. So it has to be something above and beyond whatever you're not getting, whatever you're giving something that she's not giving to you.
Are y'all providing a safe space to be in your most femininity? Are y'all providing a shoulder to lean on? Are you taking some responsibility off her shoulder? Are you, you know, leaning the hand in the house more when she's tired? What are y'all providing that she can't do herself?
Like, it may be people that do exactly what you say. They just not shit. They really don't care for people's feelings. They just there just to be there. And there's also people that may be a little bit more, you know, human-like and actually care. So that's why I'm trying to every black man to be the same. That's not even possible, you know? Is anybody there? What a black man provides. Like, I don't want to do that for them. Like, I don't want to speak for them. So I was waiting on them to answer. No.
We provide all those things that you said we do, besides the ass beatings. I hate the fact that once we get some money, y'all love to label us as fucking abusive ass niggas. Like we just be King Konging upside y'all fucking heads. And if that's not you and you never say that, please, if it don't apply, let it slide. But I hate the narrative that y'all put that on us. But yes, we provide all those things you said we do.
Boring. Is that outside of what women do then? Because I guess don't women do the same things for the men? Or is that a no?
That's a no. We just heard Kate earlier when we was talking about 50-50 and paying a man bills. They said, hell no, we don't do that shit.
Wait a minute. Say it again. You said 50-50 is what?
I said earlier, Kay said that, I think it was somebody, I believe it was Mace that said something about, somebody said, not Mace, I ain't gonna put it on him because I could be wrong, but somebody said something about going 50-50 and all that other stuff, paying a man bills, and a woman said, nah, we ain't doing that. So a man would do all those things right there. We be providing, we provide that free time for y'all when we picking up the kids on the weekends, right? And then for the guys that are there in the house, of course, we take it on our shift when it's our turn, right? We cook, we clean. What else we do? We pay bills. We let you go spend our money, even though we don't want to. Like, we provide a lot of stuff.
I wanted to ask Mr. Mace, if he comes off the mic, but yeah, how am I killing the room? I just came and joined into the conversation. I didn't even know what you guys were talking about. So maybe you can give me some pointers so I won't kill the room next time, you know? Help us out.
It's because he hates Black women. You didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, he can talk. I mean, I'm not going to kick him in the balls to the phone. You know, I'm not going to, whatever it is that you're scared of, sir, you're not going to get it from me. So what's the problem? That's so arrogant. That's arrogant and rude.
In my opinion, because I'm watching the theater and I'm good in those social media.
Yeah, Kato in Big Mac, in Gorol, I'm going to go to other talk. A chat can coach. Walk other talk. Queen chat one again. Walk there, in a ketan of the Duke of Colnyang, right? I know the Duke of Makol, right? In a ketan grand schedule. Because you ping due to one reason or another. Kada chok tok bai kada achi thora tok another tonga thora ba ukachanga ba bayanam lao daudia. So yen nom lao aye ko ron yaitin randanga le bi pan yide kadai and then where tiran well yeah girls be careful. I'm in the Kadis Kuratan. I was worried better day. So, Kayen, by Kadawadia, a teach other to and Pino could you win Chen Manian in a mention. Manian, I didn't like to dear day. And then I did get a Gogura, Gagutia, Aresti, Kadao. Jamule abajaya manyan kujareu cuman kujarai kun commit kujareu cuman kujangui rap commit. So Manyan is one of the location looking when they mention I pick it up and then yan bay ko ato ku ga bay pat ko bay tegi kuna chi ke lwel ga chi ngike and then to topograph to the Manyan to warto to go yidi. What is the population? Can to buy it?
Could never in Manian, Yen in a Manian, be regular Academy, the Manian came at, but go to Manian.
No, me the Manian got you. Ma na na gan pet ko ki ka la jore ga ke. Ku ji ma dia ji ne le o la ma dia ko un ra ne lo no na cho lo ko no wer ku le ke ne yin ke pan pol kan ke ne pan ben go kol. Ke de ke ne pan big mac o kilo lo ma dia. Na cho ga jit ke o ma tin. Ke de ka le pan ga ke ka le ga ke ben ba ye. Ke lora ne che ta ke le cha ta.
Wa si jama ko lan ku jala jala nynger jal be. You remember that conversation we had?
Yes, I remember. Ke chino hok ke kada. Woka nong nynger chino ka jot. Bini ka je wan ban yik pi aja pe juba. Ku ka chin ke yung kene
wa nong nynger jala tap pa ne jala liap.
It means you look out for your people. You look out for your people ne ke ko. Ade. Ache ko nang yin pa ku de ka da. Ara ne jamlo le alule chawatin alule ma kono wa ku jowo nyin ba wo pio ma ko ma ngai ku jowo nyin ba wo pio nyir ga pinye ron ka ga je jam to wa ga tie wo mi chi ma nye le dong una kyor ele nge ne kada ma ko ma ngai wo guru ti chi wan ke au burin ti je ron ye wo burin ti chi wan ke so ye
I got a human in Lia Barrett in any platform or any national government or local government, financial legal state.
Kalwel mara daga yen elwe shawar ya kana chi nuro tun le batara chi nyod ya yeti wajala na ye batara chi nyod ya ka there is need of something to be done ya na ko ka lo wit and all of that kalula wari al kan no kan kana ngole nur ka gole le chi nur batara chi mer ya you see so there is need of some work to be done. I don't know talk them now wari al but we need to work hand in hand and ta chan jamu ke mit ka wari al loy paraiza biag musaipa I was with them. I stood with them. I support them. So legislate a chiguer rumbek a chiguer elu rumbek para jeshamar so jeshamar need to go there to get some work done for rumbek although in rumbek it was brought to my attention and I'm back okay chiga got me very big about
How good a bad engineer and a job for Matoric in the right thing because a baby Cabanareja, Rumbel Senior, Rumbel Sanwea. You go up in your bay, Rumbel Sanwea is a historic. You belong. Now, Conala Pipia, Miakalanga Big of Botte, no you library. You like a deep because Rumbel Sanwea, a good buying Quan Kum Benamithil. 80%, if it's not 90%, okay,
my campaign manager, I see the pandemic, you got pain. The wound pay
a good wally, former wally, but it's a good thing.
You see,
can a man Labilum, a liberal could teach you up in your well apart. This have a good panoply. When we good up in Cheshire, could be poor law. Yet, Kakakuchiran will get up, big a chopper name. Kalora di chirka yang lora ranchina pana local pay could be kawan boka right kunanya chop in your well itena tag a good era lambaga chelo for yak the jating range of all matter kaka to tin kwa kapa kaka one on to lip and a chin yam to because guchino good pin yaki good pin ku yigranda go lo putin I think ki good pin go palo and I take to leping pianya within 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Kalonga bika dilu budutena, eke ga one being you are pan kan panong you produce leaders. I think.
Ma yibolo me aje ba aje good pin pi Juba. Pana den war ke one of the youth leaders of Greater Bor a good pan the pin pan chini wo chilo tu. Kure chilo be tu. chứ bà bằng quật pin at the broad daylight cái quite die
where Panama Kuru Kala chip pin yang Muchi Makuru bin Achibini ja good pin bien chinu bandiano go pin yan kamante because kan the word mo because chibin de ke chiru cha ja lege mutioga
Makuru Klang liya
yes pande chi go pin wa usabab chinu pande go pin chibin lege pa ko chibin de china agaman okay lo ko da good akal because it's a ten you know even though a very strategic location teaching ganglo from Bega Sanoya chibin de ko chibe rogo popa could be a Kenbia, a Chikanga former governor of the Lagos State, a Chika Yuko, a Chipanenichi good pinata. Where you Yachika good pin. A year and that in the Chibini Jam in the kitchen and a bunch of it. I think. Kachira here and natural Paul Motor. The DNA teacher Binigo 10. Take you me the Lagos State, for example. Bugake, for example, in Rumbek Sanwea. As a Baban good pin. What is the benefit of it? Joaquin is very low, Bip and do good in Mathioga. It's a greater good. Be a rock I put the pot. Belang platform one of a Yampton. Kaka, I think a duck. When you get in with you, never been a coin yet. Can a judge out the Mapas or district or Abijala is say label of national government. Understanding I can't job by a good poor killer job, a job by top of my job with company. Omalandu, Yomo Bedo, who could even be jail for Bajala. Okada, a Mijala Kayachi jam, Ukajachi or jam, quickly recover nature that you call your Jiang. Jiang Arjam, Quaka Nimyo. I think. Kunale Benatamane do jam. I can be jala nature day, Quaki in the Timu Korutino King, a child long jam, but you're young with your jam if you go.
And Big Mac anang poni yogun ga jamtin kana bukai marka de kuka ya South Sudanese anang tadiki the Duke of Kolnyang Kenan Welton mana dagi Kenya na da nake Martin ma da we are tribalist be tribalist kana buka ke ma kumar ko gakin na ci abin go wuciban kai ki bi batin gara na Euro East or Euro West yana kai ta na Big Mac ki bitin gara na Rumbek Center or any of that go wakin ma ku Euro da ya ben geto and ayo bano ko to ma ku ya wada consistent ka no beeping. So how can we come together as a youth of South Sudan? Thank you.
Now, I agree, but we have to have a platform, number one. Tiyoka Martin. Kugambo Kajamat, we can get. Speak a matter willing act. Kuna yo biluto.
Yeah, observe we have a problem. And I think national agenda be by Kema Shakalati Kak. Kaching a Galaban Yal. Then I get a chalad room kiri. Would in bigger and Granaban Yal, Bopper Ganyal, get a dancing a cat in Africa. But I think the man Grana schedule. Kalas, be that way. Who can look at Grana way. Ekana Yenakato. Yeah, and anytime and I look at a buy. Come by coach Ella Bay. And I feel that to some extent, Pukacha Bear. Thought another good job to get a Jan went to Belady.
We'll pass a good public colleague because you're allowed to get quite well.
Okay, Big Mac, Tira Duga. Paul Matara, we were and I get away mentioned then. Ganang platform na nga chiban because suggestion. Repeated that and I'm going to elaborate it more.
I was just again reiterate my opinion with this orange asshat. It's deflection and distraction. I mean, he's like the dumbest and smartest mofo yet. Because when observing his playbook, if you could call it that, if shit gets too close, hits too close to home, it's distraction and deflection. Why the hell are we talking about President Obama? This ain't got jack shit to do with President Obama. It's him. Epstein. If my 2 cents or 1.5 cents worth of opinion meant anything to the media, whether it's the popular media or these YouTube media people or whatever, this is a gift. And I don't say that lightly or, no disrespect to the victims, but the reality that when these cats in MAGA within his party, if you call it that, are looking at him side-eyed and being like, yo, you done cooked this up for the past several years, that this is a big deal. And now my name is all over these Epstein files, paperwork, whatever. I don't know for a fact. I don't. The one thing that I have seen consistently